echoes of pain. These are the good, these are the good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are the good, these are the good. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Wolf, and once again we have some unfortunate news. Chronicler and Valdez were supposed to be casting today, but unfortunately we had some issues making sure that the remote broadcast setup was up to our standards. It failed to meet those, and therefore we are once again back on the caster desk. We were supposed to be just analyst desk boys, but this time around the analyst desk has been scrapped, and we have been put back onto the caster desk once again.
It's day 4 for Atlas and I this week of casting, so I know you guys are probably looking for a change of scenery, but
yeah,
hopefully we can get that sorted out tomorrow. Worst case scenario, of course, next week we'll be back to our normal rotation.
Yeah. We might actually put on some accents further through the broadcast just to try and mix things up a little bit. Just pretend that maybe we're different people to give you guys some fresh things for your ears, but we'll see how it goes. Let's waste no time. Let's get into points of the match here for our first one. Nongshim Red Force taking on Liv Sandbox. Nongshim have been a tragedy here in the LCK. There's no two ways about it, Wolf.
It's really just true. Goal difference gets worse over time. The longer the game goes, they fall further and further behind. And Liv Sandbox team synergy has been great. As is pointed out here, their graphs look a lot nicer and look a lot better, and a lot of the plus signs on their gold are in Prince's pocket on the AD carry. So yeah, we'll see how Ghost performs, because Ghost has been kind of the gaping hole, if you make that comparison between these two in terms of impact. He has not actually been able to be a hyper carry. He's more of a utility player, has always been kind of a weak side, slower player. Prince, he takes resources, he carries the game. So, you know, it's a bit of a tough matchup as well in terms of the 80 carries and where they stand in their teams. Is dreamlike 4-winning streak here. If Liv Sandbox win tonight, they will be jumping into the 6-win squad and will actually take, for now, 3rd place.
Yeah, it's absolutely nutty. Of course, it's expected that they'll hold on to that place as well, because DRX will be facing off against Gen G tomorrow, and that is not a match that they're expected to win. However, their previous match was also not one that they were expected to win, so we'll see what happens there. Still, very romantic is Liv Sandbox, and we'll see whether Nongshim can turn it into a spicy noodle tragedy here today.
Yeah. You have to take out Azir against BDD in order to be a true Azir master. I like that. BDD, unfortunately, though, on a 6-game losing streak with Azir since the spring season. So yeah, I think that it has not been about his individual performances per se, but just about the team that has not been working out. He's still a very good Azir player, but we'll see if he ends up prioritizing it tonight. Nongshim do have side selection.
You could imagine after watching the T1 Gen G series, they're like, wow, Azir's actually super busted. Chovy almost by himself, like, obliterated T1 in game number 1 of that series. Didn't manage to get the Azir after that. So it might just be that the Azir priority will shoot up after witnessing that performance. First Drake percent here for Nongshim Red Force is equal first alongside Liv Sandbox, which is quite interesting. And first Herald, Red Force have been doing a lot of work in the early game. They actually, it's the only time where they're slightly ahead is like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And so that's as the Herald is spawning. They often do manage to take it, but things often go wrong around that instance. So we'll have to be worried about that.
We do see a lot of first bloods for Nongshim Red Force on the top side of the map around Kana, where he's given strong side champions to pair with Dread. That duo is very strong for this team. When they're given the right tools, where it hasn't so much been Ghost and Effort on the bottom side getting 2v2 kills with the jungler's support, which has been this week the defining thing about the meta, whether it's the Poppy, the rare Volibear coming through, or, you know, some of the other picks we've seen that really do snowball the lane.
Yeah.
The Trundle, in the other one that really does stick out, but
especially because Croco's on the other side of the rift,
right?
Exactly. It's certainly a huge one for him, and we'll see whether Dread's going to have that one on his mind.
On potential blue side that Nongshim could pick here, I think the focus should not be on getting tier list picks or getting BDD's Azir, although it often is, right? Even Gnar rising in popularity a lot right now. I think it's putting Ghost and Effort on champions where they're set up for success, or at least so they will not fail. Like low-risk champions where they're not going to get 2v2 dumpstered by Prince and Kyle, because you get Prince ahead early against the weakest player on Nongshim Red Force, Effort here, then it could be a disaster.
Yep. To be honest, like Ghost and Effort have gone down together, you know, on this Nongshim boat. I think the top side has been serviceable, but really it just hasn't managed to find the magic that we were kind of expecting them to do, a la Damwon Kia, and the way they managed to play around a weak side bottom lane. However, Liv Sandbox have gone from romance to romance here this season. They're just looking better and better. Yes, they were a bit shaky against Harmon Life Esports, dropping that first game, but they were able to turn that one around and come away with a victory. Prince looking fantastic, and Kyle picking up his first POG ever and having one of the most adorable, adorable interviews afterwards.
Yeah, I think it's you know, usually with Liv Sandbox, we get excited about the romance, and then as the season goes on, you're like, it just feels like you're watching Love Actually 3, and you're like, okay, well, it just gets worse with every sequel. Like, I've seen this one before.
God, no.
And you're like, so who
hey, it might pull a Toy Story, Wolf. You never know. It might be an Austin Powers. They just get better, you know?
But this season, it has just gotten better. Like, the evolution of this team, every time you see it, it gets stronger and stronger. It was all about Kroko at first, but then when Prince really was given the reins, even Kyle has upgraded, right? So now it's like, okay, it's the same movie here. Prince is going to get a hyper carry. Which one does he get, and how do they carry? But then Kyle steps out. Closers have been looking better and better. Even Dove is really settling into his own in the top side of the map. And we're going to take a look at the jungle matchup here, because historically, Dread has been one of the strongest players here on this team, even in his time on Afrika last year.
Yeah.
But Kroko still has his number, and a lot of these stats. Kill participation at 14. Kroko is #1 in the league. And it used to be on the Vi. He was making some mid-ganks, making some plays there. Recently, it's been on the Trundle, where he's making those 2v2s snowball.
And I'm expecting to see some Poppy action this game as well. The bot side focus with the Poppy has just been rampant all over the Rift this week. And so I'm expecting to see, you know, some attention put there, especially if certain counterable picks are going to be left available. Of course, Vi, very difficult to pick into the Poppy, as Nongshim fan here.
Dread Force.
Oh, there we go. I like how it was a little bit shrouded by the person's head in front, and then we're like, oh, it's a pun.
I like it, because, you know, he's the key player for them for tonight. And I think the way to win here for Nongshim is to play strong side top against Dove, right? You're Kana versus Dove. That should be a winnable matchup.
That's not how an eye patch works, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that. Maybe he's just got a black eye.
It's like you're wearing an eye patch on the wrong eye. Like, that's not... No. You put it over the eye that's not working, Wolf. Exactly. Someone needs to have a conversation with Kroko about how to wear an eye patch.
But as I was saying, I really do think Nongshim here, if you look at their winnable lanes, it's not going to be bottom side. Put Ghost and Effort on something they can weak side with, where they could just sit back on a turret. Put him on a Jinx even. You know, it doesn't even matter. Just let him sit down there by a Cull and just take the pressure, and then play around Kana on the top side. Give him a strong side pick. Let Dread go up there. I think that's your win condition here as Nongshim. In terms of drafting, execution is another thing entirely, but
yeah,
I don't want to see them try to win the 2v2 bottom side against this awesome duo.
The only way I want to see them try to win that 2v2 is if we get the Ghost Draven. If we get the Ghost Draven, then maybe I'm getting a little bit excited about it. But we haven't seen it, right? Like, Ghost was the Varus Callista Draven guy, which is very early game focused, very aggressive, things like this. But Ghost has really fallen back into far more utility in his recent times. Of course, a lot of that is due to necessity on Damwon Kia, but hasn't been able to fulfill any sort of carry role over here on Nongshim, and they haven't been able to figure themselves out, right? I thought it was going to be like that Damwon Light, but it just hasn't really done so.
Dread, your big sisters are here. Don't know if they're actually related to him. I doubt it, but you never know. We see a lot of family members of players coming down here to Lowell Park.
We certainly do.
It is Nongshim choosing blue side, and there's a lot of picks you can focus in on here. The Gnar is one that I am really curious about how it's going to go in this draft, even though neither of these players particularly prefer it.
I mean, they kind of do. I think every top laner prefers it, Wolf. I think
it's
just safe to say.
Well, at the moment, I think everybody is, especially this week and after yesterday's games. I think Gnar's priority is going to continue to soar. So I wonder who's going to get their hands on this pick, because gone are the days of just locking in Gnar and then, well, it's okay, they got the gangplank, they automatically win. Hasn't really necessarily worked out that way this week. So we'll see how it all pans out here if Nongshim want to prioritize that one for Kana.
Yep, or whether it's just going to hit the ban list. It might be one of these picks that is just going to be taken away. As speaking of being taken away, we're going to begin the bans with a Renata being removed and Seraphine also being taken away. We saw Seraphine yesterday. We never want to see it again. She is broken. We had an unanswered Zeri in Game 2 of last night's second series, and then we had a Senna Seraphine. So we had 2 matches that were decided in draft, and we do not want them ever again.
Yeah,
they're not fun. It's not interesting.
We also had a lot of that on Thursday, so I'm looking forward to maybe some good drafting today. As this match, we didn't talk about the stakes for it, you know, besides Liv Sandbox potentially getting third, but Nongshim dropped further away from Afrika and KT with a loss here. There's the Poppy you were talking about, taken away here from Dread straight off the bat.
Yeah, I like it. I really like it. Liv Sandbox doing a bit of their homework here. However, it does mean that quite a few things will be left through. Zeri, Lucian, so many options.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the Azir that you were talking about, Corki is still up. My God.
Yeah, and the bans here for Nongshim targeting towards Kael on the bottom side is really interesting here, as it will be the Zeri that also is removed. So if you ban the Lucian, the Corki does go through here if that's what BDD wants to pick up.
And the Poppy ban is really interesting because it makes it much easier for Nongshim to pick a Lucian blind.
Exactly. So they're going to leave it up here. This is really interesting. Now, the common response has been the Lulu, and we'll see if that is going to be what Liv Sandbox go towards if it's given to them. But the Kalista will be prioritized instead. And this is the exact opposite, like literally the exact opposite of what I wanted to see from Nongshim on their blue side priority, is not trying to dominate the bottom 2v2, but they have 2 options in which to do so, the Lucian and the Kalista, and it's just too good of an opportunity to pass it up here. It looks like it is going to be...
Oh, okay.
All right. Pivoting.
And also what that means is, of course, we mentioned the fact that Ghost is a very comfortable Kalista player, but also remember the Draven. And it is very dangerous to pick something like a Lucian into a Draven. And yes, Lucian does have some power in the early stages of the game, especially paired with the likes of the Nami, but Draven just throws big axes at his head.
Yeah,
and he
does a lot
win.
of damage. Yeah, it's good trading, as it will be the Corki traded here. Amongst audible groans from the audience.
Yeah,
But, you know, it's just how it's going to be here. I think as Liv Sandbox, you don't have to really show anything in this draft now. You might even just want to grab something like a Viego here and say, oh,
Trundle. Give me the Trundle.
Yeah,
go
Trundle.
Full poke. Let's go.
Also good. This is
the DRX,
DRX style.
tactic.
Yes, the DRX style where you have control the bottom side, usually, in most Kalista matchups, and then the Corki. Now, I'd love to see an Ashe lane down here, actually, for Nongshim now, because you could just play it slowly. You don't need to push. You have an Azir also. You're going to have some prio there. Be happy to just sit back, have that counter pick for the Kalista, and wait it out and scale it up, because I want to lose control of the bottom side here while there's a Corki scaling in mid.
Ooh, Dread, one of his favorite picks here in the Lee Sin, does form a pretty dynamic duo alongside the Azir, and I think Nongshim picking for priority on top side is highly valuable.
There's the
Speaking of which,
yeah.
the Kanar, like that one.
I feel like you and I are just kind of linked with what we think Nongshim should be doing. I was really worried when they hovered the Kalista.
Okay, so this is what we thought they would be doing, not necessarily what they should be doing, because I think Lucian Nami would have been a great choice here.
I don't, because I don't for Nongshim, because I don't trust that Ghost Never can get it done. Like in a standard way.
Yeah.
Like,
so I guess nameplates.
Yes.
You're like,
yeah.
Maybe,
No, exactly.
Maybe this is the right thing to do.
If this is Gen G T1 or even DRX, like I'm like hell yeah. But right now I'm like maybe let's not play around the bottom side, which I think Liv Sandbox was also kind of trying to tempt. And then they got the Corki Kalista, which is a DRX staple. Ornn now to augment the scaling and to offset some of the early game pressure that the Azir Lee Sin have around objectives, and of course the ornaments are going to be great. Like the Xayah pick here, or ban here a lot, and I think the Ashe will probably follow.
I love the Amumu ban. Amumu has been so powerful. We saw Moham have a great time on it yesterday. That was how Kwangdong Freaks were able to topple KT in that series, largely to do with the ultimate power of the man with the huge fringe.
Yeah, could have even seen some crazy like Talia jungle here for Croco with the comp if that actually was left through. We could have seen a lot of similarities to how that was played out yesterday. Taking away Ghost Aphelios instead of the Ashe, so the Ashe still feels like a very strong option here, but they want to see what the support is, as the support is going to tell you a lot. If it's going to be a range support with the Kalista, then sometimes the Ashe doesn't work out as well.
Yep. I think, look, I'm still feeling the The exact Gumushi carrier bottom lane that we saw yesterday. Just give me that Draven Pike. Effort already tried the Pike. It was a disaster. Didn't work out. But it didn't have the Draven, Wolf. It didn't have the Draven.
Didn't have the Draven. Let's see what it is going to be here, as I think you can, well, what would be smarter, arguably, here is actually to lock in your jungle and then see what the bottom duo is and respond, because you have to force you force Nongshim to actually lock in their duo, and then you get to be like, oh, okay, let's see if I want to melee or range support with this, and that's what they're going to do with this Vi pick.
Right.
And they have a lot of power with Kalista early on, so the Vi is going to be a lot more powerful here than it often is. Sometimes with Kroko, we're hyped about the Vi, sometimes we're a little bit worried. I think we're on the hype train for this one.
No, I'm feeling it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what that duo is going to be, though, because a lot is removed. The Xayah is gone. The Aphelios is gone. I mean, honestly,
they can still pick Lucian Nami.
Yeah, it's true, but I mean, gets to Kalista, we're going to gamble on the bottom duo, Nongshim. I guess at the end of the day, we are. We're just going to do it. We're going to gamble. We're just going to do it. Okay. And yeah, here we go.
There is a reason why we are apprehensive about this. There's also a reason why Live Sandbox didn't ban it, and it is because Ghost and Effort have not been a successfully aggressive bottom side of the map. They have been able to find some utility in the past and in the present and been able to be more facilitators for their team, but they haven't been the ones that are the pressure point.
I would have liked just straight up Jinx, Thresh, or something like that. Play it slow, just farm, build a call for Ghost, let him sit back, just play around the Kalista pressure, and whatever support it ends up being the Rel here in this case, which is fantastic into such a squishy support like Nami. In fact, I don't think that Lucian Nami will have that much power outside of the very, very early parts of the lane. Kalista and Rel could definitely start turning this one around. If you had the Jinx, you have range, you have setup with the Lee Sin and the Gnar, you can get excited. But now in the late game, you have this kind of dichotomy between the Lucian and the Azir, where they're both trying to do different things. And yeah, you could try to blow up the Corki with the Lucian. If the Lucian gets ahead, he can two-tap that Corki, basically. You know, just do two procs of the passive, get those shots through, and the Corki is dead. So there is some power there. But in terms of scaling damage long-term, it just isn't going to be there. Same with the range.
Not necessarily in the same way. However, the one thing I do like about this, Wolf, is instead of accepting and instead of deciding, yes, our bottom lane is not strong, we're going to try and band-aid it. No. Instead, they throw them into the furnace. They're like, Ghost, Effort, it's up to you. Create all of this pressure so that we can win the rest of the game. And I actually like that idea more because it shows faith in your teammates, and that's precisely what they need. Now, do I think it's going to work? Not necessarily. But they should definitely be able to beat Kalista Rel. I don't think Kalista Rel is all that powerful. So, we'll see how it goes as we hop into the Rift here for game number 1.
It's almost blasphemous to suggest, but I think the only other support I would have liked here for the bottom duo would have been the Leona.
Ooh, wow, blast from the past. We haven't seen that for ages.
Yeah, I mean, Gragas would have been fun too, but this is not. Let's not put Kale really in the deep end for how difficult that one is to play out.
I wanna actually do like the full off theme bottom lane, the Kalista Thresh. I would have liked that. That would have been fun.
That's a lot of CC.
It's also a lot of I can get out of stuff, but of course Thresh is just not in a very good place at the moment. We saw him tried last week here and there. But wasn't really the option that you're looking for.
Some good Thresh games, but yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't offer you a whole lot because the game is not about blowing up a single target in 2 seconds like it used to be. It's more about longer fights and chipping away and then using your prio to like set up for Gnar bars and stuff like that. So his instant value is usually like, all right, cool, use your lantern, and now what?
Thanks for that. Let's do some more stuff. It's been a while since we've had like the Lahens, Thresh, Skarner montage plays from Griffin's early days. It's just not really a thing much anymore.
I do like that Lucian went for press the attack this time because there has been a recent first strike attempt that went very poorly. So
yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that one either. As we got a battle for a ward, as Kyle is just standing there looking menacing and taking ages to actually kill the ward.
Prince didn't want to miss any CS. So yeah, in the early part of this, if you end up getting in this brush, you can deny some CS, but as these levels come through, they'll swing back in Nami Lucian's favor. And then things can be very skill-based down here in this 2v2. It's about whether you hit your Aqua Prisons and the Rel gets the crash down. It's all about positioning.
It's also very cute because the way Nongshim decided to go about this is by not picking up a sweeper early. And so therefore, they have 2 totems to put down. So they put 1 ward in and they're like, you'll sweep it. And they're like, yes, we will. And then they're like, well, I have another one. Where's your second sweeper, silly Billy?
Well, the other thing, I mean, they could see this Rel, but it's not going to help them against the Callisto, who could still hit them from across the top side. Now that they're linked, obviously, this is where things can get really scary.
Yep.
And like I was saying in the draft, like you don't just default win this one as Nami Lucian. I think a lot of people just hear those words a lot, and they see the Lucian bans on red side every game. They're like, will you just default win every lane? Not necessarily, actually.
Well, you also have to play it out effectively, right? Yeah. It's just one of those things.
Krako, look for a really nasty
this is very cute. He doesn't even need to worry about vision, though, because there just isn't any vision in this area, as Nongshim are at least underneath their turret, but that is a huge wave that Live Sandbox have stacked up. Dread's over here, and he will need to walk into this brush immediately. He gets Vault Breaked as Effort moving on over. It is going to be a successful hold on the Krugs there.
You know how I always talk about how, like, on red side, you can't really use this prio with your jungle because you have to go into the Krugs. This is, like, the first time it actually happened, where Krako's like, no, I will take the Krugs with my 2v2 prio. It's, like, actually occurred, and it forces Dread away. Not as significant as, obviously, the blue buff contests, but still pretty nice here, as Ghost's going to look for some trades.
Yeah, that is a decent amount of damage there. Ebb and Flow keeps Ghost very healthy as well, as Kyle going to have to think about hopping off that horse, crashing down, getting some shields and all that sort of stuff. But let's see whether these piercing lights will start to land as this lane goes on, because I remember a time, Wolf. I remember a time where Ghost was aggressive. I do. It was a long time ago. It was a time. It's Dread. He's going to get a Tempest onto Dove here. And look at how many Krugs Dread's been able to secure.
Yeah.
Look at that little Krug. Man, he is definitely just getting away from home.
He was trying to take turret aggro.
Yeah. He was like, I've got him. I've got him, boss. Please, don't take me down.
Well, you know, this is still going pretty well down here for the Kalista Rel, and
yeah, I hadn't looked at the CS numbers, and now that I am, yeah, doing pretty well.
Keep your eyes and Kyle. Keep your eyes away from that. As ooh, that's a cannon -1 there in the chat.
Yeah, put that one down. Oh dear. Let's make sure we're clicking on the correct minions here.
He's getting in there. It's all right.
He's getting it. As that minion is going to go wide, we've got a bit of a cheater recall here for Prince and Kyle. Kyle going to cancel his for now, but we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Berserker's Greaves, extraordinarily important here for Marshall posing Kalista, as Kanna is going to take a fair bit of damage here.
All of the resources bottom side means that Kana can put a lot of pressure on with his hyper procs in the early part of this lane, and you know, could just basically farm Narbar while harassing Dove's health bar. And the mana resource here for Dove is the only thing that really keeps him from staying in this lane forever, so he will eventually have to leave it as Kana is just harassing him and pushing him back. And this is where at least the Vi bottom side prio can be punished to a certain extent. And imagine if you just had like a Jinx down here on the bottom side who's happy to farm under turret. I'm just saying, you know, how the top side could work out so well like this, and then, you know, Dove's already had to force, they've already forced a teleport out of him.
I don't know. I think things would be way worse for the Nongshim bottom lane if it was more of a scaling carry.
Yeah, sure. If they played it, you know, well, which you don't always trust.
Like maybe that dive in the early game with that huge stacked wave, maybe that would have just been, you know, dead Ghost. And that would have also been quite unfortunate. However, BDD here in this mid lane is playing on his Azir. Old Faithful on the Pigeon.
Yeah, we talked about it before the draft even started. Is like, okay, I think they'll probably still prioritize this on blue side. It's really strong. It's one of BDD's favorites, even though his win rate's not great. But I'm going to pause on this because there's a control ward on that bush and an angry Vi.
Yeah. Here comes Vi, Wolf.
Yeah,
I've heard that song before.
You could tell by her fists that she's angry. Look at how red they are.
Yeah, they're very red.
That's how she shows her emotions.
She wants to punch something. I've seen Arcane. You know, she is quite angsty in that show. Have any of you guys seen it?
I love that show. It's a great show.
Yeah, it's a pretty good show. I don't know why people will keep wanting to bat their chest about it, but
You know the the theme song for Arcane has actually just become a very popular song in Korea. You could like hear it at restaurants and bars and stuff all the time, like the opening song.
oh yeah. I mean, it's a good one. It's a banger.
Yeah, I love that song, Bat Chest.
Yeah, me too. Big fan.
Krako's gonna lose his red buff. That's a small victory here for Dread.
Indeed.
And they have this as
There's
your
also-
prior. This
yeah,
is
there's
why.
vision over here as level 7 is BDD. Croco's going to flash as the Emperor's Divide comes through. Croco closes, sorry, without very much mana whatsoever. BDD noticing that is going to turn the Sand Soldiers around. And you might be saying that that was a miss there for BDD, but the flash did come through there for Croco.
Yeah, still got the flash.
Had to still use the more valuable Summoner spell.
And those Raptors got totally owned by it.
Yeah, toasted. Sometimes Sand Soldiers need some popcorn chicken to really get into the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, pre-8 minutes for those Sand Soldiers to start getting that farm. As Ebb and Flow, a lot of value here. Ghost delivers it over to Prince, and even, like, we're starting to hit the piercing lights, and that's when you know that things are starting to work out.
Kyle took Glacial Augment too on this rel, so his usefulness in the late game is going to be also very great at potentially getting picks and punishing this Nami. We talk about the Illusion Nami almost exclusively in terms of its bottom 2v2 because we've seen games won or lost by either great play from them or poor play, or sometimes they were countered by a Lulu and there was some more complicated stuff going on. But in this game with the Vi and the Callista rel, Nami's going to have a very difficult time warding later on if they lose control of the game. So I did want to mention that, and the Glacial Augment here for Kyle is going to make it so that if he is the one catching the Nami in the jungle, in those bushes, it's going to be very hard for her to get away. She might even lose her ultimate trying to survive, which is a huge tool that Nongshim would like to layer with their Gnar, with their Emperor's Divide.
Well, Ghost thinking about the 1v1 here against Prince. He does have a huge minion advantage, but it's going to be a tough one. Watch him, I'm just imagining, you know, the E-culling to come through just to try and hit him.
He doesn't know exactly where the rel is. So
Yeah.
Scared of that potential all-in.
As Dread, I think, is still spending some time here with Shelly. And Shelly getting well acquainted this game as they have spent a lot of time over here.
They're just sparring, you know?
Yeah, there's full vision, though. There's full vision for Liv Sandbox. They know exactly what's going on. They're going to take their time. Croco took his Krugs in the meantime. As Dove, you can see, is quite low, but Croco going to try and make this a 50-50. It does not work out. As Dread, let's see whether he can pick up the eye as effort. Tidal Wave comes through just to keep himself alive. Kyle also in an awkward position, but Dread collects the Eye of the Herald, and it looks like Nongshim will be able to back away, and all the while, Ghost is here on the bottom side. He didn't move. He did not try to get up there like Prince did. That's going to give a big advantage here to Nongshim and allow Ghost to catch up in that lane.
Yeah, I will not get any plates, and Prince is still going to catch this wave, all of it. I think he missed maybe one minion there, so still going to be some extra experience going over to him, but it's not going to be a huge win.
This tower's dead if they use the Herald.
Yeah.
As that's a big Gnar to the wall. The wallop comes down as well as now Dread in here underneath the turret as Dove flashes to get out of the way. Kyle, he is here. The flash comes out from the Gnar, but it does not work. And Croco turns up as well. The turnaround is all too easy.
I mean, it's such a great crash down Magnet Storm from basically as far away as you can get. He has Hex Flash, could just go ahead and far away engage there, or long distance engage there, and it's a nice turn. They, of course, will get the plates, but not the turret, and great turn. Takes out the Gnar, and it was, this composition really excels in moments like this where you could just chain CC together. And they have so much of it, especially around these early fights. They weren't able to set up for the Rifthold fight that they wanted, the perfect one. But they ended up getting that. In 10 seconds to go on this Drake, they have so much they could use now to group up to fight for this and take a 2 Drake lead.
Yeah, Dove also has his Mythic completed now as well as he makes his way back to lane. And every time this sort of thing happens with an Ornn, he gets more and more difficult to do it again. So now 1-0-1 has his Frostfire Gauntlet. So very happy Ornn there towards the top side. Sil Soul Summoners with his Unsealed Spellbook there, of course, with the Ignite and the Heal. That is a reference that I bet 0 people get, because that is...
It sounded cool.
It's early Season 1 Wolf. He was a notorious Vladimir player that you'd be able to witness on Dyrus' stream if you watched it back in the day. And he would just take Heal Ignite every game. Did not mind. This was before Flash was nerfed.
He protect, but he also attack.
Yeah. But he mainly attack. And he not escape.
You move faster sometimes.
He
Well, you know, like the Nara still has a pretty nice farm lead here, and this is what you expect, right? When you're trying to set up Kana for success in a lane like this. Unfortunately, they've tried to also have strong side bottom, and that hasn't worked out. But Rift Herald will crash in now to this turret, so they got a few plates from the demolished top side, and this is going to guarantee a little bit of extra money. Although will not go to BDD.
No, it does. Oh. No.
320.
So BDD thought that he managed to get up there, and that's why he then shifted Sands back. You could see he actually put his Arise in the middle of the lane, walked towards the turret to try and guarantee the gold, but instead it's just Dread that's a little bit more rich.
Yeah, this keeps happening in the LCK to certain players.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, you didn't actually guarantee that. You're gonna miss that. And then this is one of those times where you just assumed, like, you know, like he did, like, oh, I think I'm good. I'm like, don't think you get that one.
Oh man, look at the position.
Look at Rel.
Kyle, yeah.
He has the flash available, flashes in, sets up the magnet storm.
Beautiful timing.
And Dread is just toast. And he had a control ward there, so they just don't know that he's here.
Yeah.
And he could be anywhere. That's the power of these roaming supports.
Yeah, even I didn't know, right? I was like, oh man, Dread, he's going to do this. They're going to put down the Rift Herald. It's such a huge advantage. Amazing work. And in the end, definitely not so much. And as you can see, Dove now very, very healthy. He's got his steel caps as well. Kyle, once again, back towards this top side. And now that the Rel has been unleashed, he follows Croco around. And if Croco finds anyone, he has so much extra CC. The Attract Repel is absolutely fantastic in that regard. The follow-up for the Assault and Battery with the Magnet Storm, absolutely fantastic stuff. So,
yeah,
Live Sandbox in exactly the position they want to be right now.
It's really looking great for them. At least BDD hasn't fallen too far behind or anything like that. Like, the mid matchup is still untouched, but it's top side where, yes, 30 CS now, the lead is Kana, but Dove doesn't need that money. He's Orin. He just functions as a champion later on with his kit and his items that he's going to give to the carries later on, which Kana will not be able to do. He's going to be more about setting up fights. Still has a 450 gold lead.
Oh, nice interruption there from Dove onto Kana. Dove's been slowly but surely really improving.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is, you know, Live Sandbox 4, the rom-com is just,
yeah,
it's really, it's nailing it, man. They're hitting it. They're hitting all the marks. It's not like, oh, I've seen this before. Like, it's just improving every time.
I don't remember which episode it was, but there was an episode of Sandbox that was just the workout montage, you know, where it was Dove eating a whole bunch of raw eggs, you know, and like running up and down stairs in great tracksuits and stuff like that. And it's definitely happened now, and they are reaping the rewards.
I much prefer it to the episode where he tried crypto.
Yeah, that was not great.
He had to borrow money from Closer to actually buy sub sandwiches. He was still able to live in an apartment in New York for some reason.
Yeah, and he's still trying to defend it. He's like, yeah, but we're in a recession, man. Like, it's totally gonna work out. Oh dear. Yeah, no, I hate it when they do that bit in the show. But it is a great show. If you guys ever want to watch a really cool show that doesn't exist, Live Sandbox. It's just a great one.
Yeah,
Beautiful romantic
sitcom.
comedy.
Yeah, it's sitcom, rom-com in the movies, on the TV, it's a sitcom.
Yep.
Yeah, at least they're getting some waves pushed in here mid. You know, Lucian he didn't get ahead early, but he still has items, and if he continues to grow at a normal pace, he will still be able to threaten the Corki later on. It's just not right now, which is the scary part of things. But hey, I mean, it's not over till it's over. Live Sandbox having this 2 Drake advantage is massive, though. They don't care as much about this Herald.
Well, as teleports come through from BDD as Nongshim, yes, they will be able to get the second Herald. There's going to be 2 for 2 this game. See whether they can actually use it to break some turrets, because getting that first turret blood is still going to be an availability.
I mean, Live Sandbox see this early and are like, okay, I think Azir is probably teleporting back in. He's not here. Let's push mid.
They had a ward. Oh, no, okay, never mind. There was a control ward on top of that ward, so they didn't actually see the teleport.
But they instantly called the ping bottom the second the Rift Herald looked untakeable, and they didn't know where Azir was. Like, oh, he's probably teleporting back in. They made the call to push mid so they can get Prio there and then grab this bottom turret. And as the Drake spawns in 10, they should be able to have just enough time to come up here and defend it. Or rather push them away. They're not going to be able to defend the crash, but they will be able to come up here and take the Drake. I thought they would actually come over and try to trap them.
First turret goes to Live Sandbox, and Nongshim are going to try and take this inner as well, but they'll sacrifice Soul Point for it, which is definitely a mistake. As you can see, Ghost trying to dash forward onto Closer, but this Lucian is not necessarily that strong right now, and these rockets are beginning to hurt. But that's a triple charge. Shirley getting all the value, and that's an inhibitor turret going down. So now, considering the 3-turret swing, probably works.
Yeah, I think Liv Sandbox definitely could have played this a lot cleaner, because it looked to me like, okay, we're pushing mid to buy some time there. Bottom turret goes down. We leave one on the Drake and then try to trap them and stop those charges set up for an engage. And the Drake could be taken pretty quickly. And then you have Soul Point. You stop the inner turret from going down. But they lose 3 turrets worth of gold. Still ahead, by the way, Liv Sandbox right now in gold. But they lose 3 turrets worth of gold for Soul. You know, still good for them, but I think they probably could have defended that better if the coordination was there. As a package is picked up here at a really interestingly timed part of the game.
Yes. It is a time that you can collect package. However, I don't know whether it was
not wise.
We would recommend.
Yeah, it's not wise. It's not going to get a lot of value. It's not going to be threatening any objectives. It's very odd.
Yeah. However, it does make sure that Liv Sandbox have as much safety for the Corki taking this outer turret top lane as they can. And then it is used in order to destroy this minion wave very quickly.
But they're going to lose bottom turret for this. Liv Sandbox has had a very good early game in the laning phase in terms of setting up that defensive dive onto Kana when they're trying to get that top turret, but otherwise the macro is leaving something to be desired here. Like Nongshim is, this feels like Nongshim with Duck Dom, right? Where like they're just splitting the AD carry all around the map, and then the top laner, Kana in this case, is getting massive value in a side lane. Does really feel like a little bit of 2021 Nongshim I'm watching right now. Some good cross-map plays here as they're staying even in gold, and they do have some good scaling here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not doomed, actually, for them by any means, even with the Soul Point on Liv Sandbox's side.
The thing that I'm really worried about is the fact that Prince is still just extending his lead over Ghost as this game goes on over and over again. And it's not even necessary. I'm not even looking at the Kalista versus Lucian, right? Which in the later stages, I'd probably give to Ghost, especially augmented by this Nami. Despite the nerfs on this patch, he's still extraordinarily strong. And I see Prince, and I know that this guy in the late game, just as a player, is so incredibly reliable. So that's my worry here for Nongshim. However, if they are able to utilize this Lucian pick alongside Effort's Nami, and BDD gets some of those Emperor's Divides, and then they're all on the same page, this could definitely work. I also like the slight adaptation of Kana here. He's picked up the buffed Sterix, as well as Divine Thunder. And we'd normally look at Divine Thunder and be like, nah, don't build that item. It's not really what we want. However, he's against Dawn, and you do want that extra armor penetration. I kind of like it.
It's pretty good against Kalista, too. In the ways in which, like, he will die, it's very difficult to die to Kalista without actually getting insane value. She's poking you that whole time. So he should be able to threaten Corki, maybe even defensively re-engage after the Rel comes in with the Crash Down Magnet Storm. So I do like this. As, you know, this game state here is, it's really about this next Drake, and it didn't necessarily have to be, but Liv Sandbox have so much freedom to force or ignore this in 90 seconds time, and they've got waves that they could set up in mid here. Orange is going to sit down on the bottom side of the map, doesn't even need to switch his summoners just yet. Corki's going to push top side. I worry about how Nongshim will actually start this fight, because it's going to be, yeah, they have the Nami ultimate, the tidal wave they can put in, they have BDD ult, but they're going to be walking into Crashdown, they're going to be walking into Fate's Call. So many ways with the Ornhorn too, because look at where Dove is right now. Again, he's got exhaust, he's exactly where he wants to be. They have so many wards. How do you set this up as Nongshim? You can't make a cross-map play this time. There's no turrets left to take in the mid lane.
Yeah.
You know, like you actually have to fight for this one. You can't just avoid it forever.
Well, Croco is looking for a potential flank. There are some wards scattered around. As the gold is so extraordinarily even, this is going to be the fight. Kind of shapes the rest of this game.
Poser has TP, but of course, with that weird package timing earlier, it does not have that available. It's not respawn.
Nabar in a good spot here, and he doesn't go the risky way. Closer is rotating over like you were talking about. Weird. Closer doesn't have the package.
Yeah, it's
strange. Must have needed it.
Remember the old patch where he would have actually just barely been able to get it?
True.
It's not that patch, so he's not going to have it, but they still have the better setup. This is what I was talking about. How do you engage here as Nongshim?
Well, you can see, once again, the assault and battery angle is there for Croco. He's spotted out here by Nongshim, who do know what's going on. Okay, Ardent Blaze.
It's all about
trying to
Kana.
scope them out as Croco standing on top of a control ward. Spots it a little bit too late there, but the vision control here for Nongshim is actually available.
Kana is managing his Narbar so extremely well because this fight is going to be all about him.
Yeah.
One way or another.
Well, vision put down, and once again, Croco is spotted out. As Kana, that's a big Narbar. And this is when Nongshim needs to take control of this Drake. We'll see whether Kana has the play. There's the Magnet Storm to start this one up, as it is the Drake secured by Dread. Croco goes down extraordinarily low as Kyle. He's going to get taken down, but can they find the value now? There are Sand Soldiers everywhere. The Live Sandbox, it will be a 1-for-1, but they lose the Drake, most importantly.
And most importantly, they lose the Drake, and we could see in this fight the power of both of these compositions and what they're trying to do, because Live Sandbox had the Wombo combo. They had the crash down there into Magnet Storm and then the follow-up from the Ornn. But then if you can't actually turn this into a longer fight with Corki, Closer's value here outside of these initial picks, as he does take Dread out very quickly, is nothing. When the Azir in these longer fights is just going to keep doing damage, damage, damage. He's got his Leandries online. It might even have that second mass. No, not quite. Actually built the Zonius for safety instead, which considering the comp here of Live Sandbox and how much they're running at you, I do appreciate. But you can see in the longer fight, the Azir does more than the Corki, because Live Sandbox's comp is trying to play keep away, but also trying to hard engage. And I think they haven't quite figured out how to walk that tightrope as well as DRX have with the Corki Kalista.
The thing that's a bit awkward for Live Sandbox is if they are starting the fight on even terms. That shouldn't happen when you have the Corki. So when they were vying for position there, pardon the pun, Closer should have been able to get a lot of rocket value, but he's gone for the more wave clear style build here with the Ravenous Hydra second. We'll be going towards that Ludens a little bit later, and that does mean that when you're in that poke situation, you're going to be getting more damage once that Ludens is complete.
Exactly. If you don't start chipping away first, especially while your opponent is trying to juggle an R-bar, like that's the golden ticket for the Corki. It's like, oh, you guys are struggling to find the perfect engage. While you hesitate, let me just throw some rockets in. But they weren't able to do it.
Yep, Kyle going to Hex Flash over here towards Dread. Counter an effort in the area. And BDD is able to back away. So successful defense of that outer turret in the top side of the map. As the dust settles, Live Sandbox still with a very small advantage, but they'll be able to make these setups around Drake over and over again for at least 3 more times before they're in too much trouble. As Nongshim, they only have themselves the one Ocean Drake. Also, Ocean Soul, not exactly end of the world.
Yeah.
However, it is on a Corki, who is very happy to have all of that extra mana regen for this permanent spamming and all that sort of business.
Yeah, the mana will be good for Corki, but otherwise the Drake pretty worthless for both sides. Even with the Corki against Nongshim, like the regen will help, but you're getting hit so many times, and their engage comp is so good too that like.
Yeah.
It's not actually going to be the end of the world. Not to mention that, as you said, they only have one, so we're a long ways away from that soul, and I don't think it's going to happen this game, even if Nongshim wins it. So yeah, that's not the most impactful thing. Now the most impactful thing since Live Sandbox lost that last Drake is going to be the Baron, and so their focus has shifted top side here, trying to get vision. As Kana's sidling this game has just been so impressive.
He's been doing well.
Yeah, he's just getting so much more of the CS because so much is given over to Closer. Is Live Sandbox just going to start this? I mean, you do have a Kalista, but you do not have that much control over this pit.
Yeah, and also not a whole lot of damage to the Baron. I mean, okay, culling is going to come through. Kyle, he really wants to get out the Fate's Call, and he does so. Goes extraordinarily low and will be taken down, and that is throwing everything into a unit that will just be pulled in to a Kallista's waiting arms.
Yeah, really nice turnaround there from Kyle as well. Just presses Magnet Storm, Fate's Call is there, and that's a dead Lucian. It was a self-imposed death timer here that he's now put in, and that's a lot of your damage gone here. Teleport coming through from the Corki. This time he's got Package.
Package going to be delivered here as Corki over the side now will be able to throw these rockets to make sure that no one can get that flank angle Still likely dangerous as the Ornhorn's going to come down. Gets the knock up onto Dread, who moves away from the Baron. But no one's really interested in that right now. And now BDD needs to be the hero. Can he find the Emperor's Divide? And the answer's absolutely not. They just wipe out the Nami and the Gnar. And BDD cannot find an ulti angle.
Can't find one without Kana having a really nice Gnar here. He needs that setup working together or a little bit more poke and damage from the Lucian. As Lucian has respawned though, Live Sandbox with half health. Decide to walk away. BDD's ultimate still available. And I think with that lost fight, technically speaking, holding the ult was correct for BDD because holding it meant that with the Lucian respawn, he can actually deny them from starting the Baron again. As this is so beautifully played from Kyle and Prince here. And,
yeah,
frankly, a mistake.
The bait from Croco was great, but I mean, you don't have vision of that area. It just looks like desperation.
So watch Kana in this fight. He has no Narbar. He cannot do anything. And so Closer's just chipping away at him while they have the left side control. And this Ornhorn buys so much time. And BDD, he's far away. He's chipping away at health bars, but he doesn't have an ult angle. Meanwhile,
here's an Emperor's Divide. Kyle's going to be pushed back, and this is why they baited out the Fate's Call, so that they could get the free pick here and guarantee themselves the Drake, I guess. As Live Sandbox now 4 versus 5, and they're going to eat some honey fruit. Nongshim should be pretty healthy moving towards this one. Kana wants to build up that Narbar once again. And in the back of the pit is Croco. He does have to Vault Breaker his way out. BDD is relatively low, like you say. Those rockets are starting to hurt here.
Dove's ult's coming back online just a few seconds. He needs to buy time for that.
Yep, more vision over the wall is now Dove's going to take that big old back massage, and it is going to be the end of him. Kana moving forward as well as Nongshim will be able to move back towards this Drake. And their composition is starting to outlast that of Live Sandbox.
We need to go back in time and find out why Kyle was killed in that moment and where they were trying to set up. It looked like just deep vision they were looking for on the left side of the Drake pit, which I think wasn't necessarily something they should have been doing at this time without their ultimates up. They needed to slow the fight down as Kyle looking for a little bit of vision here to maybe turn this into a 50-50. Croco has flash and obviously can come in from a long distance away.
Yep, Dread in the back of the pit now, down to 5k health as the Sand Soldiers are really ripping through this Baron. Kyle's going to get the stun onto the Gnar, but he's still above half health. Croco gets into the pit, but immediately he has to get out. These rockets are hurting so damn much as Dread. It's going to be a 50-50. Who gets the smite? It's Dread that locks it down. As then the kickback onto Croco. Dread tries to get out, but Closer is going to be there. That will stop the escape of the Lee Sin. However, he is still happy with how this one went. But still, messy. Messy as all heck.
Yeah. Closer's not going to be able to stop any of these backs. They are empowered. It is going to be only a few minutes here, so no turret going down mid. But I think we're going back to this Rel situation here as Kyle actually flashes forward with the Hex Flash to try to set up for this and is just instantly turned on by the Emperor's Divide. That sets up for the Drake fight here for Nongshim. You see so many ults just coming off of cooldown. If you look at the bottom of the screen, Fate's Call, useless here. Rel is dead, and the Ornhorn doesn't matter. He gets it as he dies, so Nongshim are able to push him out of the fight just then. But then they get greedy for this Baron take, and Closer, as you pointed out, does so much damage. Croco's threatening the 50-50 non-stop, even scries this another time. They have a control ward in here, and when this crashdown comes back through, the Rockets just keep hitting. Nongshim have to retreat. They do secure the 50-50, which was so well played by Dread. He gives his life for it. So Nongshim, technically the winners here, but it's a very even game state.
Oh, it absolutely is. And it's not clean, right? It's not like we're celebrating Nongshim being able to do this, because it could have just been Live Sandbox walking away with the Baron. Almost just as easily. And yes, you might argue that Resonating Strike Smite is a more powerful option. However, in a chaotic situation like that, if both junglers are standing next to a Baron, I'm going to call it a 50-50.
Oh,
just
sure.
how it's going to go.
I mean, that was basically a 50-50. Dread played it so well, though. He was very patient. They also dropped aggro at the right time the first time Croco went in, so forced him to flash out. Then he had to return. It was well played by Dread. And, the Baron power push is going to be a lot stronger than the non-Baron one, so like we get the empowered recalls too. So you can't.
Everything's empowered, Wolf.
Yeah, it's a big BPP, as we like to call it here on our stat screens.
Yeah, that stands for Baron Power.
Okay, well, do they actually get away?
Well, Ornhorn's going to come in and finds him blind, or looks for him blind, as Dread's also blind. Doesn't actually manage to find the Q here in order to escape, and he's going to safeguard around, buy some time, and 4 people are going to be the end of this Lee Sin.
I mean, that does buy enough time for BDD to grab this turret down here. Not entirely sure why Dread wasn't able to recall with the rest of his team who did get out scot-free. Perhaps was interrupted by a minion or had to walk further, but he's caught. Yep. But I think this is still a win for Nongshim in the end. as there's no objective to smite right now, and they're still getting power out of this Baron as they push the bottom lane, get another turret there. Have started to take a significant gold lead for the first time here now. Just 1,500 or so in the lead. Let's take a look at this. Looks like he was just too far forward. I don't know why he didn't recall the rest of his squad. We needed to look a little bit further back to know, but we saw this 1 second ago, and it's going to look the same the second time.
Yeah, he did. He's real dead. I like that we got a bit of the vision toggle so that we were kept guessing. However, it is just, Dread's being taken down. However, just investing 4 people just to kill Lee Sin, not going to be worth it, as the inner turret did go down there towards the bottom side. Both inners were taken, and the Baron buff, I think, was pretty worth it. As you can see towards the top of your screen, it's now Nongshim that have themselves a lead. 1 minute
Closer
till this Drake.
Did not lose his GA in that last fight. That's really important to mention too. He still has that available, so even without package, he's basically immortal here. It's very difficult to kill him, and if you commit too many resources, he just pops back out and then continues to do damage, as they're just going to avoid the fight entirely.
Yeah, Nongshim, like, you left the front door open, Live Sandbox.
And they're going to take that inhibitor, and then they should be able to kite out here. Kana, though, his Narbar is expiring.
Well, there's also a package delivery as we get the biggest zoom of all time. Magnetstorm goes in there as Kyle going down low, but closes delivering the package. So much damage here as Croco just punches the Lucian in the back of the head. Kyle survives for so dang long, and Dread decides that he just wants to kill an inhibitor. He wants to get something back here in this game as, yep, the Rend will do most of his health bar, and then Dread finds himself in a huge amount of trouble. Effort is the one that survives, but that still means that Live Sandbox 100% win this fight. They'll take the Ocean Soul as well.
But the inhibitor is down, so that's going to at least save some of the pressure here, but Live Sandbox 100% in control of this game. At least they were able to get the inhibitor. It looked like for a second they hesitate to get the inhibitor and end up losing members on the retreat, which would have been the worst possible scenario. At least they still do get that critical structure. Is this game has been about Live Sandbox struggling to deal with Nongshim's macro half of the time, but then other times punishing it so beautifully. Like the crashdown and Magnetstorm we saw top side when they tried to get that turret. This time punishing them in mid, punishing Croco there on the top side, which did end up costing them, so it was kind of half and half on that one. But this time they punished so well. Is look at this health bar on this inhibitor. As look, Kyle comes through, follow up from the package, which they did not expect, because last time they saw Closer, he was not holding it. He comes in here and shuts them down, and it will be, I believe, Dread who just comes over here and secures the last part of this.
Yeah, he calls this fight over, wants to take at least something from it. So the inhibitor is taken, so it means that they're pushed a little bit harder. But let's check this one out from Closer's perspective.
Yep, just comes over here. Just knows exactly where they are. Croco's also sitting up for the flank. This was not just all about Closer. Like, even without the package, they might have been able to pull this off, but he played it so well, and I think Nongshim were just really surprised that he had it at this timing, since he hit it and then came in late. So they were just super greedy with trying to get that inhibitor. Lose both all of those members on their squad and now the Ocean Soul. And so the timer for this Elder has begun.
Yep, and now Live Sandbox have themselves a 4,000 gold lead. Well, 3.3k, but still.
It's a 6k swing from what we saw just moments ago.
It's huge. And now Live Sandbox with the control of the map as well. All of their setup. Closer sitting here with a large clip of rockets. And now, moving towards this Baron is oh so easy. Control ward is in the pit here, so at least Nongshim do have word of that. But as you can see, flanked by a billion wards that Live Sandbox have available.
2 GAs on the carries. It is going to be a very difficult fight to engage here as Nongshim, as Dread's trying to look for an angle, but he's on a control ward.
Yeah, and Dove, look at him. He's a brick wall in this front line. Can is trying to charge up this Narbar as KL. Gonna crash down. Nah, does have the Narbar available. It's now BDD. Can you find the angle? Will the Fates call change the fight this time? And Nongshim say, nah, we once again just want to walk up the lane.
I've seen this one before.
Yeah. However, no packages this time.
And Nongshim have their turret they could use defensively here with BDD dropping the Sun Disc. Now, Nongshim will actually get Baron control and prio here around this choke point. BDD still holding the Emperor's Divide. I think a lot of people criticize him for not using it in some of these fights, but I think actually him holding for these Baron takes has been absolutely correct, and I think this is what may secure the Baron for them. It's very difficult for the contest. Croco on the other side.
It could be another 50-50 as he just steals it away this time. He's going to win that 50%, and there is the damage from the Corki as well. Emperor's Divide comes out. BDD is down so incredibly low, though, as Croco is going to get booped away. Canner also eventually is rendered to death, and you can see Croco, he wants even more. Trying to interrupt the teleport. Oh my god, it is going to come through. Yeah, Nami not going to be so lucky, though, as now Dread's trying to escape. No empowered recalls for them this time, though, because, yeah, Live Sandbox, they'll just travel down this mid lane and they'll win.
That is going to be game over. Kyle coming over here to interrupt the back will be successful. And
Yeah.
I think he should be able to survive here. So, the Nexus is going to be a trade for him if he does die. You can see his health bar here going down to half. Yeah, he's going to be able to live long enough. He's very tanky with the build he's chosen here with the Locket.
Well, Emperor's Divide's going to still remain on cooldown, but the Ram is going to say, get away from these Nexus turrets. We will destroy them. Ghost is going to spawn once again, as Kyle might be a pad of the stats here for the Lee Sin, but the Nexus is still going to go down, and Live Sandbox just outplaying Nongshim in that later stage of the game.
They had some poor decisions cross-map, but then some great punish decisions. I mentioned it earlier, but I felt like this game was defined by whether Nongshim got away with their greed or not in terms of what they were doing to push. And because the Lucian lane didn't get ahead, they really struggled to find team fights in their favor and then just decided to avoid them. And the fact that they were able to get that one Drake bought them so much time to actually continue to try to take those inhibitors down, make those maps plays on top and bottom to get the inners. They got that mid inhibitor at a high price, of course, which didn't end up helping them in the end. But that last fight on the Baron, like, I think Nongshim's decision to try to go over there was great, but they didn't track where Croco was. They had vision on the right side of the pit as Zir ult was ready, but he should have actually been more diligent about making sure they knew where the Vi was, because if you don't, what looks like a secure Baron take is actually a 50-50, and we got to see both sides. We saw the Dread take, and then we saw the Croco take. It's you know, two sides of a coin, and the latter one, the more important one, goes the way of the Vi, who's untouched, unseen, and he just comes in and steals it and wins the game. And as a result, you know, I actually put my vote down for Croco there. He had a great game, 0 deaths on the Vi, and popped off in so many critical fights, but that last one where he's able to steal it away is just what allows Live Sandbox to win the subsequent fight and walk down mid.
No, I agree. I actually think that Croco did have a fantastic one. Closer did a lot of big boom damage, so I think he'll get a few votes here. But I just think that it was so sad. On Nongshim's side, we saw, like, there were a few of those angles for B2D to possibly find some ultimates, but didn't quite have the confidence to go for them. And Nongshim, it just felt like the pressure got too much for them at the end of that game. They weren't able to think clearly and just make the choices together and make the right ones for the time. It looked like there was desperation. It's a little bit of a shame, but this is a best of 3. They have a chance to pull it back as we go to a short break afterwards. Game number 2.
나 궁돌아 나 궁돌아 아들 돈이 안 썼어 나 궁도니까 아들을 조냐든 이스케리는 한번 빼줄게 내가 오케이 리신만 막아줘 땅타 들어갈 때 쓴다 나 뛰는 중이야 나 궁 20초야 나 궁 20초 천천히 봐봐 이번에 큐 쓰면 바로 들어간다 오케이 라인 들어갈 때 궁 써요 그냥 얘 궁은 없어 궁에 날려 있어 빨리 야 타워 해봐 빨리 접근 해줄 수 있나? 타워 야 루시안 나오면 루시안 궁 채워줄게 얘들아 천천히 나 5초 네 끝내 야 나가 야 3 야 궁 채웠어 나왔어
running low on mana and things like this is Humble Life trying to get in here, but it's going to be a 50-50 at best here for these guys. 3 versus 3 right now as Rascal's getting on amongst it. Dudu does have his Nabbar at a decent spot, but Terrace dives on forward. He doesn't ult himself, and therefore he's just going to go down. OnFleek, I think, was able to take the eye as, well, no, he wasn't. He was able to kill the Rift Herald, but couldn't take the eye.
네, 안에 봐줘, 안에 넘겨주는 거 해줘.
넘길게요.
좋다, 좋아. 못 먹게 할게. 오케이, 전령도 못 먹겠다.
As you can see, Live Sandbox know what's going on.
They have such great turn too. They are so ready for this.
Yeah, I don't think you should flip it though, as Bubble is going to connect. Definitely high value target. Is Zeka going to get exhausted as well? The bailout comes on through. Can he get a kill? The answer is absolutely not. The Renata's also dead as Kingan's over the wall, and it's a disaster for TRA.
야, 이거. 네, 다 죽여.
Gen.G will respect it, but now there's no Meganon. As the arrow comes out onto the jungler and they say, nope, here comes the Rakan, but a little bit too little, so a massive Gnar into the wall. Toby gets it down. And they were just waiting for the one moment, and they get it done perfectly. Yeah.
네이스. 와, 나 진짜 이것만 보고 있었어. 인정.
Now everybody's over here, and this is a Kalista as well.
Oh, no, KT. I don't know about this one.
Very risky, and it's Lissandra! Showmaker gets in, and he's going to be the hero once again to pull off the fight. KT, they take a risk, and it's absolutely not going to pay off. Someone will wipe the floor with them all.
5,000원, 1,000원, 차 1,800 쓰마.
바로 빼긴 했어.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we are up to game number 2 between Nongshim and Liv Sandbox. The rom-com, sitcom situation that Liv Sandbox brought to us came to a triumphant close at the end.
Yeah, it's just looking better every time. Like, there were some issues in terms of macro there for Liv Sandbox, but at the end of the day, they punished some of the greed that Nongshim was forced into because there were 3 Drakes down with Lucian that didn't get accelerated in this game. And Kana was just killing minions, and he killed them a lot. He killed so many minions, but he wasn't able to set up consistent engages, unfortunately, because they just were never in the proper position early in fights, minus that one that where they were able to steal away. That one Drake they got where they were able to then say, okay, let's try to continue to cross-map. Okay, there's no more cross-map to take. Let's try to force a mid-fight. Let's try to force that mid-inhibitor down. Nongshim made some really good decisions this game. It did feel like the macro sense of old Nongshim came back, like with Rich at the top lane and Duckdom on the bottom lane, but it wasn't ultimately enough.
Yeah, and also it wasn't consistent, right? Like, it just didn't manage to all come together when push came to shove. And we're seeing that highlight in the background as that one heroic package play, but honestly, Nongshim didn't need to just run it up the mid lane, right? There were no turrets to take. It was just an inhibitor there that they wanted to pick up in order to get control over the Baron, but they could have moved towards the Baron perhaps, set up some sort of trap, something like that. Like, there were other options to make instead of overextending towards the enemy side of the map with package available. And of course, they know that package is available.
They should know the timing. It looks like the POG.
Yeah, and this is also a very interesting POG as well, because this is one where the casting vote actually broke the tie, and it will go to the big boom boom damage.
Yep, so closer. 407, almost 1,000 damage per minute. He hit the rockets very consistently. In the early fights, he wasn't able to make it happen, but later on he did. And then this was obviously the big turn where package was hidden from Nongshim. And I keep saying that because I think if they knew exactly, like if they had really been properly tracking it, they would have been aware of this possibility. But either way, they still tried to force for this inhibitor. And this was the big turning point in the game, actually. So I think a lot of votes going to closer for that reason. Krako's steal here was also set up in conjunction with his rocket damage to actually consistently do that ending of game damage here. The casting vote in this case going over to Chronicler because both Korean analysts voted for support here, so put their votes in the rel. So Chronicler actually breaks the tie between jungle and mid.
And there were definitely some great early plays from Kyle, so I can understand why those support votes were there. However, pretty cool that it's Mao that breaks the tie. I would have liked to see a bit of a Croco answer there, because I actually feel like Liv Sandbox kind of won that game just on the power of friendship. And it worked out extraordinarily well. I felt that Nongshim were starting to find their groove, but we do need to have a conversation about the bottom side of the map for Nongshim. I mean, the Lucian Nami lane we've seen be so dominant in the past. It has had some flubs here and there, but I think this is a sign that Nongshim probably want to pick the red side, because they're going to have to ban things like Lucian and the Zeri themselves if they are unable to make the compositions work.
It's like that, overbearing parent that wants their kid to be a doctor or a lawyer because there's a lot of money in that. Like, it's really successful. It's like, that's not for me. And for me looking at this game, I'm like, Nongshim, Lucian Nami is not for you. Like, that's not actually your path. You probably shouldn't prioritize that. It's great for a lot of other teams who have a strong bottom duo.
Yeah.
Right now, you have one of the weakest bottom duos. Perhaps only weaker one would be Hana Life with Samdi in that one, and even Vista's had a few good games, so it's debatable. But
yeah, and
you have arguably the weakest in the league, so
yeah,
not for you.
And also remember that, like, Effort was on a very successful SKT back in the day. Ghost is a world champion. Like, our expectations are way higher than that of Samdi, who's come back from the LPL to try and try his hand here in his home country. And Vista, who, yes, went to Worlds with Harma Life Esports, but hasn't had the same accolades in the past that Effort did have.
And right now, the enemy bottom duo, Kyle and Prince, is a top 4 bottom duo. They are, up there with Deft and Barrel. Like, they're, which one of those is number 3, we'll find out in a few weeks' time probably. But right now, we're kind of like, well, this is very close. I still give the edge to Deft and Barrel, but we're in a world where your weakest part of your roster is probably not what you should be drafting around, even if it's meta, even if it's open. I think they could have put him on a slower AD carry. You and I were talking off camera about how Yeah, if they pick Jinx and put a call on him, it's not been historically a great champion for Ghost, but still, you know.
Senna was available, Wolf.
Yeah, I could have done a Senna.
Put him on the Senna, and then put effort on a melee support. Find some comfort there for that bottom side of the map, and then play through top. And I don't know, man. BDD is going back to the Azir over and over again, but he just, it felt like, you know, some of the spring season BDD, you know, where he just didn't really have the confidence to go for those big plays that we know he's done over and over again. So Nongshim going to need a big change here, as they will stay on the blue side, which I don't necessarily agree with, but let's see what plan they have moving into this.
I like the Azir priority, but the bans that were selected allowed this kind of weird shaping of the bottom, and I like this. If you're gonna play out a bottom control, just take away the Kalista from Prince. Now I'm hoping that's the assumption, because we've also seen, like, okay, it was the Kalista that was a problem. Like, well, definitely was not. But let's see what else they ban here. As the Seraphine is going to be a mainstay, I think Zeri will 100% be taken away from Ghost too.
Yeah, I think that it will be like, yeah, Kalista Zeri on blue side, probably going to be the bans, but Renata will once again be removed.
It's possible that Live Sandbox ban Zeri and Corki here if they're worried that the Corki is going to come through instead for BDD this time, but they also might just switch to the Azir. I think the Lucian, yep, there's the Corki. I think the Lucian is not something you should worry about.
No,
as
I
Live
don't
Sandbox.
think so.
Even if the Kalista is gone, there's still a lot of answers.
Yeah, I think that Live Sandbox don't care about the Zeri or the Lucian. I think they allow Nongshim to priority pick a bottom lane champion and then just be better than it. And that's, I know, sounds mean, but it's just one of those things.
And now as Nongshim, you've banned away the Tahm Kench here too. If Live Sandbox just ban Lucian, I'm also worried about what your plan is going to be, because Senna, Seraphine not a thing, Senna, Tahm Kench now not a thing, and now we've already seen they're not willing to run Senna Ashe into a Kalista lane, which is something we have seen other teams find success with. Will be the Lucian left open again, Pompey prioritized here by Live Sandbox.
Yep, and they're baiting out the Zeri pick here. I wonder what Live Sandbox do have in order to go against it. But Nongshim actually deciding that Zeri is not even a thing that they're worried about. Wukong going to be the pick here for Dread.
Well, this is also another issue of, okay, is Ghost going to be able to carry on Zeri? And now you give over Azir, and probably Azir Zeri to Live Sandbox.
Aziri!
Because Live Sandbox can take this, and Tahm Kench is gone, but Yumi's still up. And are you going to play Yuumi Ezreal as the bottom duo here? Like, probably not feeling great about that one either. I think Live Sandbox have just put themselves, like, they got the golf clap from the chat. They're like, oh, okay, well, I think you just trapped Nongshim again.
Yeah, and Nongshim now, like, is it going to be
Lucian Nami?
Lucian
It has to be.
Yuumi? I'd prefer Lucian Yuumi personally.
Yeah,
but,
actually, that's
Lucian
a good call.
Nami will come in.
It's a good call, because it would have denied the Yuumi for Zeri, who's going to pick that up. Actually, I don't even think you necessarily need Yuumi anymore now that you've guaranteed.
Yeah, with Darius available, you really do need to lock that one away.
It'll be Nautilus they take instead, which is going to be very powerful if Nongshim make any mistakes in the lane. This is almost like, I think Yuumi is technically more correct, but I do believe that if you're Kyle in this case, you're like, I think they're going to overstep in the lane. I think they're going to make a mistake. We can play a defensive jungler here. We can actually win this 2v2 and get a bunch of Zeri plates and crush this game.
I love the Lissandra ban. I think Lissandra Swain could be decent bans here as well. Zeri doesn't really like it when there's a large field slowing her.
Yep.
So I think that would be a decent idea. Nongshim, let's see where they're going to focus. I think Croco probably needs to be kept down, and there's the Vi ban to start it off.
I think the next ban should be on Trundle.
Yes.
And for Live Sandbox here, just take away the Ahri. Just take away all the options here. I mean, sorry, the Swain. The Ahri is not something you're afraid of, is what I was trying to say there. Yep. Take away the Swain. They don't want to play Ahri. They do ban the Ahri, which is...
I mean, it's better into the Azir matchup, but I think the Swain is a better option for the comp on the side of Nongshim.
Also, BDD has had some good Swain games this season, so more of a standout pick for him. I think this Trundle ban we've been asking for will be the best choice.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other good picks here, though, for Croco, like even Lee Sin I like in this comp. Not going to be as powerful in 2v2 as they take away the Ornn.
Interesting.
This could just be a Gangplank angle now for Live Sandbox. They don't necessarily even care about that. They can lock in the Trundle here and be like, all right, what's up? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, or just lock in the Garen. I really like the Garen priority. Nara is going to be picked up, though, so going to take away some comfort for Canna, which we know he loves a whole lot. But I would have really liked the Trundle. They don't need to lock it in here, but they also didn't need to give away what they were going to be playing on the top side. Maybe it was just Dove saying, I prefer comfort than counterpick.
BDD Zoe.
Yeah, he's had some of his best performances on this champion.
Yeah, I like this more than the alternative, which would have been something like a Victor. Is this allows you to pick potential, works really well with Nami. Trouble Bubble into Aqua Prison, Tidal Wave.
Yeah, the Bubble Bubble.
Yeah, the Bubble Bubble is very good. And you've turned this composition now into less of a tempo comp, but also more of a pick-based comp now. And it threatens Zeri a lot. If she gets caught by a bubble, you can actually just lock her down and kill her. You have the follow-up CC here with the Sejuani.
Yep.
I think the alternative, which a lot of LCK teams would have probably gone for, would have been go for just boring Victor Gangplank and, all right, we're getting the scaling part on the other side of the map. And there's
I'm already riding in the Trundle.
Yeah,
100%.
we already knew.
And picking Sejuani when you know that Croco's going to play Trundle is a bit silly. I'd go with silly on that one because this was like the most obvious lock-in ever.
And what do they play alternatively? I think the Gangplank was a strong option, obviously considering the...
Yeah.
If they were playing a more scaling mid.
Even Gwen would have been okay if you want to play a 4-1 and then allow Zoe to fish for bubbles on the other side.
I think they want follow-up CC so that Ghost can just machine gun somebody down in any case. And like the Sejuani here is going to be able to have some pressure on the Gnar. Like the Trundle makes it very difficult, but the Trundle shouldn't be at top side most of the time. He needs to be on the bottom side to help augment this Zeri and Nautilus lane. Most of the game, obviously there will be some exceptions to this, and we saw some really nice roams from Kyle in a similar situation last game, but I don't hate the Sejuani as much as you. I do think it is very weak into Trundle, but I don't think the early game is going to be about that so much. And
I agree, and I also think that it does fit the composition. But when you're running into Subjugate, Croco is going to be unkillable when he just presses the button on the Sejuani, just because she's going to be building so many tanky stats. It may not necessarily matter, though, because if BDD gets control of the mid-game, then it's possible that Nongshim just roll over the top and none of it is actually relevant in the end, because the follow-up for any of these trouble bubbles, any of these picks, is going to be ludicrous from the Nongshim side. But look at Liv Sandbox. This is the quintessential romance composition. You know, like this is it. They've got the Gnar for Dove. It's so much comfort for him. And Croco's Trundle as well, not to mention the rest of the comp. Let's get into game 2. Oh, Sandbox fans, they are coming out of the woodwork now that all of this romance has made its way onto the Rift. And I'm all for it. Do you know what? I did a risky thing, Wolf.
What did you do?
I imagined a world championship with Croco there. And it was a beautiful place. It was a beautiful place. I really enjoyed it. You know, it was just Croco making those big Croco plays on the international stage, Wolf.
Well, let me just add a thought. It will probably be either him or your favorite man, Deft, playing at the World Championship this season. Like, that's the trajectory you're on right now. One of these two teams are probably going to be the 4th seed for Korea. So, I mean,
hey, man,
I think we're winning
I don't know. Maybe they're 3rd and 4th. Depending on how Damwon Kia goes.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's not count our chickens before they're hatched.
Yeah, exactly. Liv Sandbox looking to secure that 3rd place right now with the victory here. If they manage to get the 2-0, then they will move ahead of Damwon Kia.
Damwon, of course, having a lot of points from Spring.
Sorry, they'll move ahead of DRX, who are already ahead of Damwon Kia after their loss to DRX.
That's right.
So it's a big one. Of course, DRX also going to be in a difficult spot next time around as well. They'll be up against Gen G tomorrow. That will likely be Chronicler and Valdez back on the casting desk.
I feel like we shouldn't say it anymore, though, because we said it a lot yesterday, and then we got...
We're caster cursing real life.
We're caster cursing actual casters.
Yeah. it's the use of the word that I didn't really want to see. But we're definitely hoping they'll come back. Just for an update to you guys, we're trying to go for a remote broadcast, and we weren't able to hit the quality level that we wanted for the LCK. So Wolf and I back on one more time, and we're doing everything that we can to avoid that continuing as Liv
So,
Sandbox
yeah.
this time getting pressured.
Let's talk about this lane in comparison to. Okay, see, this is the Trundle power. This is why you
Is he
probably
flashing
ban
the
Trundle.
wall?
Yes, he is.
Oh my god!
This is standard in this matchup now. Though, just go, just get
But he
level
knew
three.
the ward was there. He's like, I'm coming! And he's level 3. The flash to get the concussive blows. And first blood goes to Prince. Croco's not done yet. But Prince is down to 100 health. Can they lock down the next one? Yes, they can! As Dread's going to flash forward and punish the Zeri. Refreshes his buffs as well. But I have a feeling the damage has been
The
done.
damage has been done here. This has accelerated the Zeri for 2 kills. At least she dies. If he kills Kyle here, you're like, okay, doesn't matter. Prince got away. And, Prince did have Flash available, so might have been able to get away, but was greedy to hold on to it. But now he has that for subsequent...
He's got a noon quiver.
Yeah, he has a noon quiver at 3 minutes in the game because he picks up 2 kills here. And, by the way, it was really cool to see Croco make that flash play over the wall. It is not the first time we've seen it, nor is it the second time. We see this all the time. And if you're the Lucian Nami, your jungler better be there faster, or you better not be that far up the lane. This is actually a mistake by the bottom 2v2. We see this with Poppy. We see it with Trundle. We see this all the time. We've even seen it with Volibear. Now, there's no ward here, but he doesn't know that. But he's like, it's already, if I flash into this brush, it's too late for you guys already. It doesn't matter if you see me coming at that point. Just as simple as level 3 Trundle ganks go. And if you are past the river and your jungler isn't there, you're asking for this. You are just saying, please kill me. And then Prince could have preemptively flashed here, but didn't know that Dread was there, so he's just killed. And luckily, they at least get that, because if Zeri's getting all that farm and getting a plate this early, plus all of that, the game is over. And it might still be, but this is, of course, his first-person view, and his comms.
Basically just saying, yeah, good job, good job, good job.
Yeah, like everyone's going nuts, but Croco's like, well, I mean, this is standard, man. I don't know. Like
This is it. This is how I play this game.
This is how every Trundle plays this game when Nami Lucian is past the river. Now, CS numbers, really bad for Prince because he died there.
Yeah, and also there was a cannon wave as well, and so Ghost missed nothing, even though Liv Sandbox were able to get the shove towards the turret. This is a huge stack of minions, but it doesn't really change how the lane situation is. It's still range support into melee support, and so it's a rough time. As Kyle's going to Hex Flash his way back in here. And now, finally, Prince is going to be able to get some of these minions.
He's got Noon Quiver's bonus damage to minions to help clear those up.
Hey, there you go.
Oh,
It was
look at that
all
prep.
strategized.
They only missed 1, so he's still significantly behind in CS, but the gold he picks up here in the early Noon Quiver means he could do so much.
Yep.
And this is going to force Dread to be on the bottom side of the map, which he probably should have been earlier, but now this opens up the top side, because look at what's happening top side now. Look at Dove actually realizing, okay, they have to camp this. I'm just going to push the Sejuani hard, and Gnar can crush Sejuani matchup if it's just a straight-up 1v1 and play well.
Well, another Dread lane is going to hit, but Kyle may have overstepped a little bit. Croco and Dread are going to fight this one out, but you can see Croco, he's a level up, and he's just beating on the monkey. Troll definitely winning out this time around as, okay, Dread's going to move his way back. Let's see whether Nongshim can fight this one, and the answer is no. Extendo Beam over the wall just to zone them away from this minion wave. And
Well played.
Prince finds himself only 8 CS behind now.
Well played here by Closer as well. Calls out the rotation of BDD, which is why they backed away first there without chasing, because they knew BDD was in the jungle there. And Closer waits, gets 6, and comes over. He was hoping they were going to continue to fight that out. Nongshim, that is, but Nongshim also realized, okay, Closer's got 6 now. We can't fight this anymore, so it ends up being nobody goes down. But yeah, the CS numbers going back up here for Prince, pushing the Lucian out of the lane just for a moment. He'll catch up. Obviously, some of that lead will come back into his pockets here with these minions, but some denied, actually.
Yeah. Another extendo. Doesn't quite get through that wall, but still does a fair bit of damage there to effort. And, yep. That was slightly nerfed on this patch. Or adjusted, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the
scaling not so high, but the base damage is moved up to compensate.
Exactly.
Means that we won't have what we saw last week, which was Poke Zeri, just obliterating everyone. It was not all that fun.
Pretty nasty. I think the nerf was a good one.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it's still extremely strong, and
Yeah.
if this area is this accelerated, it's going to be a problem. So BDD's win rate on this champion is, not as high as you might expect, but he's played 54 games of it. It is extremely comfort for him, and this game feels like it was probably going to be a 1v9 scenario for BDD if they win it, but now that the bottom lane has gotten 2 kills on Liv Sandbox's side, it is a BDD 1v9 game if they win it, I think. He is going to have to pop off. He's going to have to set up those CCs and those picks later on in the game to shape the mid and late. Otherwise, this Eri just presses R when she's got it available, and they run at people and fight them. As the scaling is so good in this comp, and it's so accelerated.
No, it is. It's absolutely fantastic. And honestly, Liv Sandbox, they don't need to do too much more. They just chill out. They allow Croco to still have run of the jungle, and as you can see, he's doing exactly that. Having an absolutely great time here, 64 in comparison to the 49. The Dreads picked up, of course. Lane minions do come into account there, as Croco shoved out that bottom lane before he left after those that initial gank. But that is all just the jungle attacks as he went down and got a double kill for Zeri to start the game off.
Nongshould really want this Rift Herald because their comp needs to snowball, but they need to keep Lucian bottom because Prince will otherwise just get 2+ plates, solo gold. So
and that's
which is
game over.
Exactly. So he's going to get the first one here solo. So
Oh,
160.
God.
And then he's got 6. Ghost cannot 1v1 him. And, you know, now he's kind of rotating up. And Nongshim, if they give this Herald plus a plate to Zeri, I mean, the lead just keeps extending here for Liv Sandbox. And the thing is, I just don't think they can win this fight. Not without a pick that won't be possible without BDD here. He doesn't have teleport at the moment. And choke point control here for Liv Sandbox. They're going to push this wave. They can go straight back over there. They have the Emperor's Divide available. Looks like they're going to let it go for now and perhaps just try to collapse onto the Lucian bottom and get Zeri the full set of plates here. You need to leave, Ghost. You need to leave. You're trying to ult this wave at least.
Yeah, you can see the Liv Sandbox, they are committed to just killing Ghost instead. Thankfully for Ghost, he is able to clean up that minion wave.
Nami also...
Kyle's going to move down, and he does have his depth charge available. Let's see whether they can actually manage to pull this off. As there's the flash forward, and the depth charge is going to mean that everything lands. It's all too easy here. Effort there too late. And I love that decision-making from Liv Sandbox. They're like, we don't care about this. We're just going to kill the Lucian again and take all of the plates without Shelly.
So Prince is going to get so much extra gold from this, but you've also just removed a player from the game entirely now. Like, Ghost is gone. You know, he's still there. You can see him on the camera. Like, he's actually here in Law Park, and he's still connected to the game, but he's actually not in it. He's been removed with this play. By the way they wrapped around was so perfect. They took the long way. Notice this. And they also check to see if they can catch Effort on his rotation over, because they know Effort is coming down here to try to save him. Effort actually takes the longer way. You could see that on the minimap because he was actually about to walk straight into Kyle and Croco. If he does, they kill Effort and they kill Ghost. So at least Effort is able to realize, okay, I can't save you, man. You're doomed. And Effort does get away.
And also, Kyle does the no messing about style as well. He's like, I'm just going to flash depth charge, and you cannot do anything about it, no matter what. And then the chain CC comes in after that, and it is just textbook beautiful play here from Liv Sandbox. Ghost, of course, shouldn't be there in the first place. However, he wanted to get those minions. He felt the pressure from the previous game, and all of that layered on top of each other now equates to a 1.8k gold lead for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah,
and that romance once again kicking in, Wolf.
It could be a 100 gold lead for all I care. The fact of the matter is Prince has the money, and that is the biggest issue. You know, if like Dove was down 0-2 because he overextended or something, got owned by the Sejuani, I'd still feel like Liv Sandbox have the keys to victory here, because there's just not much you're going to be able to do about this Zeri unless BDD is the hero, which has kind of been the narrative ever since the Zoe was hovered. We were like, okay, I can believe in this, I can trust in this, I can want this so badly to work. If you're a Nongsha fan, you're hoping, you're praying that BDD is about to have the best bubbles you've ever seen. And the rest of his team has to be there to catch him. As Prince is just going to 1v1 take all these plates. Like I said, Ghost is not in this game. He's there. He's physically in it. But he's just not able to make an impact here. Cannot defend its own turret plates in a 1v1 against a Zeri. A pick he was given for prio in this lane.
No, it is, it's nutty. That's going to be another dragon taken here by Liv Sandbox. Cloud Soul as well. If you didn't think this day for Liv Sandbox could get better, they also get the best soul in the game. As Tidal Wave used to clean out a minion wave. It's the first time I've seen that. Plate goes down here though. And that means this time, I believe BDD should be able to get some play gold. As yes,
this time he actually does. Prince is like, you want to test me 1v2 without Tidal Wave? I saw you use that ultimate Ghost as well. I noticed you don't have the culling here. I will 1v2 you. I don't even have a Yumi on my back. Croco's here. Ghost can't play the game.
Nope. Effort does have Aqua Prison, but Kyle's just, he's booking it through this jungle. Croco taking a fair bit of damage, but there's the Hex Flash over. Another depth charge onto Ghost here. His
Teleport.
Extendo Beam doesn't get too much value. That is a teleport to come down as well as Live Sandbox. Just try and get out of here. Kyle's going to be the sacrifice as Prince not going to walk into that bubble. It was so close for BDD, but Nongshim do, thankfully, at least manage to pick themselves up one kill, but it will mean a sacrifice in both top and mid.
The solo lanes win here, but I think Live Sandbox, had they played that one, okay, hold on. Prince, Flash and Cleanse available.
Yeah, and he just skates his way out. Jet Set Radio Future, baby.
Should have mentioned that he has his skates available as well. Yeah, he's just wall riding his way out of here.
Yeah. That's how we do it.
Still waiting for the sequel to Jet Set. You know, the next one's coming out, you know. I'm going to get another one of those.
Maybe it's a prequel. Maybe it'll be Jet Set Radio Past.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the great humor that you guys are used to here at the LCK.
Well, right now we're living Jet Set Radio present, where Prince is just able to get away. So this play of bottom side, if they just focus the turret, then they can actually just win this, I think. But they tried to do like literally everything at once. Prince is like, oh, I want to get the turret, but also dive onto Ghost, but also then retreat here and not kill anybody. And BDD, or rather Kana, excuse me, is able to teleport in here. And as a result, they are caught. And it could have been much worse here for Live Sandbox.
Oh, I mean, it's great for Live Sandbox, actually. They're able to get plates in multiple lanes after this. And I don't think one kill on the support really matters.
And what I was
still able to get the last plate.
And last plate and first turret. So 610. He is 2,000 gold ahead at 14.
And he's a Zeri!
Yeah. So going back to that whole idea about maybe the Lucian Nami is not for you. Like if I'm a guidance counselor right now, or if I, you know, or if I'm like the guy who's like, let me look at those grades on the Lucian Nami, look at the bottom side grades, like, you know, you're not going to be an Auror Ghost. Harry Potter references, unless you get your potions up. You know what I mean? Like, this is
he's gonna have to be like 1v1, like the solo classes with Snape, and he really doesn't like Snape, Wolf.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he really likes Prince in this case, but he's gonna be spending a lot more time with him than he would like to this game. Or if he goes away, then Prince is gonna be having a great time for the rest of this one. Prince has enough gold here to, I believe, combine his next item very shortly because of all that massive
yeah, he went back with like 2k, so Shield Bow is completed. He wants to put together his Phantom Dance next. Then when the IE's done, the game, I think, subsequently finishes. I think maybe it actually automatically just explodes the enemy Nexus if he gets it before 20 minutes.
We've never seen that before.
We haven't. But I assume that's what happens. Zeri is just a little bit too strong anyway, and she is so accelerated this game. The bubble is not going to go long enough. The extendo beam is.
If the bubbles
grouped as 5.
If the bubbles hit her, you know, I mean, there's a way, right? Like this is again going back.
Well,
to
I mean, you'll get a cleanse.
Yeah, we'll have to do it twice.
Yeah. If 2 bubbles do hit, and not at the same time, it's okay. Here's the tidal wave. Croco trying to tank everyone up. The Subjugate is going to keep him alive for so incredibly long. He dies eventually in the end. So now it's a 4v5, but Prince is at full health. Dread taking a lot of damage, but Shelly's going to block some shots for him. BDD picking up yet another kill as now Closer throws down the Emperor's Divide. Oh my god, the extendo beam. Prince gets another kill. The cleanse immediately comes out. Look at the moves. Dove just smacks down BDD, and it's a triple kill for the Nah.
And usually these late game Zeri fights we see in the late game. We're seeing it at 1550 here around this early objective. This is not a Baron fight where the Zeri is cleaned up and you're like, oh man, we didn't close the game up before the Zeri became strong. This is Zeri saying, I'm trying to close the game out before I would normally be strong because I am extremely strong right now. With the setup there from Dove, it's a triple for him. He picks up so much extra gold that, you know, Zeri doesn't even need this game as Live Sandbox here gets so much value at a Subjugate, which goes back to your point about the Trundle here with the Sejuani, because with Subjugate here, Croco can buy such an insane amount of time.
He soaked an entire culling.
Yeah, Ghost wastes his ultimate here essentially because he's not hitting Prince, but nobody can close the gap on the Prince. Prince flashes for Dread. This is going to be a Drake take meanwhile. But I mean, this is just so clean from Prince. He plays it so carefully. He doesn't necessarily need to go back here, but he knows if he gets caught, the
that
fight is over.
extendo beam value was just absurd.
As looks like Nongshim will actually wrestle the Drake away in live.
Yeah, so that is going to be at least something. Collecting that one. As we see this from Prince's perspective.
Let's watch it a third time. I'm like, okay, all right. Like, we are adding so much insult to injury here. As look at how he flashes onto the Wukong, takes him out, then kites back. Because he's like, all right, they could get me here. I'm going back, and then extendo beam through the wall with the Emperor's Divide. Oh, it's just everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
Question mark ping! Question mark pings! He says not one word.
Nope. Well, he did. His one word was just a question mark, Wolf. That's what we heard. Oh dear. Anyway, Closer here just cleaning up waves underneath his own turret that he erected at the death of his opposition turret. And Croco is going to come over and take down Shirley. Let's see how much Shirley value is going to come through this time. Last time it was 3 turrets, so I would hazard a guess that it will not be quite as much value as that. Blue Sandbox, 4,000 gold in the lead. Phantom Dancer completed here for Prince. And still 2 minutes until that auto end of the game situation with the Infinity Edge purchase. And I don't think it is actually going to come through. So thankfully, we will be able to experience the rest of the game, regardless of how ridiculous this area is still going.
Now, I cannot promise that it will be an enjoyable experience for everyone. It might be an enjoyable experience for those sitting in the Live Sandbox section, for the Nongshim section. You're thinking about your next series right now. You are questioning some decisions that were made in both of these drafts.
Yeah.
Which were, again, like... So what I was going to say was...
Shirley?
Look, they needed to give over 25 gold. I mean, it's just not fair the lead they have.
Yeah. Well, BDD is going to be in trouble here as Sprint's going to move on over. He does take a lot of damage as the culling just destroys the Zeri. Aqua Prison comes in. Closer's likely to die as well as Emperor's Divide comes out. He walks over to collect the turret shot, and Effort is going to pick up the kill. So that is a big old overextension here for Live Sandbox in that top lane.
From extendo to overextending.
Yeah, overextendo Zeri Beam.
Yeah. Okay, well, that was 2 things that went very wrongly for Live Sandbox. Still working out some of the kinks here, but this idea, okay, we're going to get BDD, we're going to collapse on him. He gets slowed here by the Glacial Augment. Prince is going to wall right in, misses the ultimate, then the follow-up here from the Tidal Wave just zones him out. There's a turret here with full health, so yeah, it was an overextension, as we said, but this is after, of course, the second Rift Herald is wasted, and yeah, okay. So what I was going to say before these events occurred is that I think the draft here for Nongshim, if you put it in the hands of T1, or it's Guma, who's got the Lucian with Keria on the Nami, or you have Ruler there with Lehens, they crush this lane, and you're thinking, I can't believe you picked Zeri into this. You picked Zeri when Lucian was up. Like, what are you thinking? But going back to the players at hand here, I think Nongshim have put too much trust in this bottom duo, have just been outperformed by basically every team this season.
Yeah. The huge problem as well is, Wolf, like, it's greedy to pick the Zeri Nautilus here as well. Like, Zeri and Yuumi definitely do lane a lot better. However, Kyle wanted to have that extra engage opportunity there as well as, okay, Aqua Prison comes down, but doesn't quite find it. In goes Dread, gets a lot of value with the Cyclone, but now he's kind of by himself, and Dove is just zoning everyone away. Dread does make it out as the Warrior Trickster trolled me as well, but that's the gigantic Gnar. And the Lucian died kind of as an afterthought as everyone was chasing after Dread. Well, the Sandbox now can probably just move towards Baron.
So the difference in these 280 carries here really felt, and this one as a sleep does hit Aqua Prison. And
Prince really did not want to press Cleanse. He just did not want to press that button. And he doesn't. He now might be able to lifesteal off this Baron. He needs some Honey Fruit there as well.
He'll be all right. He's going to pick up about 320 health and then start zapping away.
Yep.
Siphoning that health over as Drake spawns in 40 here, but this game is not about that. This is going to be Baron pushing down these lanes. Watch Ghost in this fight. He is so far up, and then he's like, all right, I got to follow up on this image. He's knocked up, then knocked up, then rooted, and then cleanses, and then he's like, Tidal Wave saves me, thank you. And then he's back here, he's like, I'm still not doing anything in this fight, I'm still just trying to get out. Then he gets slowed, then he has to flash, and he still dies. Because he's pulled back by Dove.
He relentlessly pursued into the depth charge, and then everything after that was him like, oh, I gotta get out of here, I gotta get out. And he did everything he could, but the damage had been done.
Gale Force, Flash, and Cleanse, still not enough.
Yeah, well, turret is going to go down, so at least Nongshim do take one structure this game. As now looking for Soul Point. Nongshim wanting to even out the Drakes here as BDD picks up a flash. Uses it to try and find these bubbles.
Narbar almost ready. They could just.
Yeah. Dove now moving forward. Tidal Wave does come in, but BDD is already dead. Dove looking for it. He will get knocked up as Ghost takes a lot of damage there in the back line. Prince is just way too large. Extendo Beam going to come through there as well as Ebb and Flow doesn't do enough nearly at all as Prince is going to skate his way forward. That's a beautiful pillar to make sure that the monkey was just food for the Zeri. And now she's 6-2-6.
Prince is the chosen one who was destined to bring balance to the top 3 of the LCK.
Or bring balance to Live Sandbox at least.
I mean, he has basically said, look, we all talk about the big 3. People say LCK was a one-team region in the past. Now people say it's a 3-team region. But I'm going to show you guys that I have what it takes to bring this team to a top 3 spot here at the end of the first round robin, because that is where they will be after this game, which is 110% over. They have everything they could use here. They are just pushing around this bottom wave with Zeri in mid. And it's going to be some extra turrets left, the last few turrets that Nongshim have outside of their inhibitors.
And it's almost a 10,000 gold lead here at 23 minutes. Like, that is just gigantic. Plus, their comp scales extremely well.
It scaled very early.
It did. It did. The scaling certainly started very soon.
Dove, as soon as Dove is seen, Effort, Dread, and Kana are like, I'm sorry, I'm leaving you out to dry here. BDD, like, we can no longer look for picks. This fight is over. We are leaving. As Dove was in the perfect spot, had his Narbar set up, and they are trying so desperately to escape. The Cyclone is trying to buy time, and it will, but it's not enough. Pillar usage great years. That's that. They lose this fight and the Soul Point while Baron is up, so a lot of extra money. 4,600 gold is the extent of it.
So which rom-com sitcom episode of Live Sandbox is today's series, Wolf? Because we did have, like, we were talking about the Dove training montage. Like, what is this one? Is this like Bow to Your Prince? Is that this episode?
This is the episode where Prince was nervous about the Lucian Nami, but he learned that it's actually not a problem for him at all. Actually, all you have to do is face your fears.
And if you believe in yourself, then you're just able to overcome anything. And at the beginning, he was like, oh, but I'm just not sure, guys. And they're like, no, Prince, you are just good enough as long as you play Zeri into the Lucian Nami. And he's like, all right, guys, I will do that.
This Joker's just, you know, teasing him a little bit all episode long. Like, you're going to have to play against the Lucian Nami this week. And Dove's like, yeah, but it's Ghost Effort. And the audience was like, ah, you know, like the sitcom laugh track. And then Prince is like, but it's Lucian Nami. And then the audience is like, oh. And then we saw what happened,
and then
unfortunately.
here's the episode of the show.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit sad if you're a Nongshim fan. But for Live Sandbox, it definitely is a great story.
Do you remember the esports Seinfeld Twitter account? It's not as active as it used to be, but it's one of the greatest. You should look it up. Just look at some of the old posts on there.
I would love to.
Esports Express, also a great satire website we lost long ago. It's a lot of esports.
Thankfully, Hard Drive's still there. That one's very funny.
Hard Drive, yeah, not always about esports, but very funny always. I hope they watch the show. I love you guys. You guys are hilarious.
Well, 25 minutes, says Dread. Okay, he's going to get subjugated pretty immediately as Croco throws that one out. But yeah, it's 26 minutes that Prince hits 4 items.
I mean, this is a sick joke. If we're talking about jokes, man, this is just not fair.
No, it's not even funny.
And BDD has tried his best to make an impact this game, and we talked about how we could have, but it was just things went from worse to whatever is after worse. We don't go from bad to worse in this game. It goes from worse to what we
bad already happened.
Yeah, so he just hasn't had any chances to make plays, and like you said, Cleanse is available. The one bubble he got with the follow-up Aqua Prison, like, they did nail that, but there's just no damage, and Prince is like, oh, the fight was already over, man, I'm sorry.
Yep. Bubble not going to quite find it here either, as, you know, Zoe from behind just in general feels real bad. So after everything went wrong in the early stages of the game, that's when Nongshim were probably like, well, I mean, what are our avenues back into this one, right? With the composition that we have, it is so difficult in order to wrestle your way back in. And that's why we're spending time talking about sitcoms and stuff, right? Because there's not a lot of options here for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, if you played Zoe, you random viewer at home, you know how, she can be quite difficult to get maximum value out of. It's a very high skill champion. But imagine if you're wearing like that thing that Obi-Wan makes Luke wear on his head and you can't see.
Oh, yeah, true.
And unfortunately, as great as BDD is, he's not a Jedi. I mean, he doesn't actually, he can't feel where the players are.
If that little hovering ball thing, it's just like going around shooting him. And he's like, what do you want me to do?
The little ball is Prince in this case.
Yeah, and actually moves about as fast and is as impossible to deflect.
Obi-Wan's, there is no Obi-Wan in this case, but he'd be kind of a jerk. Like, feel the players. Just like, no, man, I don't have any control vision on this map. Like,
and let's be honest, he was kind of a jerk in A New Hope, He was just like, Luke, come on, man. Just do it. That's why Mark Hamill was whining so much. That's all right. Liv Sandbox hunting for it. There is a bubble that's going to connect onto the Gnar, but Dove happy to soak it for now. Prince just cleaning out this minion wave. Will move back. As we saw, there is a Dread lurking somewhere, and he is behind now in that Brambleback pit.
And once again, Liv Sandbox do not know where he is, but
okay. Now Dread's going to make his way in. There's the flash, but he doesn't make it. And I don't even think they saw him. Okay, Extendo Beam is going to spot him out as Dread does get over towards the Zeri, but he will just be an extra kill going over to Closer. It was a cute attempt, but it didn't quite work.
I mean, he had no vision. Like, he had no idea the timing, and he still flash trickstered in and was very close. Like, he actually was feeling the Baron health bar, but he wasn't able to do it in the end. But, like, that was a pretty impressive attempt. Like, I will give him credit for how close that was.
100%. You may as well go for it. You miss every shot you don't take, and Dread definitely took that one. And Liv Sandbox are now just going to take the game. This is an absolute shellacking. Yes, it's a little bit longer than a real shellacking, but I'd say that it absolutely is that, because this is a Zeri composition that was just never behind at any stage of the game. BDD looking for something here as Cannon's going to get knocked up with some low health bars, but double stopwatches come in, and now Prince presses the ulti button. Emperor's Divide. Dread is real dead. And now Cannon underneath this Nexus turret, wondering what he's supposed to do. Prince is going to flash on top of him. And now Nongshim are forced into the fountain as their Nexus just goes down. Prince dives in and celebrates with a death, as Liv Sandbox will take the 2-0 here and move to third place in the LCK.
Third place, indeed. Legitimately now ahead in points and in game scores to DRX. And if DRX do not win that match against Gen G tomorrow, like you mentioned, they will stay there at the end of Week 4. We have had so many games that are decided by bottom 2v2s, but this game was decided by Illusion Nami, who walked 3 steps past the river when there was an enemy trundle on the other side. And we could talk about how their laning is, how they do in 2v2s, how they trade and stuff like that, but 2 kills to a Zeri and a Noon Quiver at 3 minutes is not the game plan that Nongshim were looking for when they drafted this.
Yeah. It wasn't. It just wasn't Nongshim's day. Unfortunately, it looks like there's more than just the League of Legends going on over there. And once you've been losing this often, and especially when you have players that have such accolades behind them and they're not living up to those, the pressure starts to become too much. And it really does look like the pressure is too much for Nongshim.
And the tragic part of this for Effort is that he's watching his old team surpass even their stronger roster that he was on with Summit.
With Prince, right?
Yeah, and like, he was Prince's duo partner, and now he's watching himself, atrophy on this roster where he couldn't find a home. He's not even necessarily a mainstay. Peter's in half the time, and it's so tragic for Effort where his career has ended up here. And I'm not trying to make this a pity part or anything like that, but it just really, you have to feel for the guy. And Effort has so many fans because he was on that T1 roster. There's so many of the T1 fans still follow him and are waiting for his next big thing. But unfortunately, this season has not been it.
No, it really hasn't. And Nongshim, I think, are the biggest tragedy here. But you look over the other side of the rift and you can see all of that romance and definitely the biggest success story of the LCK for this summer season. And what a return for Prince as well. He's just gone from strength to strength to strength. And look, I doubted him that one time, if you guys remember. It was a little bit of a mistake in wording on my part, and I never really meant to doubt him, but it was the fact that I thought the T1 DRX matchup was going to be so good And Liv Sandbox just crushed DRX before they even got
And that
to
is
T1.
why, that is why they have that game advantage over them right
Yeah.
now at this moment in time.
Yep,
We won again.
definitely did.
So, I mean, I'm going to go back to, this is not going to be an I told you so moment, but it's kind of going to be an I told you so, and not to you and not to the fans, but kind of to Nongshim here.
Yeah.
I said it before we went into the draft when we saw the blue side selection. I hope they do not play around the bottom 2v2, and both of their drafts were designed to, with the Nami Lucian, win the 2v2, and both times they fell flat on their faces, and the game was defined by it. The second game was so defined by it that we had 27 minutes of League of Legends where Nongshim could do nothing because of it. And I hope that there's a learning, like a lesson here for the Nongshim coaching staff, and it's not just, okay, we got to replace the bottom duo, but maybe draft around Kana, who was a player you fought so hard for and picked up, who's a strong side top player. You have Dread on your team. Play around that side of the map instead, please. That's my beg. It started out as a told you so, and then ended up being like almost a little bit personal and like a plea.
Yeah. No, it's really sad because we do have an idea of what a winning Nongshim looks like. And it's not playing through the bottom lane, it is playing through that top side, allowing, facilitating champions on the bottom side, and watching BDD and Kana take control. But they're just unable to. And honestly, it feels less like a... man, that was very, very close to Dread being able to
It was
actually do
actually
that.
such a sick attempt. He has no vision. He has no idea. It's just game sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, they did have, the one ward that showed him when to go, and then that was cleared, so there was no vision, and then he goes in and he's like, well, let's just pray.
He prayed and, like...
It was very close. I mean, the result probably would have been exactly the same, but...
Would have bought them at least one more team fight.
Yeah.
And this is the ending.
Yeah, this is oh, we didn't get to see Prince skating into his doom. As, that is a heck of a lot of damage from an early game Zeri. 29.5 minutes. It was not a long game. And Liv Sandbox, a very convincing 2-0.
There were times where Prince could 1v2 and Kyle was able to use his relic to come over and burst minions in the mid lane, so Closer had perma-prio, and then they just would roam down and remove Ghost and Effort from the game and just played their advantages so well. I think maybe in week 1, Liv Sandbox, who hadn't figured out that Prince was going to be their guy, would not have been able to take this lead into a dominant win, but after week 4 in their last match here, they definitely know exactly how to push those advantages.
No, they really do. Liv Sandbox are just looking better and better. It's really exciting. And like at the beginning, I was like, oh, but Liv Sandbox, like their strength of schedule and things like that, you have to keep it in mind. Even this week, I thought this week was going to be the resurgence of Nongshim, not the complete and utter collapse. And we did get the collapse, but what that means is that Liv Sandbox are just looking better and better and better. So we're going to have a look at their schedule after the standings here, and we'll be able to see what's going on. But there it is. It's official.
I
Liv
was
Sandbox
here
in third place.
when Liv Sandbox got third place in the LCK, and it was not after a 2-0 start to like week 1 where not all the teams had played. This is actually legitimately a 6-2 Liv Sandbox, a roster we did not trust in with the Dove and Closer adjustments, but Prince, just like this is really reminiscent of Gory coming into Nongshim last year, where like the whole atmosphere of the team changes and everything is about Gory and how he's playing the mid-prio. This is the same sort of scenario. You put Prince on this roster, they empower him, they play around him. Nongshim played around him, and there you go.
Yeah, it's a team that's looking better and better, and I'm losing the words, right? Nongshim, they moved down to 8th place. Life Esports will be playing in the second match. They actually have an opportunity to get ahead of Nongshim by taking down Damwon Kia. That will be a difficult ask, as Damwon once scorned up against DRX earlier on in the week. That was the upset win for DRX there, and that's why you can see Damwon Kia sitting in that 5th position, and they desperately want to move out of that. You could imagine that will be Angry Showmaker after a very long break after this particular match.
Yeah, watch him in the walkouts. So you can tell when Angry Showmaker is coming out and he wants to go home early. You can tell. He usually kind of goes like, does one of these eye rolls towards the ceiling. Watch out for it in the walkouts.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Jisun told me something just then, but I missed it entirely.
Schedule.
Oh, schedule. Yeah. Let's bring that one up onto our screen now as well. Okay, Liv Sandbox, their next matchup will be Gen G, and that will finalize, I believe, their first round robin. So that's a very difficult one. So that's not expected to be a easy win. here for Live Sandbox, or a win in general. But after that, it's Harma Life Esports. It's a rematch against, Gen G again, but then Kwangdong Freaks and Nongshim Red Force. Certainly, Live Sandbox, I don't think, are going to be leaving the west side of the bracket anytime soon.
Yeah, they play against Gen G, and DRX plays against T1 next week. Those are going to be the competing match of the week matches, because this team is suddenly popping off. And like,
if I get the vote, I'm giving it to Live Sandbox Gen G 100%. Let's go.
On the other
I'm ready
side
to
of
accept.
Nongshim's schedule, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Gen
Oh,
G,
God.
you got Damwon, you got KT Rolster, who's been outperforming you, and then you got Live Sandbox again. At least they credit Breon for the last match of round robin number 1, match 45. That will be Nongshim against Fredit, so they should be able to pick that win up.
But you can imagine that if you're Fred Breon, you're like, oh man, we may not actually go 0-9. Looking at the way Nongshim are playing at the moment and how things have been going,
Nobody wants to be the team that breaks the losing streak. Like, oh man, we were the ones who lost to Fredit. So there's a lot of added pressure there.
yeah, right. And then if Nongshim lose that, it's plummeting. We are hitting what's the terminal velocity as we head further and further down. It's real bad news here for Nongshim. That is a must-win against Fredit Breon. And to say a must-win at the last game of the first round robin, when it's a double round robin, is real sign that things
For a
are
team
not going well.
that has Kana and Ghost
And BDD. Yeah. Say it every time.
I
And
know. We thought it was going to get better too, but it just
Yeah.
hasn't been getting better. It's
I
not
was the
getting
guy.
better.
I believed. I was like, this is the Nongshim turnaround week. We're going to do it. We're going to see it. And it didn't happen. And now I feel like it's so hard to find when that week is going to start, because you saw the schedule. It does not look better. And it'll probably be too late, because we're looking, 5 matches into the future, and we're looking at week 7, for when a potential turnaround happens. It's not going to be enough. I wonder who's going to pick up player of the game for this one. Is it going to be the Zeri? Do we just give it to the big boom boom? Is there a Kyle angle?
I think we do.
Ooh, okay. Mal voted for Dove. We'll discuss.
I mean, he had a good game. I mean, it was not bad by any means. He dominated lane and set up a lot of good team fights, but I think the game was not about him as much as it was about the bottom 2v2.
Let's have a look at the Prince's POG here. 7-3-8 as the KDA,
93.
but man, he just did everything for the team this time around.
93.8% kill participation, which means how many kills was in that game? Like, trying to remember. Say 7-3-8. He might have just not been in one kill. Like, there was one kill that wasn't about him. I think pretty much everything else was. Yeah, he's Zeri, and his attacks chain into everybody. This is another great moment for Dove to give Mal kind of the benefit of the doubt here, and I think Dove locking the door on this fight was pretty fantastic. Had so many good setups, won the lane super hard, because resources had to be, committed to the bottom side, which, well, they shouldn't have had to have been, but they needed to be because of the lane snowball. It was just a disaster.
Yep, I'm just like purely watching Dove here, just to try and give him his time in the sun, because you have to imagine, as the play-by-play, I was kind of focusing on the gentleman who is now equal with Chovy at the very top of the POG charts. It's Prince. He's just a bit too good.
The chosen one. I feel like he might be able to make a case for MVP for himself this season if he can continue to actually keep.
Oh, 100%.
Like, I really think we're getting almost halfway there. How much he changed this roster since he came in and how they played around him, might actually be an MVP angle.
Well, 8 out of 13. I really like the Kyle vote. I very much enjoyed that one. I think that was either Conquy or Cloud Templar that threw that one over there. But I think Prince, it was kind of all about him. He's been the main character for this team. And remember, like, what does Live Sandbox's playoff run last season look like if Prince was on the team? Oh, wait, they didn't have one last time around. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the interview. So here is Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by closer Prince from Live Sandbox. Congratulations, guys. You guys picked up the number 6 victory of the split, and you guys have the sole possession of the 3rd place. I'm so happy that we are on a winning streak, and I hope we can continue this momentum. Haha. What was that laughter? I thought he was like reading a script or something, so it sounded too awkward. I mean, yeah, true, because you guys are having the 5-match winning streak where T1 and DRX, their win streak was stopped at 4. So, you know, it doesn't really hit me that hard because we have never been on this kind of a winning streak, so it feels surreal. And Prince, you too, you are the POG leader alongside with Chovy. I think my teammates always help me out so much, but at the same time, I got 5 POGs, I'm doing a great performance, so yeah, I really want to be the best AD carry of LCK in the future. I'll keep working hard. In game number 1 and 2, you guys both let Lucia Nami come through, and the opponents were able to take it away. You know, considering the playstyle and preference, we thought it's gonna be okay to let it through. And we have barely seen Kalista route into Lucian Nami. So Lucian cannot really dash forward against picks like Rel, so Rel together with Kalista was our choice. In closer, you got POG on Corki. You know, Corki has been the champion that I really wanted to play better. You know, I've been having a lot of hardships because I was so bad at the champ, but today, finally, I was able to prove something. You know, I couldn't even joke about Corky, you know? It makes us so sad. But now I think we'll be able to have a lot of jokes about Closer's Corky now that he's so good at it. So what's your thought on Corky pick in general? So Corky is good when you are good in lane. And I think this is pretty strong these days. I'm pretty sure you have been working so hard to get better on the Corky, right? My last solo queue game last night was Corky, you know? I think that says it all, you know? I really wanted to get my first win on that pick, and I'm so happy that I finally made it today. Speaking of Corky, let's take a look at this Corky highlight by you, Closer. You're able to create a massive teamfight angle in favor of Leap Sandbox. So I got so lucky because the opponents were grouped up. So somehow I was able to see a great opening, and then I was able to, you know, go in for that. I heard you got a lot of compliments from Gung, your coach. He was like, Corky, your play was good, but sometimes I wish you were poking while hiding sometimes, but still, overall, you did great. And Prince, Zeri and Yumi was both available, but you went for Zeri with Nautilus. Just like I said, we wanted to secure a support pick where kind of shut down the ability of Lucian to dash forward. And Zeri was able to kind of get fed so early on because Kuroko actually flashed over the Drake pit and went for the early gank. I mean, we set up that play prior to that play, you know? We've been looking for that play early on in the game, so Kuroko was able to pull it off. And Leap Sandbox, I saw an interview where someone said, we are really good at fighting, but we're just too dumb and silly. But I guess, you know, there's a superpower of Leap Sandbox that makes you keep winning the matches. I didn't mean to say we were like dumb, you know, it just reflects our desire to play better and smarter. I think we were able to continue the winning streak because all 5 players are so good, always working hard, and we are having a great team morale. Indeed, we were able to see a lot of intelligent early pathing from Leap Sandbox as well. And your next opponent will be Gen.G. You guys are both sitting on 6 wins so far. I believe Gen.G is a very strong team right now, and we have never taken down a strong team this split. So I think this is our chance, and I hope we can take them down and, you know, be recognized as one of the strong teams of the LCK. Is that your parents, Closer? Yes, they are. Any message over to them? out there in the crowd. My parents were also worried about my Corki. I'm so happy that I was able to get the first win on Corki when my parents was watching me, and I'll look forward to your continuous support, and I will, you know, success and make you guys even more happy in the future as well. What about you, Prince? What's your mindset for the Gen G series? I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty rough, but we were able to get a win in a very similar situation when we prepare hard. And me too, my dad is here watching me. He's right there. Any message for your dad? Thank you for coming to support me. And also, I was actually able to play against Ghost, and we were able to go for the EDG Aphelios mind game as well, and I think it worked. So I'm glad that we were able to get the win as well. And thank you very much for the interview, Prince and Closer. Lastly, any message over to the fans? I mean, every time I'm so happy to see all the fans supporting us, especially with the fan sign, so thank you so much. And also, please buy my jerseys, guys. Would really appreciate that. And that will be the end of the interview from the Leap Sandbox PUGs, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Absolutely adorable to hear from both Prince and Closer there with their parents in the audience as well.
And I think that their statement about we want to beat Gen G to prove that we can be a top team, I like that sort of mentality, but I also think you've already proven that you're a top team here in the LCK. I think we have to accept it. Is it a top 3 team? Is it a top 4 team? Who cares? They're at least top 4 right now. They are a top team right now.
100%. They are third place. It speaks for itself. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a break. It's going to take us quite some time before we're ready for Hanwha Life Esports versus Damwon Kia. But I hope you guys stick around, and we'll see you there for the last match of the night.
네네.
오늘 큰 수술인데 무한의 대검 준비됐어?
죄송합니다. 지금 자꾸 한미드 원딜이 CS를 뺏어먹어가지고.
야, 참 그게 변명이야?
지금 시간이 몇 분인데 아직도 1코어가 안 나와.
막타. 놓쳤다.
와 진짜 얘 뭐 피지컬이 왜 이렇게 딸리냐.
물러 출신이라 그래. 강타도 있잖아. 막타 편하게 먹으라고. 근데 강타를 못 써가지고 상대한테 꼭 뺏긴다.
발언도 뺏기고 용도 뺏긴대요.
오브젝트를 뺏긴대요.
포공리도 뺏기고 다 뺏긴대요.
수술 준비는 잘 돼가나?
예.
큰 수술이다 보니까 얼추가 어렵군.
여기 있습니다. 아이스 아메리카노.
이게 뭐야? 얘 지금 누가 교육시켰어?
얼주 가면 아이스 아메리카노. 와, 내지컬이 이렇게 밀려? 딸려? 이러니까 지금 꽁트 부분이 재미없다고 하는 거 아니야? 웃겨야지.
역시 믿을 거는 빡센밖에 없어. 선배를 한번 보여주자.
얼어붙어라. 죽어라. 아가.
그게 뭐야?
애쉬 죽는 소리입니다.
역시 캐쌤 프렐로드 대사를 들으니 뼛속까지 시원해지는구만.
저도 아메리카노네요.
오늘의 주제는 피지컬 대 내지컬인데 다들 좀 어떻게 생각해? 뭐가 더 중요하다?
롤은 뭘 해도 역시 피지컬 아닐까. 왜냐면 롤은 즉각적으로 반응할 게 많잖아. 쏘고 피하고.
롤이 턴제 게임이 아니니까 나도 피지컬.
나도 피지컬. 근데 이거 좀 의외인데? 원래 옛날 사람들은 내지컬 얘기 많이 한단 말이야.
근데 그거는 근데 내가 할 말이 있어. 우리가 좀 클템 형한테 가스라이팅 많이 당해서 그래. 그 형이 내지컬밖에 없어가지고 내지컬이 중요하다 뭐 이런 식으로 얘기를 많이 해서 그렇지. 근데 난 내지컬이긴 해.
형은 왜 내지컬이야?
일단 피지컬 같은 부분은 100%치까지 끌어올리지 못한다? 그 상황에 대해서. 그러니까 내지컬은 근데 이제 천천히 빌드업 쌓으면서 결국은 좀 이제 100%까지 이끌어갈 수 있는?
뭐 상민이 형이 방금 내지컬이라고 얘기는 했지만 운영적으로 뭐 타워를 깨고 안 깨고 뭐 이렇게 막 얘기하다가 결국 말파공 맞아서 죽어버리면 그게 무슨 의미가 있냐 이거지.
아니 근데 그거는 또 다른 영역이지. 위험할 수 있는 선택지들 몇 가지 궁극기 같은 거 다 언급을 해주고 야 이거 조심해야 된다 했는데 맞은 거면은 그거는 이제 또 다른 영역의 잘못이 아닐까.
그거는 문외다. 뇌가 없는 거다.
그까지 가야 돼?
이 롤이라는 게임이 어느 정도의 뇌지컬과 피지컬이 둘 다 필요하다고는 생각하거든. 근데 이 필요한 능력치가 난 라인별로 다르다고 생각해.
맞아요.
라인별로 달라. 원딜은 뇌지컬 별로 필요 없어. 원딜은 시키는 거 잘하면 돼.
서포트 시키는 거?
그치.
사실
서포터에게.
캡잭 러브는 본체가 러브였다.
이걸 또 이렇게.
그 정도까지는 아닌데.
마리오 시든 캐리아의 꼭두 갑시다. 괜찮아요?
그 정도까지는 아닌데 그만큼 원딜은 CS 먹고 딜교 잘하고 피할 거 잘 피하고 아무리 뇌로 생각해봤자 알이 매우 한 대 맞으면 죽는 포지션인데 뇌지컬의 영역은 내가 봤을 때 탱커를 해주는 사람들 아니면 서포팅 해주는 사람들이 많이 필요해.
그러니까 자기가 할 거 없는 사람. 그러면 미니맵만 보면 되는 사람. 그건 내지컬이 중요하다.
너가 계속 말해봐. 우리 서로 죽자고.
너 그래 뇌지컬이야 피지컬이야?
나 피지컬.
정글도 피지컬이다.
피지컬 중요하지. 요새 게임 메타가 머리가 많이 필요가 없어 내가 봤을 때는. 왜냐면 라이엇이 패치를 너네 운영하지 마. 라인 수합 없애버렸어. 전령에서 싸워 그냥 전령 만들어줬어. 3령 먹으면은 무조건 교전 일어나게 만들어줬어. 그리고 바이게도 만들어줬어. 그러다 보니까 예전만큼 뭐 동선이라던가 아니면 운영이라던가 이런 거 꼬울 필요 그러니까 씨발 꽈배 근데 피지컬만 되면은 바이게가 언제 뜨는지 모르잖아. 너 그것도 몰라? 너 바이게 언제 나오는지 몰라? 너 분석 데스크잖아.
원래 정글에 좀 근접이 많잖아.
보통 근접이지.
근데 근접은 아무리 피지컬로 다 피하고 싶어도 어쨌든 어느 정도 맞으면서 할 수밖에 없잖아. 그럼
너 근거리 안 하니까 맨날 원거리 하니까 모르는 거야. 비에고 막 이런 애들 야수 그 얇은 EQ 그 얇은 거 이렇게 쓱 날라오는 거 이렇게 위빙 한번 딱 쳐주고
요즘
피해주고 올려주고 하이큐 날라오는 거 피해주고 알잖아. 근거리 해봐서 근거리에서 알지.
어깨로도 흘려주고.
미드는 몇 대 몇?
미드는 솔직히 뇌지컬의 영역이 좀 더 크지 않나. 나는 피지컬이 좀 더 중요하다고 생각을 하는데 미드는 진짜 다른 라인이 어떤지 이런 것부터 생각을 해야 되고 또 자기 라인 상성. 미드 진짜 바텀 이상으로 난 중요하다고 생각을 하거든. 그 상성 같은 것도 자기가 정리 잘 됐는지 이런 부분에서 미드는 좀 더 뇌지컬이 크지 않나.
나는 약간 미드가 요새 대회에서는 막 코르키 이런 게 나오잖아. 근데 솔랭에서는 잘 못 나오는 이유가 결국 그 날아다니는 피지컬을 갖고 있는 막 야수, 요네 이런 애들 때문이라고 생각하거든. 그러니까 우리 코르키는 상대 야수 이런 거 나오면 맨날 죽어. 피지컬 싸움이 안 돼서.
아니 이 친구가 뇌지컬이 좀 부족하네. 좀 없네. 아니 원래 그래요. 원래 그런데 프로게임 가면은 잘 이게 정글러가 커버를 쳐주기 때문에 그게 가능한 거예요.
그래서 말 썩지마 말 썩지마.
그냥 말하는 게 다 설렘 기반으로만 말하는 거야.
당신 정글 아니에요? 왜 미드 라인 상성을 몰라?
1대1 상성은 그렇잖아 임마. 개입 얘기라고 했잖아. 너는 지금 그거 잘못된 거야. 그거부터 임마.
보내주면 되는 거 아니에요?
너 가만히 있는데 미드 솔킬 당하면 기분 어때? 나 버프 2개 먹고 있는데요?
아니 그냥 상대 정글 블루 강자로 뺐고
아니 그럼 나 이름 정도에서
아니 이제 물론 줘 그냥.
1렙 때부터 미드갱 가고 그래야 돼?
그러지.
아니 미친놈인가 이거.
그렇게 싸우지 마시고요. 사전에 여러분들한테 이번 시즌에 가장 기억에 남는 장면을 골라달라고 했었는데 피지컬이 빛났는지 뇌지컬이 빛났는지를 말씀해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 첫 번째 영상.
와 시원하다 진짜. 와 저걸 맞추네.
이거 뭐 대놓고 피지컬인데요?
그렇죠. 이건 정말 대놓고 피지컬인데.
처음 강타 싸움도 상대가 있는지 없는지 모르는 상태에서 한 거면 그냥 내가 강타를 잘 쓸 수 있다는 그 자신감.
그래 정글은 피지컬이라니까.
아이씨 왜 내 정글은 오너가 아닌 거지?
이 정글은 클템이야. 근데까지만 기다려. 근데까지만 기다려.
피지컬 요소가 많긴 한데 뇌지컬도 없진 않아요. 왜냐면 아까 아리 잡을 때도 아리가 스킬을 다 썼다라는 걸 아니까 들어간 거고 왜냐면 뭐 궁이랑 이런 거 다 남아있는데 들어가진 않거든요. 네. 뭐 바텀도 일단 대기를 타고 있었다? 이거 자체가 힐을 따라가는 뇌지컬적 판단이 있으니까 둘 다 남아있는 영상이지 않나 생각합니다.
이다 보니까 시간이 좀 오래 뜨는 거죠. 여기서 거리가
아 이거는 그냥 진짜 그냥 피지컬이야 이거. 그냥 제가 많이 저 상황에서 빅토리였어요 솔랭에서. 그냥 바로 그냥 빅토리에서 타서 도망쳤어요.
이거 리스크 엄청 큰 거거든요. 전멸 들고 있는 채로 저 초근접 매혹을 피한다고 생각하는 거. 자기의 피지컬을 믿은 플레이죠. 진짜 정확하게 말하면. 이런 거 보면은 피지컬이 더 중요한 거 아닌가로. 결국에 이 세 명의 뇌지컬 움직임을 단 하나의 피지컬로 다 망쳐버렸는데.
그렇지. 주요 스킬 다 빠지고.
오늘은 잡긴 했는데 문제는 DRX는 막 파고드는 조합이에요.
와 이 한타 진짜 말이 안 된다.
저거는 단연도 힘들어. 오른에 저렇게 들어오면.
경험이 되게 많이 쌓인 뇌지컬?
궁을 써야겠다는 일단 경험이 맞아. 뇌지컬이 맞아. 궁을 써야겠다는.
포지션 자체가 진짜 궁각 딱 예쁘게 나오는 포지션에 서 있었잖아.
피지컬적인 부분을 따지자면 뭐 전멸 쓰고 박치기까지 한 거?
와 이건 진짜.
그러니까 이것도 다 경험인 게 전멸 박치기를 하면은 이제 내가 굳이 끝까지 기다렸다가 치는 것보다 상대가 반응하기가 훨씬 어렵잖아.
아 맞아. 나도 좀 공감하는 게 스킬을 되게 잘 쓰고 정확하게 박는 건 좀 살짝 뇌지컬의 영역?
저도 뇌지컬 쪽이 조금 더 높다.
많은 분들이 제보 영상을 보내주셨어요. 여러분들이 그 제보 영상을 보고 피지컬, 뇌지컬적으로 이분의 티어는 무슨 티어인지를 맞춰주시면 됩니다.
맞닥뜨렸고 올라보면서
뭔가 급한데? 올라프랑 자켓 뭔가 급해.
일단 제가 장담하는데 여기 티어 높지 않을 것 같아요.
제가 확실할 수 있는 거 올라프랑 자크는 뇌지컬이에요.
되게 치열하게 싸우는데 되게 착하게 싸워요, 착하게. 살짝 그 스킵 던질 때, 야, 스킵 던진다? 이런 느낌?
일단 거의 풀핀데 이걸 먹는다는 것부터가 라이트상을 왜 내놓은 건데.
맞아, 이게.
그리고 자크 큐도 그 예상해서 피한 거 아니에요. 그냥 얻어 걸려서 피했어요. 무빙 보면 알아.
자크가 그래도 기본은 되어 있네요. Q 날리고 그 와드에다 하는 거는.
아니야, 난 자크 기본도 안 돼 있다 생각하는데.
인간에게 상처가 될 수 있는 말이야.
아니,
상처가 될 수 있어.
5랩이 7랩한테 개기는 상황부터가.
나도 그만하려고 그러긴 했어. 왜 온 거야, 탑에 애초에.
대체 왜 온 거야?
저는 감히 상상해보건데 여기 티어 한 실버. 실버.
저도 실버.
진짜 높게 쳐줘야 골드고, 만약 이 사람들이 혹시나 진짜 서프라이즈로 챌린저다? 제가 롤 접을게요.
제발 챌린저.
정답은 골드입니다.
여기가 골드라고요?
골드가 딱 어느 느낌이냐면 자기 스킬은 굴릴 줄 안다. 딱 여기가 골드인 것 같아. 그러니까 세조하니까 자기 스킬은 그래도 최대한 열심히 썼어요.
자기 스킬은 잘 맞췄어.
다음 거 보나요?
개같이 맞네.
이거 나를 약간 뭐 처형식인가 나를?
나를 Q 어디다 쓰죠?
그러니까 제가 뭐야 다시
못 주고 이유가 있었겠지.
아니 럼블이 피지컬이 좋은 것 같은데?
일단은 나 그 라인전이 약간
개념이 없어.
그 있잖아. AI전 하면은 AI전 스킬 받고 뒤로 빠졌다가 돌아가. 빠지고 다시 돌아와. AI가 이렇게 한다.
아니 근데 나는 이해 안 가는 게 올라프 위치 알고 있던 거 아니야? 와드로 봤잖아. 와드로 봤는데
와드를 깔았다는 게 어느 정도 뭔가 센스는 있는데 올라프를 처음 본 사람 아닌가 태어나서.
나르도 보니까 예상은 했어. 보니까.
박은 거 보니까.
마지막 한타는 좀 이제 같이 그냥 휩쓸린 것 같고.
휩쓸렸다고요? 마지막 때 궁극기 보셨어요?
저기서 큐를 어디다 먼저 써야 돼, 유성아?
또 안 빼가지고 왜 던져? 여기서 깔리는데 뭔가 아쉬우니까 나르가 들어가서 아 우리 팀 잡아주십시오 하고서 뒤로 보내잖아. 이거 한타가 좀 뭔가 불리해 보이기도 하고.
근데 이거 보고는 모르겠어.
나도 이거 두 개 보고 몰라. 왜냐면 이거는 위에 동네에서도 충분히 이럴 수가 있어요. 이거 함정일지도 몰라. 이거 챌린저입니다.
이게 챌린저라고?
아니야.
근데 그래도 나는 교전에서 뭔가 하려고 했던 건 느껴져.
나르가 아니면?
아니 그냥 전체적으로 그러니까 적팀도 우리 팀도 럼블 이퀄라이저 좀 잘 까는 거 보니까 뭐 한 플랫?
저는 그래도 골풀 사이.
골풀.
이 영상은 마스터 샤이님의
마스터의 라인전.
나르가 누구라고요?
샤이님.
아니 나 진짜 이해 안 되는 거야. 아니 설명을 해봐. 뭐야 이거?
오, 아이고.
본인 올라프로 올라간 거 아니에요?
올라프로 올라갔지.
이거 뭡니까?
아니, 상태가 좀 안 좋았어.
잠깐.
아니.
그래서 나한테 물어본 거구나.
용 잘 먹네.
잘 썼는데?
게임을 왜 이기고 있는 거지? 이거 이 두 개만 가지고는 모르겠는데요. 저거 마지막 궁극기는 어떻게 보면 얻어 걸린 것 같고.
아니 저거는 그냥 버튼 누를 줄 알면은
버튼까지 나왔어.
근데 지금 19분에 그 포인트 이거 981원인 거부터가
말이 안 된다.
근데 그래도 또 아이템 센스는 있는 게 라일라이를 갔어요. 라일라이 장점이 이제 세라핀 E 한 방에 바로 속박 걸리는 게 장점이란 말이야.
나 근데 왜 이렇게 아무무 보니까 왜 이렇게 좀 익숙한 종류가 나지? 왜 이렇게 클테면 같지? 아무무가? 다음 분해를 마치는데 또 맞춰놓고 바로 빠지거든, 플레이스하고. 이런 거 보면은 제 티어는요 다이아로 할게요.
오.
다이아로.
다이아면은 오른쪽 저렇게 5원딜 조합 나왔을 때 이미 같이 나요.
스타 정글이 나올 리가 없어. 스타 정글이.
난 닿지 않나던데?
아니 근데 그렇게 치면 여기도 이상한 게 여기 오레이피야.
그러네.
근데 어떻게 이겼어? 어떻게 이긴 거야?
지금 여기 오레이피야. 여기가 더 쓰레기야.
우루프 모드 이런 건가?
이거 아니 뭐 내전하는 건가? 내전하는 건가?
전 브론즈로 봅니다.
브론즈는 아닌 것 같아.
브론즈는 아닌 것 같은데?
왜냐면 용 앞에서 스킬 연계가 된다는 것부터가 의외로 높을 수도 있다. 이거는 내가 봤을 때 제작진의 함정입니다. 이거 다이아 이상입니다.
오케이.
와 이게
좋아.
저는 좀 예상을 해보기에 트리스타나가 다찌를 유도를 했는데 실패했습니다. 약간 이런 거를 유도를 할 수 있는 게임은 최소 플래티넘.
정답은 아이언입니다.
다찌를 누군가 해야 된다니까.
근데 아이언은 안 하지.
아이언 같긴 했어.
제보자가 수빈님이에요.
수빈 아나운서님이요?
네.
세라핀 사인국 너무 좋았던 것 같기도 하고.
부담만 자체만으로는 챌린저였어.
궁은 기깔나게 맞추더라고.
캐나는 정말 진짜 잘한다.
이건 튀어 높은 것 같은데?
티어 높은 것 같은데? 일단 비에고 움직임이 좋았어.
근데 이거 약간 챌린저 느낌 같은데? 나는?
이거 앰비션 아니야?
그럼 브론즈.
딱 어디로 올지 알고 딱. 근데 이거 좀 높은 것 같아.
나 이거 어디서 본 것 같아. 잠깐만,
이거 높아. 이거 높은 것
나
같아.
이거 어디서 봤는데?
꿈에서 봤어?
나 유튜브에 나 이거 맨 마지막 장면 어디서 봤는데. 근데 이게 진짜 비에고가 보면은 게임 센스가 되게 좋거든. 가면서 이렇게 탈론 저 부음악 한번 빼주고 여기 들어가서 카사리나
여기까지 잘했어. 근데 여기까지는 티어 정말 높다 생각했거든? 근데 그 다음 비에고 공이 좀 에바였어. 거기서 좀 티어가 그렇게 높지만은 않겠다?
약간 빈틈이 보인다?
빈틈의 실이 좀 많이 보였다? 그러니까 옛날엔 잘했는데 요즘은 나이 먹어서 옛날 짬밥으로 하는 그런 느낌이 되게 많이 났어요. 그래서 좀 살짝 피지컬적인 부분으로 아쉬운 부분이 있었다. 그래서 다이아, 바풀 구간? 근데 다이아면 다이아 하위권이에요, 무조건.
단딱이다?
나 이거 좀 고민되는데 챌린저라고 했는데 이게 만약에 찬용이 형이던가 동진이던가 나오면 플레이만 보면은 일단은 마스터 금화 이상으로 될 것 같다.
요 정도 느낌이 다이아 게임 이상에서는 충분히 볼 수 있다고 생각하는 그림이어가지고 마스터 이상으로 쳐볼게요. 마스터.
페르소님.
저요? 저도 한 마스터 보겠습니다. 약간 찬용이 형 느낌 나는 것 같은데.
정답은 다이아고 동진님입니다.
네, 미사가 저거 잘 보긴 했어.
이거 얻어올린 거 아니야, 그냥?
아니야, 이거 의식하고 했어. 아닌데 내가 그래서
칼로 가까이 나와가지고 깜짝이야 하면서 표 써보겠지.
아니 보면은
이거 그거네.
밀어낸다.
많이 깔려다가 많이 깔려다가 큐 잘못 눌렸네.
네, 이제 마지막으로 팬들 질문에 대한 답변.
피지컬, 내지컬을 기르기 위해서는 어떤 노력이 필요할까요?
일단 피지컬은 키울 수 없습니다. 피지컬은 그 자신의 그냥 신체 능력이기 때문에 이거는 그냥 나이 먹으면 줄어들 수밖에 없고 계속 게임을 하다 보면은 거기에 익숙해지기 때문에 그냥 그때 잠깐 정도는 피지컬이 좋아질 수는 있는데 내 한계를 넘을 수는 없다.
나는 흥미를 느끼면서 게임을 많이 할 수 있는 게 중요한 것 같아. 막 예를 들어서 야수, 요네 이런 걸로 화려하게 보고 막 유튜브 같은 거 따라하면서 점점 많이 하잖아.
하이라이트.
그러면서 나는 느는 거라고 생각을 하긴 해.
결국 내지컬은 좀 공부랑 비슷한 영역 아닐까? 리플레이 복귀하고
롤도 많이 하는데 데이터적으로 많이 이제 습득을 하면은 뇌지컬은 자연스럽게 늘어날 거예요.
그치. 자, 피지컬 vs 내지컬 가지고 토론을 좀 해봤는데 다음에도 여러분들 이제 궁금한 거 있으면 저희 펴바 닥터스한테 댓글로 남겨주시면 저희가 열심히 한번 또 토론해보도록 하겠습니다. 펴바 닥터스!
수고하셨습니다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. It's time for the final series of the day. Still one more day to go this week as well, and then there is going to be half a week of the first round robin remaining. So we are going to be figuring quite a few things out about how all of these teams match up against one another, and this is another one of these tests as Hanwha Life Esports attempt to take on Damwon Kia.
And this is a match that Damwon Kia are expected to win. They are the clear favorites going into this one, and it is a must-win to keep themselves in the race between them and Live Sandbox in DRX for third place behind T1 and Gen.G. So an upset here for Hanwha Life Esports would be massive for them towards the bottom of the standings, but arguably even more detrimental to Damwon, who want to have the best seed possible heading into playoffs.
No, exactly right. And this is sort of like a must-win after their loss to DRX that a lot of people didn't expect, ourselves included. We felt like Damwon Kia were on the rise and not necessarily, ready to fall against the DRX, who were definitely having some more up and down series. Speaking of DRX, the last time Hanwha Life Esports faced them, it was a 3-game series. We'll see whether Hanwha Life are going to be able to do the same thing here against Damwon Kia.
Damwon down in 5th place due to that last victory we had for Live Sandbox, DRX being slightly ahead. So it's one of the lowest places we've ever seen from Damwon in terms of the left side of the standings. They can, of course, still bounce back. This win would be massive for them, and they are the expected victors tonight.
Yep, and Damwon have been very quick with their series as well. Any team that is on the right-hand side of the bracket generally gets 2-0'd by this squad. And they have always had that as kind of their thing, right? Damwon, if a team is worse than them, and they believe the team is worse than them, they destroy them. There is no real middle ground.
Except Predabrion.
Except Predabrion, yeah. But Predabrion plays like a different team when they're against Damwon Kia. It's a different situation. And that, unfortunately, Wolf, did not happen this season.
No.
It's just not how this version of Predabrion has been performing.
12-game losing streak against Damwon Kia, if this stat is to be believed. And that's that's, expected if you consider this year alone. But remember, this is also the Chovy Hanwha Life Esports that we had last year that has also continued that loss streak. So as an organization, Damwon Kia has had their number. And we like to make this meme about Dudu being the shy. He's not, but he has laned extremely well. His laning has been top 3, really, in terms of NAR players in the LCK. And he's played NAR 5 matches in a row, but more importantly, 13 times out of the 19 games he's played. So you expect that's going to continue that priority there, considering how strong the pick is right now.
Yep, and everyone has been jumping on it. I actually really hope that Damwon Kia just leaves it up and then has a plan into the NAR, because that is the most predictable thing about Hanwha Life Esports. It is that they will pick NAR. The other way is, of course, pick it away from Dudu in theory, but we'll see what Damwon Kia's plan is going to be there, because Hanwha Life do like to put as much priority on that champion as possible. First Herald and first Drake stats, pretty woeful here for Damwon Kia, actually. Their early objective control has not really been up there this season.
Yeah, they have not prioritized Drakes at all. Hanwha Life Esports has, but they are still not successfully getting the last hit on said Drakes as often as most of our teams. It's either 9th place in terms of the first Drake control.
Yeah.
First Herald, though, has been where their priority has been for both of these squads. But Damwon Kia has been willing to give objectives up for a mid-game snowball rather than lose the game early, which has been kind of a mainstay here in the LCK these last 2 weeks. But let's talk about this roster right here, right now, and what its strengths are, because it is, once again, a team that should find power around the top side of the map, especially if Karas has put on a global mid, which he has played a few times, but mostly in previous seasons where he's found the success there, or a utility mid. His Lissandra comes to mind as one of the picks that can really empower him around the map if he can get prio. For Dudu and on Flake, who have been the best 2 players in this roster, should not, again, I hope, prioritize the bottom 2v2, where, again, we talked about whether it's Ghost or Effort or Samdi or Vista who have had the, unfortunately, weakest performances here. And you're up against Duckdom and Kellet. And it's going to be a tough one if that's where you're trying to operate right now. But there are just so many strong AD carry picks that are high prior right now. It's a very difficult drafting time if you're Hanwha Life Esports.
Yep, some Hanwha fans there in the audience praying that it is going to be a Hanwha victory here today, as Dudu on Fleet, Karas, Sandy, and Vista will be your players on the roster. Nothing going to change there. Looking forward to seeing whether Karas gets his hand on the Azir once again, his only champion with, more than a couple of games played that he does have a positive win rate on. But let's check out their opposition here. It is Damwon Kia, our 2020 World Champions. Now with Dr. and Kellen there towards the bottom side of the map, and Noguri has made his way back towards the top side, but they were unable to take down DRX in their first match of the week, and are now looking to get some revenge.
Angry Showmaker walkout confirmed, by the way.
Oh, 100%. He is not pleased. And you remember game number 2 against DRX as well. I mean, that was definitely a very angry Damwon Kia as well.
Yeah, for sure.
The thing that I'm interested in is whether the Belveth priority is going to continue, because they did play in the first game of the week, and that was when Canyon thought that Belveth was pretty good. I personally think that she's Voidmaster Yeet, but
I was so excited when it was first hovered. I was like, oh, okay, Pyoshik and Canyon, right? These are 2 players who've been playing this a lot in solo queue. And subsequently, after that first game, even though you were pretty down on it, I was like, no, let's see. And subsequently, every time we've seen Belveth hovered in the LCK, I've got heart palpitations. I'm getting a little bit stressed out. Did not look good there. But let's talk about the key player matchup, right? Dudu versus Nuguri. 4 percentages for these two, extremely high. Notice the difference between first and third is 13%. That is how forward.
I mean, more than half. It's like he spawns from the opposing side of the map, actually, because he spends over half of his time there.
Dudu's CS difference right now is second highest in the league at 9 ahead at 14. And like both these players are averaging 1 isolated death a game. So, you know, they're getting a lot out of their aggressive laning, aren't being punished super hard. And, you know, for these 2 players right now, there's a realistic way for Damwon Kia to try to shut Dudu down by playing around Nuguri, or just say, sorry, Nuguri, you're playing weak side this time. I don't want to deal with Dudu. We're going to play around the bottom 2v2 where we have a lot more power. And just let Dudu try to push with Gnar and ignore him. I think that might be the plan here for Damwon Kia, but that is certainly one way. If either of these teams misjudge how this matchup goes, it could snowball out of control because of how strong both of these players' individual performances are in lane.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of this is going to come down to what Canyon decides to do, what he's going to be playing, and where that pressure is going to eventuate. Another thing as well is how active is he going to be in the lanes. We've seen that he's been a lot more herbivore-esque so far this season. It hasn't been a lot of the consistent Canyon POGs that we used to see every single Damwon game. It didn't even matter what it was. It was always Canyon picking up all of those votes because he was so incredibly active early in the game, creating advantages for Damwon Kia. But this time around, it hasn't necessarily been quite that story. And it's been Showmaker that's largely stepping up in their victories. His Lissandra plays come to mind, and he was largely kept down by a super-powered Zeka in their last series.
I think that for Damwon Kia, you have to be aware that the Lissandra priority is also going to be high for Karis, and I would love to see Showmaker just try to play for Prio this series. They will not have side selection, so probably not going to have that first pick priority for getting something like an Azir or Corki, but Showmaker doesn't get as much skill expression, I think, on those champions as he does on something like Lissandra, where he has been so god tier. But it might just be the way to go. At least in Game 1 here, Hanwha Life Esports will have blue side, so they will have the picks of Zeri, potentially early Lucian. We might also see the Renata priority, the normal Wukong, but also those scaling mids in the Azir, Corki that I was just talking about, that Showmaker, I think, would get a lot of power of in this meta. Hasn't really prioritized them as much. We'll see how this draft unfolds.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that there could be some creative things that Hanwha Life do as well, because I think that leaving up the Lucian Nami is something that they have proven they're okay with the fact that they picked up a victory as the Kog'Maw Lulu into it. So I'd like to see them be a little bit creative. Maybe even go for like that Gnar first pick, prioritizing the Wukong in the early stages and things like this.
It'd be really, really, really nice if you guys won today, it says. It would just be so great.
Oh no, please.
For another Velvet
Please,
game?
no. Take those prages out of here. No. It did not work. It was not, no. Let's get into the draft. Here we go. Hanwha Life Esports will begin this one with a few bans. We'll see where their minds are going to be at as far as these bans are concerned. Are they going to be focusing on the bottom side? Are they going to be trying to limit Canyon's champion pool, or are they just going to ban TF like everyone else?
Everybody bans this one against Showmaker and against the coordination that Damwon has proven over the last 3 years that they absolutely have to play around him. regardless of some changes in the roster along the way. I think Damwon, Kia, Wukong out of the picture here. When you see the Wukong ban, that sometimes means they're considering leaving up the Lucian. What you can also do, obviously, is if you're bottom duo that's very strong with Lucian Nami, you can say, oh, okay, we'll give you the Zeri, and then we're going to try to punish it with the Lucian. That's another strategy, depending on what Hanwha Life Esports bans in that third slot. Yep. Corki's already gone. Azir traded. Okay.
Yeah, I like this. Get rid of both Corki and Azir for a little bit more of that interesting mid lane. Hanwha, where do you focus? Is the Zeri going to get banned at any stage in this draft?
It's the real question. Kalista also something to look at here. Get a Lucian, so now the Zeri pick, if it's given to them, is a lot safer.
Yeah, the Zeri mind game is currently being played. There are other options that you can take into it, but it is always dangerous to leave it up. And Damwon Kia identify it, and they get rid of it. Like that a lot. Hanwha, what are you going to pick away? As
Kalista.
Yeah, Kalista is up, and the Kalista Amumu is available. Samdi and Vista with a team that, with a duo, sorry, that debuted that particular combo, and they found a victory.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, on blue side here, this pick is going to lead to almost guaranteed prio in the bottom side of the map, where your jungle is also then empowered. So,
yep, and it's also it's also going to lead to Hanwha Life Esports picking Nara Mumu if that is left available.
Oh,
okay,
Senna?
immediate Tom Kench and Talia.
Senna Kench is very weak into a lot of Kalista lanes, so this is very bold from Damwon Kia, but Talia is still a flex pick here between mid and jungle. And Talia can be very punishing if you're trying to get hard pressure, and looks like it is just going to be that Kalista Amumu here, kind of, I want to say blind, because you don't know where the Talia is going. You don't know how much power she's going to have in the early parts for potential shoves when you're trying to win the 2v2. But it's a strong duo in isolation, and it's one they've practiced a lot. And then they can grab Dudu's Gnar here very early.
I already wrote it down, Wolf.
Yeah.
As soon as they weren't picked on the side of Damwon, I mean, this was the most obvious of choices.
Gnar is like the new Gwen.
Yeah, except doesn't win as much. But it will be locked in, and let's see what Damwon Kia's answer to it is. They can lock it away now, unless they want to prioritize making sure that Senna is there on the bottom side.
I would like to see GP here, and then if they ban away the Senna, you just play a different Tahm Kench lane, like Tahm Kench Jinx, and feel happy.
I actually
about your
think
range.
the Jinx is totally fine as well.
I think if you go for Senna here, your draft is very face up, but it's like they're willing
it anyway.
Yeah, because I mean, if you specifically want to play Senna Tahm Kench in your comp, you have to do it now. There is no other time. So,
do you want to know what the actual pivot is here, Wolf?
Go on.
Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
So what you do is you actually put Tahm Kench in the top lane, and then Hanwha Life Esports expect that it's going into the bottom lane, and then you're like, pa-pow!
Seraphine?
Seraphine.
Yeah. I like the idea.
You don't have to pa-pow if you don't want to, but I would suggest pa-powing.
I think pa-powing makes it a lot better for sure.
I think so too. I think that's the upgraded version of the whole situation.
So banning Victor here, which we have seen Talia, if she will be played in the mid lane, kind of bully, to be honest. A decent matchup for her, but just going to take away another scaling mid here from Hanwha Life Esports, because remember, the main Kalista mid is going to be the scaling mid in almost every case. Corki's gone, Azir's gone, now the Victor has been removed, so not a lot of leaking assurances here in terms of damage for Hanwha Life Esports, because they went down the Gnar path. There's no Gangplank angle here. Where is the scaling going to come through? Damwon Kia is trying to remove those options.
Yep. I think what Damwon do definitely is pick Lissandra if it's left up. Lissandra Talia is just basically free kills. If there's no cleanses available, because you just Frozen Tomb and then throw the person through rocks, and that generally deals with it. Lee Sin going to be taken away here, so Damwon Kia just making sure that Canyon's matchup in the jungle is going to be as okay as possible.
I wouldn't mind a Seraphine ban here for Hanwha Life Esports, not because of the pa-pow angle, but also she could be played mid here. It's a lot of magic damage, but still I think there are options for Damwon Kia. They banned the Sylas, which is protecting Dudu's Gnar. Also, Sylas very strong with the Amumu ult if he's given the opportunity to just engage in there. So, safe call. And I'm not saying I expect Damwon Kia to play the Seraphine here, but they certainly could. Gangplank left open is a bit of a, problem here, because you do not have great late game aspects of this comp as Hanwha Life Esports. Damwon Kia have 2, arguably 3 so far, and we didn't even know what the mid lane is going to be.
Belveth being hovered here feels like a troll. But,
I mean, that would be some scaling.
It would.
you know?
She gets lots of attack speed while she kills stuff.
There's
That
not
is
a lot
definitely a thing.
There's not a lot of tankiness to Damon's comp outside of the Tahm Kench, obviously, but I advise
Picking Ari here is the weirdest move that you could have made.
Because now you guarantee the Lissandra comes through.
Yeah.
Which was already strong for this comp, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
I mean, it also does not provide scaling damage. It provides a lot of pick power, and the Viego has to be the pick with this. And if Hanwha Esports can snowball this game with a Mumu Kalista, which is a strong lane, especially into Senna Tahm Kench, like, there are ways that this Ari pick gets a lot of vision control and things go very well, even if the Lissandra comes through. But you've just given Damwon Kia everything they wanted.
Yeah. Is it the Yone, though? Because I feel like this is like the obvious choice, right? But I imagined that Showmaker wanted Canyon to play Taliyah so that he could play Yone. But it is going to be the Lissandra, a far more consistent choice. That one is going to be locked away right at the last second. And so far into the last second, it was more than a second of the last second.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I've kind of pretty much laid out the win condition for Hanwha Esports. It's win early and keep winning.
Yep.
And the problem with that is that you have one winning lane and two awkward losing ones. And Taliyah's ability to actually connect the top and the bottom of the map together with her Weaver's Wall makes it so that even if you try to hard commit as on fleek somewhere on the map, be it top side to put pressure on a Nuguri, or then on the bottom side to try to set up dives, which Viego is not fantastic at compared to the other champions that could have done so, like Poppy, Trundle, or Volibear, the Taliyah is always going to be able to catch you because she moves very quickly around the jungle. She surfs, and she's got her ultimate that can connect her from basically halfway across the rift to wherever you're trying to start a fight. So,
yeah, it's technically a triple global comp, right?
Basically.
With Weaver's Well, Cannon Barrage, and the Dawning Shadow. So certainly a lot of options to augment any sort of skirmish that is going to happen post-6 here for Damwon Kia. But it is a very standard Hanwha Life Esports draft here. There's a Nara on the top side, there is a Kalista on the bottom side, and then it's the good old-fashioned Ari Viego. You know, it's tried and true. Whether it's passed all the tests, I'm not entirely sure. But Damwon Kia, they definitely have a lot of very powerful options here. We like Gangplank into the Gnar. I like Canyon on the Taliyah. He's looked pretty good. And Lissandra for Showmaker has been fantastic. Let's see how it goes. Well, I would say that Damwon fans are a little bit louder today, which is something that you could understand. Kellen's going to come on over and lick Vista, but Vista has a bandage toss, which is longer than that time, as they are going to actually go for this kill here. Sundi still dancing, jumping forward. The flash comes out from Kellen. And that is the exhaust down as well. Only the ignite invested. Yeah.
This is massive for Hanwha Esports, and all because Kellen just couldn't resist that tongue attempt there. It was very far forward, of course. The bandage toss, as you mentioned, outranges it.
But do you know what?
His rend was like, this rend is almost enough to kill him, and then he flashes afterwards, so both down. What were you going to say, though?
I was going to say that Canyon took first strike, so as you can see, Damwon Kia actually won the exchange.
There you go.
Yep.
Money.
Threaded volley, baby.
I was going to talk about Canyon's Taliyah because, for me, I watched, obviously, Canyon win a world championship, and then the following season afterwards, I cast Kespa Cup with you, and I started casting LCK Spring 2021.
Yep.
And that was when Taliyah was very, very strong as a jungle champion and was played in almost every game, was basically either perma-picked or banned in that spring season, and Canyon was the best one, as he was on basically every champion that he played that season.
Yeah, he was pretty good that season.
So it feels nice to see him back on this one again, as it's slightly meta. I wouldn't say very meta, but slightly meta.
On fleek, flash. Not sure why, but he did.
Yeah, we're gonna just have to point that one out. Thank you, observers.
I don't know whether that was to avoid vision, but then he used it in order to get to this blue buff.
As level 2, so kind of look for the knockback here on the Dudu, who's, again, trying to play aggressively in this matchup.
Yeah,
but this side's better of it.
Yeah, Canyon is actually just ganking the jungle. As Dudu has Mega Gnar available, so you can see he's losing out on that trade, but he'll get a bunch of free health. So that is fine. On fleek, taking a Gromp, but it is just exchanged. You got some vertical jungling to come through here.
Canyon went for a futures market, so you know, will be able to get his item spikes a little bit earlier, and will be able to pick up some early backs if he wants to try to, you know, just further snowball his vertical jungling lead that he's looking for here with Talia's clear time, which is used to be amazing. They got nerfed and is better now again. After he hits level 3 first, just going to use this barrel and further his forward percentage in the lane.
Yeah.
Like every time I cast a Nuguri game, I'm always just looking like and thinking in my head like,
it's always the forward.
Stats?
Yeah.
How is this affecting the stats? Like, how much is he forward this time?
Yep. Right now, I think it's sitting at approximately 30%, just because he had to walk out of base. But as the game continues, that forward percentage is just increasing.
Only the best mid laner in the LCK this season has won in this counter matchup for the Ahri versus Lissandra.
Oh yeah, is that who's that?
His name is Chovy.
Aha.
Yeah, he is the best performing mid this season.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the greatest of all time? No, that's in the second place team at the moment, but he is the best performing one this season, and he is the only one who's won this counter matchup. So they have a counter on the top side, they have a counter in the mid lane, and this bottom duo needs some support. It is going to be on fleek coming over here. Just got that blue buff he stole away, but I don't know. I mean, again, if it's a Poppy, maybe you pull this off. If it's a Trundle, maybe, but you know, Viego, a little bit tougher to actually get that one to go.
Yep, and also the exhaust is just about to come off cooldown for Kellen as well, and On Fleek is not going to risk it here, as there is also, you know, a cleanse, and, you know, Docdam has everything still available. Piercing Darkness will be able to make things a little bit more frustrating, as Sandy going to get licked for a moment.
Yep.
All pretty chill here.
Watching how this lane goes, where in the early parts of it, the Senatom can just sit under turret, and even though it looks like they're massively behind in CS, they're only slightly behind, really, in CS.
No, it doesn't really matter too much, yep. Souls are going down, all that sort of stuff. Let's have a look at how this lane is going to go. Noguri missing the cannon. Nice little zoom there from Jonas Strong that we do get for that one. So Noguri is infinitely far behind now. We'll see whether Dudu is going to be able to get the next cannon. Make sure that he pushes his advantage ever further. I really hope that we only watch this top lane matchup.
Well, I'll take it over only watching the bottom matchup, which we were doing for quite some time as well.
That is a good point.
Like, we can maybe visit the mid. No. No, you don't feel it?
No, I just want to watch this 1v1. That's what I want. I want Gangplank Nah. I want to listen to Nah yell a whole lot in the lane, and I just want to watch Noguri shoot him over and over again.
Well, we got the 5-minute Swifties for Duckdom.
Yeah.
Gonna pick those up early. Obviously, Callista will have the Berserker's Greaves, as well as an extra longsword here. This Canyon, trying to get some vision set up here for this Drake. Very early potential take here, around 5.5 to 6 minutes, with the vision that he's now cleared, and the prio that was gained from that back timing here for Duckdom.
Yeah, could theoretically go for it, but you can see it's Kellen on his lonesome here in this lane, as Duckdom is going to turn up, and Canyon is going to help shove this lane out. Wants some help potentially getting vision set up and stuff like that around the Drake. But is just going to back away for now. Noguri up here, just having the best time. It's the classic Noguri move as well, going for the very early cull.
It's really just a classic Gangplank move at this point.
Yeah.
And every time the Gnar leaves, you're just like, all right, cool, gonna move forward in the lane, grab some farm here. Already enjoying a lead he picked up earlier in the early levels, which is why we say Gangplank is a counter, quote unquote, because he can put a lot of pressure on early. The Gnar starts to do better after some time, but that advantage usually does remain, as Showmaker does have ult now, and Ignite.
Charm is going to come through here as the Claw will follow through. Karis immediately cleanses.
Another thing is, whether it's the Corki or the Ahri, doesn't matter who's playing into Lissandra right now, you basically have to take cleanse. So, yes, he takes that, it keeps him alive, but the trade-off is, every time he has to back, it takes him a lot longer to come back to lane. It's very difficult for Karis this game to make cross-map plays or side lane aggressively, knowing that every time he's pushing on the opposite side of an objective, he's not going to be there. Showmaker, meanwhile, of course, has Unsealed Spellbook, can make an impact based on the timing of the game at all times. And had that cleanse not come through, would have committed the Ignite and looked for a kill there. But forcing the Ahri away, getting that cleanse is pretty massive.
Well, Dudu looking for Noguri here, who's going to break a whole bunch of barrels, but none of them were anywhere near the Gnar. It did look flashy, though, as he gets hyped. You can see Dudu actually starting to feel better in the matchup. Level 7, not quite there for Noguri, and Dudu does have that one available. Shows that he has been in this lane quite effectively. Ooh, cannon secured here by Dudu.
Both
only
of them getting
furthering
cannons.
his lead.
Canyon has 6 is a huge spike for Talia. We always have to talk about and look out for. Showmaker with his ult back up. And Kara is still cleanseless. Look at that timing here of this gank potentially. That ward is so valuable. If it's not there, Canyon looks for the play.
Yeah, Bandage Shot's going to connect onto the center here. Kellen not quite level 6. Doctor not even level 5 as that is the flash from Samdi. Easily picking up the first blood. That was the effort that he put in at level 1, rewarded as Canyon was trying to find that blue buff, but instead he's just going to find death. Onfleet cuts him down, and Dudu had the priority on the top side. Are we watching an upset here again, Wolf?
It could be. I mean, he had prior top side, as well as the fact that Viego, if he's not actually shoved or hit by a threaded volley, and before the fight even starts, if he's in melee range, he will win that. He has Conqueror. He does a lot of damage. Talia, on the other hand, is very squishy and not very survivable. So on Fleek will pick up the kill here. Does have level 6. It's a Heartbreaker there, and that's a lot of extra gold. So a win on the bottom side, a win on the top side here. Nuguri, Cannon Barrage also committed, not there now defensively to keep him alive.
Yeah, now Nuguri going to flash. Not going to risk it whatsoever. Didn't want any part of that. And now Vista in this mid lane, wanting to try and go for something, and he's fishing for that level 6. One minion will do it. He gets there. But Showmaker paid him the respect he was due, so not going to have to worry about it. It was very cute play, though.
Yeah. Now, what Canyon is doing despite that death is doing what Talia does so well in the early game, is clearing jungle extremely quickly. So despite that death and that little hiccup, he has taken a pretty significant lead, does have Futures Market, so has that early last chapter coming through, and has the blasting wand with it. So a lot of extra AP for him early on in the game. He does a ton of damage and is going to be great for mid-game fights if we are to group for one, of course, you know, and have a traditional 5v5 and not have things go awry right before them. As watching this fight down here, it's just Vista showing his great plays on the Amumu. Kellen out of position to block the toss there. He hits both. And of course, the flash comes in to guarantee that Samdi is able to pick up the money. Yep. And over here, Canyon comes over. Threaded Volley does not hit the Viego even really a single time. He gets the shove, but that actually closes the distance for On Fleek, who's then able to, of course, get all these autos off. Has his Heartbreaker ready. And it was well dodged with the flash, but not enough damage here, even with the Cannon Barrage, which is now, of course, on cooldown.
Yeah.
Well played.
It was definitely well played by Onfleek, but a bit greedy there from Canyon. Is speaking of which, we're looking here towards the bottom side again. Devour this time will be available as Kellen. He is level 7, sorry, but it's not going to be enough to save his center. Onfleek moves on forward, and this is just even more snowball for Harmor Life. Samdi dashing over, and Kellen's not wasting any time. I mean, he's flashing.
So this is the game where we get to say to the Kalista haters, like, this is why. Because it's actually a well-done Kalista lane where the plays are good here with the bandage tosses constantly connecting. Nuguri does have his barrel here. No flash, but he's going to lose out massively on a trade right before Narbar. But yeah, the Kalista is working. It's working really well.
Yeah.
Showmaker.
Well, let's see what Showmaker can do as the cleanse comes out once again. Threaded Volley does a little bit of damage there to Karis.
Doesn't commit the ult, knowing cleanse was back up, and you know, I mean, I'm talking about, of course, the Talia does not commit the Weaver's Wall. The Showmaker ult is traded for the cleanse, much shorter cooldown there, so still a small win, but they're not able to get the kill nor force the flash. So right now, Hanwha Life Esports in a fantastic position in this game because the Kalista is so accelerated. Bottom 2v2 once again going so well. Look at Vista. He knows there's no ward here. Knows he can flash past the minions to set up the bandage toss. On Fleek is here, so they have that extra damage. He also has his Heartbreaker back up. So even though the shield is massive, they have just barely enough damage onto the turret, despite Kellen's best efforts there to both devour and then look for the tongue of the flash.
Yeah, so good. Just flash curse of the Sad Mummy, and the follow-up from Samdi was fantastic as well.
Nice.
Yeah, having ult as well, at level 6 timing, you have to be aware of this as the enemy 2v2, that Amumu can flash on you. The bandage toss is one way, the ultimate is an even better way.
Now Karis is going to come on over, grab himself 3 plates in this mid lane. As all right, Weaver's Wall going to come down as well as Vista is just getting bullied. He does try to keep himself alive for as long as possible, but it is not going to work out as Kellen Eats the Grey House. Samdi still dancing through, and there are a lot of sticks in this Tahm Kench. They get pulled out, and he is destroyed. Now, Dr. looking for Samdi, and they'll take it. It's a double kill now, as well as On Fleek turns into the Tahm Kench in order to escape. Great cannon barrage laid over the top as well, as Damwon Kia finally get themselves on the board.
Yep, going to be, you know, a big trade for them, but it's going to give Showmaker a lot of space here in the mid lane, too. We'll grab another plate here. It looks like just kiting back on every turret shot, as every player should. Just barely not able to get it on this wave. But a lot of money going over to the Talia, who, again, went futures market, now is able to pick up an early. Ludens has 4 stacks on that Dark Seal. So a big AP spike here for Canyon going into this next break fight, which will be the second of the game here in a minute and a half. So really looking forward to seeing how he's able to utilize that extra damage with this futures market early on in the game, as we're going to watch Canyon's long-range engage here. Sees the Viego as well with the mist coming through above him, knowing he's just going to be way too far away to make an impact in this fight. The Weaver's Wall locks them in. Well played. And of course, Samdi, because he does so much damage to Tahm Kench, is able to at least trade one back. But it was well played, and then Samdi gets caught by the root. Well played here from Damwon Kia, knowing, okay, we have the numbers advantage. The Viego is so far away.
Yep, Samdi did an okay job, like, making sure they got a trade back, but I think the over-aggression moving forward was probably not it, but that's kind of how you have to play.
Yeah, I mean, if he,
to make the Callista work.
If he doesn't get rooted there, you know, it might be a different story. Might actually get out, but well played from Dukdom too. So all around, like, good plays on both sides. This does put Damwon Kia, though, back on the map in terms of gold in a big way.
Yeah, they are only 400 behind, and they have a composition that does pretty fantastic things the later in the game, unless Harmalife are able to find team fights in the way that they want, right? Because you look at a lot of the champions on Harmo's side and you're like, oh, like Callista's going to fall off and blah, blah, blah. But if they're able to play their game with the Amumu and things like this, like, you can lock them in place and then get yourself these Ren sets and win fights that way. There is a way that a late game Callista will work, but Damwon Kia definitely have a lot of their own tools as well in things like the Lissandra and this center as well with the infinite scaling, as the Drake is just going to be stolen here. Karis dashing forward. Everfrost is going to be there, but threaded volley still does a fair bit of work. Showmaker claws his way out. Heartbreaker is going to come in, and Showmaker has to ult to make sure that he stays alive. On Fleet tanks the turret forever. The charm is fantastic, and finally, Showmaker will actually go down.
After so many resources are burned, Flash, Stopwatch, and his ultimate, but they still get him in the end with a really well-timed charm there. And the answer to the question is, how much value does Canyon get in this Drake fight with that extra AP? Is a lot of damage to the Dragon, because Damwon Kia are still able to smite that one away and pick up a 2 Drake lead here. Yes, Showmaker's death is really unfortunate, but the bigger story here is that Damwon Kia can slow down the game with a 2 Drake advantage, even though they're going to get a lot of gold back here. Karis is on this killing play. Showmaker claws, then is ignited, is switching to Flash, does use his ultimate here.
Yep.
Then stopwatches.
And he would have definitely died to the Orb of Deception as well, but yeah.
He flashes as well. Like, he used literally everything while also getting value out of Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but still does go down. But anyway, like I was saying before, bigger win here is the 2 Drake lead.
Yeah, so it is Earth, Wind, and Fire as well. So Mountain Soul this time around definitely going to be valuable for either side. But you could imagine that Damwon Kia are pretty happy to get their hands on it. Harmalife wanting to deny more than anything else, to be perfectly honest. Cannon Barrage is going to come through just to clean out this minion wave, and it does so. Dudu will take a fair bit of damage from the turret as On Fleet comes round, looking to steal away these Krugs, and does so easily. And as Nogiri, these barrels are not quite going to be enough. And at least he'll take some little ones. Yeah. And moves through.
Get that extra 7 gold too.
Yeah.
Massive.
There you go.
Big win. As the duos of the bottom lane have moved mid, Kellen needs to be very careful because he is
the lone Tahm Kench.
Yeah, stick a spear in him, he's done. If he's caught out alone. Yep, Samdi will definitely oblige. As Canyon looking for potential engage here, his ultimate is online.
Yeah, On Fleet taking a bit of damage. Threaded volley comes through as Shirley going to be knocked around a little bit here with the seismic shove, but she'll still be able to get her skull into the turret and break it down.
A lot of bouncing there for the Rift Herald before it does actually go ahead and collapse.
Yep, break it down meant it broke down the turret and it was dancing around a lot.
Well, Hanwha Life Esports here grabbing mid turret means that A little bit more difficult for a squishy Tahm Kench, and Tahm Kench is kind of squishy in this case because of how much damage there is paired with CC here in this comp. Like, he does not last long, I guess is what I should say. He's deceptively easy to kill.
Yeah, especially when he's been taking so much farm, right? Like this is normally the Tahm Kench that we experience as the most durable.
So he's going to be kind of weak siding wherever Damwon Kia need him, and unfortunately right now that's mid lane where there is no turret, so he is really struggling actually and is always under threat. Notice the ability for Vista to clear wards out and try to flank him right now because he cannot contest, he cannot be anywhere near. And Senna is neither a carry nor a support in this game right now, really. Doesn't even have an Umbro Glaive, so can't participate in the Vision War. Is just kind of leeching off of Showmaker in a side lane right now, and that's how you know that Hanwha Life Esports got control of this game early, but the scaling aspects are still there. This is not enough of a lead just yet for us to say, you know, it's time to call it, like Damwon Kia, there's no chance, there's no hope. But Hanwha Life Esports, despite some lost team fights there and the double Drake going over to Damwon Kia, have really kept this game quite in their control by pressuring Vision with the Amumu pick. And Amumu into Senna, we've seen it so many times. Vista was, I think, the second player
they
to do
did
it
this
after
to
Barrel.
DRX.
Yeah.
It was the same matchup.
It's just so exciting to see how much success he's had with this champion. Karis,
he's diving for this one. Charm will connect as Doctor trying to keep Canyon alive. Dawning Shadow comes in and now the center needs to get out of there. Exhaust onto the Ari as Kellen is going to keep Canyon alive. Samdi trying to dance around this one. Nogari trying to get in there as Vista is going to survive, but the Ari not so lucky. Doctor as well has already fallen to the north of the fight. As now Dudu dashing forward. He's so close to the Nabaras. Oh my goodness, the Abyssal Dive will just barely get Kellen to safety.
So Flash is traded here, and it's a 1-for-1. At the end of the day, though, Hanwha Life Esports have control over this important Drake pit for their start.
Yeah.
The potential for Mountain Soul. We've seen this a few times this week, and this might be another one.
A possibility.
Hanwha Life Esports.
8 seconds.
But they have the bottom push, and this is why, even though these health bars are not quite up at full, Damwon Kia just not really in position to contest. Canyon, of course, has ult, and it can try to rush over there as he is now, but it's not going to be in time.
Yeah, not going to be able to grab it. Now Showmaker is in trouble. He has no ultimate available, but the Amumu is going to be taken down. It's a double kill. Canyon is just gigantic. All he needed was to go back and get that second item, I guess. Wolf is now on fleek, is running for the hills. And all right, we thought that Showmaker was the AP carry of this game. That is absolutely not the case.
And
Canyon is huge.
There's only two ways that this goes for Canyon too, because I was watching him, you know, coming out of base. So I was like, all right, he's channeling his ultimate. Can he get there in time? The answer was yes and no. To stop the Drake, which was the original plan, you know, to then try to force a fight around it, he was not there in time for that. But to scoop up 2 additional kills to go up to 4, yes, he absolutely was. Now he's got 10 stacks on this Dark Seal. He's got so much money. Has, of course, his Sork shoes, which he built very late on into the game. And this is a play that's just all about him, not this play. This play is also all about him, but it's not the good one that we're going to show in a second. Really nice stopwatch from him, and this does end up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, and Showmaker and Nogari both come in on the same ward as well, and that was like the call from Canyon. He puts down the control ward and says, "Come to me!"
Yeah, and ends up being a kill back there, as this is from so far away. He's not alone. Showmaker's here, and they collapse on the Showmaker, but he is Alessandra. He flashes, claws away, fade away, and look at this. So he was like, yeah, I gotta put my Zonias on too. Meanwhile,
in the meantime, Samdi is going to just get obliterated by the cannon barrage behind his turret. This Baron buff is already doing work as Dudu's going to come on over. Yeah, he's going to need to put out some of these fires that have been lit on Summoner's Rift. And Hanwha Life Esports were ahead for a few moments in the early game, but they're going to have to remember those times fondly, Wolf, as Damwon Kia are now in full control.
Void Staff is going to be the next item here for Canyon. He is...
No, Majia's Soul Stealer has got to be his next item. You can't put more than 10 pages in a ring.
All right, we're watching the first-person view here of Canyon, who then just... I mean, this is Canyon coming over here with Showmaker, And for some reason, like a magnet, everyone on Honda Life Esports chases a Lissandra into a choke point. Then,
I mean, the Lissandra didn't have ult. Like, you could understand why.
But she had Flash and adds Claw, and Canyon is there. Now, they didn't know Canyon was there until it was too late, but he played it perfectly. Gets the knockups there, traps him. Then, Showmaker sets up the play there in mid. As we're watching this game retroactively through replays.
Well, sieging here towards the bottom side as you've got a bit of a rotation over by Harma Life Esports. Canyon says, I'm getting out of here, and I'm also going to keep you guys safe. Nicely done. Showmaker here towards the top side, just trying to get all of these waves shoved so the dumb one has all the control that they want. And look at this. Like, when you don't have control in the mid game, then you get a Baron, you get all of these outer turrets, all of this extra gold. As Dudu's going to come on over, he might be able to save this. There's only a few casters there, but this siege minion is going to make sure that it's possible.
Just impossible here.
And it's just more money. So far, the Baron power play is 2.7.
I love, too, the way that Damwon knows how they've all rotated up to the top of the map. They're expecting that perhaps Honda Life Esports don't like this turret and inner push, and they're going to try to punish. And so they could actually trap them there with Showmaker having his ult available and Claw and things like this. If they actually committed to stopping the push, they could have easily just collapsed. Because they do not, they're like, cool, we'll take another turret. Thanks for the extra inner gold. And we still have our powered recalls for a few more seconds here. We're going to get home. Easy peasy.
Oh, God, that's 3 items.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his Magi's, but thankfully, Wolf, Showmaker does.
It's okay, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he hasn't even fully stacked up his ring yet. All of the pages aren't there. But he's now got a book, and it's the best one. Shadow Flame also done, so this is a big-time damage version of the Lissandra.
We've moved beyond the Callista era of this game. We've moved into the scaling part for Damwon Kia. The AP damage is real.
Yeah. We've moved into the Canyon portion of the game. I believe that's where we are.
Notice the itemization here for OnFleek, who decides he is probably going to need a little bit of magic resistance this time around.
He bought weapons and shoulder pads, and he's like, oh, wait, I have no pants or a shirt. And so he had to buy those. And they're red rock.
Yeah.
Dudu taking a bit of poke damage, and oh my goodness, this Talia is a problem.
Yeah, she certainly is, because every time she threaded volleys into people with her Q, it does a ton of damage each rock that hits. And even if she's on the touched earth, she's going to get an empowered hit that's going to proc Illudens into the whole team. And Cars can't be anywhere near this squad to try to set up for picks anymore. So the second you lose control and then lose a Baron, this comp stops working because the Callista is a problem in terms of what she does scaling-wise, but the bigger problem is you can't play around the Ahri, the Gnar, or the Viego as well without being able to see angles where Ahri can fish for somebody. And, she went for the Everfrost, but had to alter build to go over for the Banshee's Veil here, which is so easy to pop with Talia, with Senna, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a good look, unfortunately, for this mid-game here for Honda Life Esports. It has really fallen out of their control.
Yep, it's not worked. But I want to have a look on the other side of the rift. I think this is another example of Damwon Kia continuing to not quite find optimal early games, but make decisive plays in the mid-game. And it's once again happened, right? As soon as they get something, they know exactly how much they can effectively take. And this is something in our previous series, for example, tonight, Nongshim were not able to do, right? They find some sort of advantage, and then there's not necessarily sure about what to do next.
Yeah.
But Damwon Kia, they just instantly, it's walking over to the Baron. It's, I know that we can get multiple kills here with this play. I may have just caster cursed them, but Kellen is very, very tanky. Teleport comes in, and it's augmented by this cannon barrage. As Vista decides he needs to get out, Kellen's now moving forward. As Karras does have his Banshee's Veil online, but you can see Harma Life Esports, they are playing on the back foot and then some.
Yeah, when Canyon's on the other side of that, it looks like, you can catch a Tom Kench. Like I said,
at the beginning of the game, that play definitely works.
Yeah, in the early parts, deceptively easy to kill. This part, not so much, and also on the other side of that bush is the most damage in the game.
Oh, dear. Well, that is a dead Gnar, everyone.
That was very...
He was served to the Tom Kench. Did you see that? He was just shooped back in, and the Tom Kench's open maw was there.
Felt like roadkill, man.
Yeah.
It just got ran over.
Yeah, it was not it. Not like we were playing that Burnout game. Anyway, this Baron is going to be a bit closer to a 50-50 as OnFleek Heartbreakers. It steals the Baron! Okay, well, he is going to die for it, but can Damwon Kia punish the rest of these Barons?
Reaper's Wall.
Yeah, or are they going to stay there as... Oh my goodness, Canyon, you are just without fear, aren't you? And Karis is going to escape, had to use his cleanse in order to get out of there, but Harm alive, they sacrifice 2, and they get Baron on 3.
Yeah. I would say sacrifice 1. Dudu was just kind of not involved, but yeah. 2 dead, 1 sacrifice, which is the stealing move, and then they are able to, of course, retreat away as the steal comes through. This is Dudu just so far up. This control ward has been the death of so many Hanwha players this game because they just keep walking into Canyon's grasp.
Yeah.
And he is happy to take them. Now, we do see a steal here. Knows he has vision with his control ward and will be able to come in.
I'll just go steal this, I think is what he said.
Yeah. So I'm going to try for a steal, and then he gets it. You can see Caster John in the background losing it as the steal does come through. And as is probably on the Korean stream on the replay, they hear you losing it. But the steal comes through. This does give a little bit more map control over the side of Hanwha Life Esports, which does give Karis, who is cleanseless, unfortunately, but he does have his Banshees up, a little bit of more an opportunity to catch somebody in the jungle, maybe look for a pick.
And this will also line up really beautifully with this Drake as well. Soul Point was just picked up by Damwon Kia. But now, Hanwha Life Esports will be able to use the Baron to potentially take back some control around this map. However, they're still behind, right? This is still a Damwon Kia composition that does get better with age, and Hanwha Life Esports are going to fall off just a little bit.
The problem is, who do you catch as Ari in this game? Like, if you catch Tahm Kench, he just walks back after the charm wears off. You catch Dukdam, he's got a cleanse, he's got a flash. You have Showmaker to protect. You have Canyon, who will kill you, actually, after the charm.
Yeah, I mean, Canyon also has Banshee's Veil and Zhonya's. Exactly. Like, he has, like, every answer possible, I guess. As, yeah, he's throwing around as many threaded volleys as he can find. Damwon just standing stalwart. You can see Hanwha Life Esports just waiting to close in at the same time. And their comp does it very, very well. Dudu wanting to charge up that Nabar a little bit more, though. As the K-Ram continues. Claw now coming forward. Showmaker doesn't think it's his opportunity. Charm also doesn't land. Intensity very, very high in this moment.
Dukdam is just getting so many stacks, too, as we reach the 30-minute mark. He can hit from so far away. Korean commentators pointing this out as well. He has his ultimate, too, and he just continuing to push these waves, sets up a ward.
Yeah, there was a caster creep that did survive, that you could see Dukdam following, but another teleport back comes in from Dudu. Went back, purchased himself an item. You can see 7 seconds now on this Mountain Drake. Canyon will be able to take the blue for himself.
Banshee's Veil is back up here. You've got to be so careful as Hanwha Life Esports committing this heavy against Counter Barrage, Talia's Weaver's Wall. They're just going to trade, though, this goal for a turret. And I think Damwon, maybe they could have punished here, but why risk it when you're going to get the winning play from getting this Mountain Soul, which is going to be way more valuable than an inner turret.
And there's no, like, the Cannon Barrage was obviously going to be used there to clear out that wave and deny the inhibitor turret. And if Hanwha Life Esports are able to take this, then it might be all right, but they're setting up for a potential play here from Damwon. Canyon already in position, and look at these threaded volleys. Dudu is supposed to be tanky, but it does not work. It's a big Nara into the wall, and they do manage to find the Talia, but is it going to be enough to win them the fight? As OnFleek does turn into a Talia, gets some work done there as Nogari's trying to move his way out of this one. Okay, the resets are coming in, and now OnFleek's turned into everyone on Damwon Kia's side, and now he's going to break the heart of Dukdam as well. That Viego play was just amazing, but Dukdam's still looking to try and grab him here. Can he win the 1v1 as the stun will land? And OnFleek will complete the ace for Hanwha Life, and the game is over.
Hanwha Life Esports pushed mid. Cannibalized denied their push. They pushed towards the top side of the map, and Damwon Kia are like, okay, I couldn't catch you mid, I couldn't stop you there, but I will trap you on the top side of the map. But Canyon gets a pick and sacrifices his life. The whole time Dukdam is not there. He's not there for the fight until it's too late. And OnFleek is just able to pop off.
And how did they... What? There were bounties there as well on that turret.
All right, watch.
But they're ahead in gold.
Watch Canyon here set up for this pick. Potentially, he's like, all right, I think I'm going to get Vista. Then he's like, all right, we're going to get whoever goes through here. Dudu extremely low, but has his Narbar. And then he just dies with a trade in Vista. And look at the minimap. Look at how far away Dukdam is. He is millions of miles away, and Nuguri can't set up enough barrels here. Positioning is really good for Hanwha Life Esports as they spread and split against the barrels. Lucaris lived for so long. He's the first to die to Duck Tom, but the Viego is just going to get reset after reset after reset, close the gap here. And Duck Tom, try as he might, he's not going to win this fight 3 levels down as Senna.
No, doesn't work. 3 levels down as well against the jungler. It's just the Senna lifestyle, I guess. But, man, it was definitely a misplay there from Canyon as well. He died with his Zhonya's off cooldown. So wasn't actually able to live through the big Gnar combo that Dudu was able to achieve. But we did call the game over a little bit prematurely. I thought that they might be able to push in, but it's not actually that late in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty late, but the length of that fight meant that some of those death timers on the shorter end were coming back online. I saw some of the longer ones. I think you and I both thought, wow, they just pushed to end here. But there are also a lot of members of Hanwha Life Esports down after that fight. So they didn't have the full force, they didn't have stacked waves or anything like that. They don't have a Baron buff. Baron is respawning in 15. Damwon Kia have Mountain Soul still. We talked about it earlier, but now it's going to come into play in this very fight.
Well, Charm is going to go wide there as Dudu taking a lot of damage from Canyon. We'll see how much more carefully he is going to play this one. Is Damwon with vision control? So scary moving into Fog of War. As you can see, OnFleek moving over these pebbles as Vista goes forward. Yeah, kind of doesn't want to do that in the end as Dudu has to hop away. Damwon Kia just utilizing the advantage of their range right here. Duckdom does make it to level 12. He does have quite a few of these stacks prepared. And Devour is back up and available once again. Showmaker has his smite at the ready and can teleport into this fight at any time.
Good route here. This is just burning out the clock on this Starbar, and Dudu is running out of it. He doesn't have it anymore. Showmaker clearing this wave, but can, of course, come in with that teleport.
Yep, Scryer's Bloom sees all of Hanwha Life Esports moving over here. Doctorm slinks into the mist that he created himself.
Massive, they get that ward.
And I think Hanwha Life are just exhausted.
Yeah, I mean without this Narbar, it's very difficult to fight. All the vision they have on the right side here is worthless, but they can at least see Showmaker coming through.
Yep, they know that this has been started. Pierce isn't going to land there as Kellen's trying to be the bodyguard. And now the turn is at the ready. They don't want to lose another one to a 50-50, so Damwon do back away.
They need another ward for Showmaker to teleport to. There's only that one on the Baron. Now it's gone. So he's just gone back to catch the wave mid. He cannot flank. And the vision on the right side of the Baron, not great for controlling the Baron, but without Showmaker being able to enter, they can actually start this now.
Yeah, Damwon needs to be careful as now Canyon, it's your turn. He jumps off a little bit late, gets into the backline, finds Vista, but he does have a stopwatch. It buys some time. The Baron was secured though, and now Hanwha Life are trying to get out with it still up and available. Samdi not going to have access to it, but he does take the center with him as now Dudu running away on Fleek there as well. One of them will survive at least, and both of them, in fact, will stay up and available.
So 3 Barons remain here for Hanwha Life Esports. It's a 2-for-1 in Damwon's favor in terms of the team fight. They're going to have to go back and deal with this top push, but when the dust settles here, Hanwha Life Esports should be able to gain with these 3 Barons enough prio to set up for a faster Elder. And as you can see, Hanwha Life Esports are very happy to just take this one and leave. And Showmaker is trying to flank so hard here on the edge, but even though the Weaver's Wall stops Hanwha from retreating at first, there isn't enough follow-up damage here from Duckdom, so by the time Showmaker gets here, they're already gone. And then Samdi has this heroic 1v1, 3 levels up again. Senna Life, just how it is, he trades himself. That's massive, actually, because that is a lot of the clear and utility for Damwon Kia, completely deleted here.
Yeah, more money as well for Samdi. Might have meant that he could actually purchase that extra luxury stopwatch that he's picked up in his inventory there.
It's a Rolex stopwatch he's got,
man.
It's
and real nice.
It's not a fake one either. It's completely legit.
Yeah, he might have had to go to the thrift store to the stopwatch if that was the case, and you don't want that.
Damwon are going to struggle to find prio on this Elder, and they don't have a Showmaker angle again to teleport to anything like that. He's just going to have to claw in, and they have no vision here whatsoever. They're completely blind.
Canyon is maxed out. He has max items. Kellen is just going to walk into the enemy team, trying to buy time and space. There's the Weaver's Wall to break up the team. Frozen Tomb comes forward immediately. The Callista explodes. Karis looking for the backline, dashing around, finding the angles. The Tom Kench goes down. Vista goes golden, but Canyon is doing so much damage. He will get taken out, though. Dudu goes golden as well. Doctom right from the edge is going to find the Dawning Shadow, but it's too late to keep the Talia alive. And now, Hanwha Life Esports, they do have 3 left up. Damwon Kia want this Elder.
OnFleek was about to carry this team fight by getting 1,000,000 resets. He does survive here and goes back up to full health nearly. Damwon Kia just not confident enough with their lack of control here over this Baron, that with all the ultimates expended, that they can actually take it. On Fleek just trying to gain any sort of vision or knowledge about whether they're starting this or not. Dudu's now back here, level 18. Had to walk back, doesn't have teleport. Vista, of course, ultless as well. This is such a crazy game state.
Oh my goodness. All right, On Fleek's going to find Doctom though. Does have the blast cone, but he takes On Fleek with him. There's a barrel. On Fleek wants it, and they'll take down the center. Now Showmaker coming around the side. Noguri has to flash as On Fleek is going to possess the center and continue battling. Man, On Fleek's been playing this game like it's his last.
I mean, it's such a god-tier game from him, and he keeps getting these resets, and Damwon Kia has to respect him, but they don't respect him enough. They're so timid on starting this Elder Drake because there's an On Fleek there, there's a Gnar there. You know, Dudu is ready to set up a Gnar bar and potentially turn that. But if you walk away
they're
slowly,
just not even going to fight for it. Cannon Barrage is going to come in, and that is going to be the Callista that secures it.
if you walk away as Damwon Kia here, you lose the Elder. So they kind of were like, I can't start this, but I want to be nearby. And then the trigger is pulled. On Fleek gets the kill on the Doctom, and there's just no contest. This was a great long-range engage here from Canyon, but notice On Fleek in this fight. He actually becomes Tahm Kench, then gets additional knockups, and while he is Tahm Kench, he has all those additional resources and resistances. Vista barely survives. Look at this knockup from him. Dudu helps him out, then Dudu goes stopwatch. On Fleek gets another reset here. It's unbelievable what On Fleek did in this fight to actually buy so much time. Stays alive, and then Damwon Kia can't commit. Then, while they're retreating, Doctom is way too far away from the rest of the team. He's left out to dry here. On Fleek chases him in this cone, and that's another kill onto the center, which means that Damwon Kia not willing to contest. They had no cannon barrage at this moment in time for any sort of assist. Elder goes over to the side of Hanwha Life Esports here. We called the game over earlier. Nexus still stands, but Hanwha Life still back in control now after this huge objective win.
Yeah. And so it is at least Damwon with Mountain Soul, but it's not as powerful as this Elder buff that's up for another minute and a half. As Hanwha do not have Baron anymore. That's going to be coming up in that minute and a half as well. So they should be able to use this to claim Soul Vision control towards that Baron pit, and then use that to push in for the victory. But does give Damwon Kia some longevity in this game, in theory.
Longevity for sure, and Damwon Kia also have such long-range engage that Hanwha Life, with this Callista comp, need to be so careful about how close they get to Damwon Kia as they push this, because at any moment, Canyon could just ult behind them and then win a team fight in 2 seconds to turn this game on its head.
Yeah, Doctom needs to be so careful about his positioning. So what happened last time they lost him, that cost them an Elder. We'll see whether this center is going to be able to keep building these stacks and start becoming a little bit more valuable here for Damwon. Does now have rapid fire cannon as well as the Mura Mana completed.
Yeah, he's very strong, and he's got a decent amount of range at this stage, and we were 40 minutes into this game. He's been farming like a madman. Yeah, he's been farming like a madman. He's got a lot, but it doesn't save him in terms of his fragility. If he's actually caught by any CC and doesn't have anyone to peel for him, if Kellen is not there, as we saw previously, he just dies. And in longer fights, he's going to get an insane amount of value if the engage is good, and they have all the options for that with Canyon, with Showmaker. Both flashes now coming back available. Cannon Barrage is up. Damwon Kia, because they staved off the pressure, because they had this Mountain Soul, and they were able to defend the first inhibitor, now still successfully defending the second, they get one more team fight. And that might just be enough, because their comp scale better, they have better engage opportunities, they're going to have all those summoners up, all those ultimates. This is their time. Damwon Kia got one more shot at this game to steal it back, 3,000 gold down.
Yeah, Dudu in here, and now with Noguri missing, Hanwha Life Esports are going to go for it. The teleport's going to come forward. This will be a true 5v5, but Showmaker is off to the side. Hanwha Life, they want to make sure that they're all coordinated and they can all dive in without that answer, as there is the beautiful seismic shove. As in goes Showmaker, fights everyone, and then ults himself. The Ari immediately just gets destroyed, and Dudu has a celebratory Gnar, but it does not do anything at all. Samdi will get devoured, and Hanwha Life, it was such a valiant effort, but Damwon Kia in the end will win the last team fight and take the victory. Vista, he'll destroy as many minions as possible, and he will go golden. It's a beautiful little golden cup, but he'll still be taken down. The center gets the last kill. Damwon Kia will march down mid, but man, they had to work for it.
They had to work super hard, but Hanwha Life Esports were desperate. They were trying to force there around that inhibitor control as Baron was set up. They were trapped. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, as we love to say here on the LCK. But they lined up like pins, and the bowling ball that was Showmaker and Canyon together just completely sealed them in. The fight was over in seconds. Damwon Kia, great engage. Canyon 8-3 and 9 this game. Yeah. Absolute god on the Taliyah. Pick we rarely see, but when it's Canyon who's piling it, we know we can trust it. Damwon Kia in a 35-kill game. We'll take it in the end.
You can imagine that even when they're walking away from this, though, this is a Damwon Kia that thought that they probably should have won pretty soon after that first Baron. But instead, the tenacity of Harmalife Esports definitely showed through.
And I think that also the way that Vista played the Amumu in the early game was so dominant and so oppressive. The Kalista Amumu looked so troubling as the guys said, please.
Yeah.
Not happy with the result here in game one because they were so close, but
I would. If I was a Harmalife fan, and I have been, I would be happy with how they played because this was a close game. I mean, this could have been anyone's game.
Vista was so good on the Amumu again. And then the top side of the map didn't go Nuggery's way after the initial part of things. He was kind of under a lot of pressure. It was Canyon and his miracle kills. He got 2 early kills, then gets a 3rd and 4th when he ults into a Drake. Showmaker baits them forward, and then he actually punishes. That was the game-turning moment where Damwon Kia actually were allowed to play the game again. They're like, oh, we have a lot of money on this Taliyah. She then became this fishing, obnoxious jungle pick that could pick anybody, blow anybody up, and Showmaker was looking for more picks than the Ahri on this Taliyah because he had so much damage. He was able to set up for kills much more realistically.
Yep. But there was also the fact that, you know, you live and die by the Canyon in games like this, right? He takes so many more resources, did 40k damage as the Taliyah. This is one of those Canyon games, right? We saw this with his Nidalees in the past, where he has just facilitators all across the map, and he is the main character of the show. But when he forgets to Zhonya's, when he is the one first blown up in the fights, that's when Harmalife Esports were able to strike. There were multiple team fights where that happened, and so you can imagine that Canyon himself, even though he's the one that carried and won this game, could have been a lot cleaner.
Yeah, Damwon Kia in general could have been a lot cleaner in this first game. It was a much closer game than they expected it to be. And, you know, we have to give credit where it's due for Harmalife. Maybe in their Game 2's power spike we see all the time, they'll bounce back.
That's exactly right. We are going to go to a short break, and we'll see whether that Game 2 power spike is going to happen after that.
한쪽 메가나를
나 뒤에 피가 알았다. 피가 알았다. 좋아. 박아볼게. 해볼게.
나 준에 있어. 아리부터 아리 잡았고 나를 잡게
오른쪽 칼리.
내가 하려고 할게. 내가
천천히 빨리지 마.
괜찮아.
여기 이에 뱉어.
웨이브 클리어.
미드 가면 끝날 듯.
미드 안 온 거 같어.
나 우리 이거 미리 클리어해야 돼. 좀 가서 막아야 돼. 하나만 지키면 돼. 하나만. 대포 지켰어.
탱커 되긴 해.
끝낼만 하지 않나? 30초면?
나은 거.
많은 분들이 제보 영상을 보내주셨어요. 여러분들이 그 제보 영상을 보고 피지컬, 레지컬적으로 이분의 티어는 무슨 티어인지를 남겨주시면 됩니다.
딱 들였고. 올라보면서.
뭔가 급한데? 올라프랑 자크 뭔가 급해.
일단 제가 장담하는데 여기 티어 높지 않을 것 같아요.
제가 확실하게 있는 거 올라프랑 자크는 뇌지거리예요.
되게 치열하게 싸우는데 되게 착하게 싸워요, 착하게. 살짝 그 스킵 던질 때, 야, 스킵 던진다? 이런 느낌?
일단 거의 풀핀데 이걸 먹는다는 것부터가 라이트 상을 봐, 왜 내려온 건데?
맞아, 이게.
그리고 자크 큐도 그 예상해서 피한 거 아니에요. 그냥 얻어 걸려서 피했어요. 무빙 보면 알아.
자크가 그래도 기본은 되어 있네요. Q 날리고 그 와드에다 하는 거는.
아니야, 난 자크 기본도 안 돼 있다 생각하는데.
인간에게 상처가 될 수 있는 말이야.
아니,
상처가 될 수 있어.
5랩이 7랩한테 개기는 상황부터가.
나도 그만하려고 그러긴 했어. 왜 온 거야, 탑에 애초에.
대체 왜 온 거야?
저는 감히 상상해보건데 여기 티어 한 실버. 실버.
저도 실버.
진짜 높게 쳐줘야 골드고, 만약 이 사람들이 혹시나 진짜 서프라이즈로 챌린저다? 제가 롤 접을게요.
제발 챌린저.
정답은 골드입니다.
여기가 골드라고요?
골드가 딱 어느 느낌이냐면 자기 스킬은 굴릴 줄 안다. 딱 여기가 골드인 것 같아. 그러니까 세조하니까 자기 스킬은 그래도 최대한 열심히 썼어요.
자기 스킬은 잘 맞췄어.
다음 거 보나요?
개같이 맞네.
이거 나를 약간 뭐 처형식인가 나를?
나를 Q 어디다 쓰죠?
그러니까 제가 뭐야 다시
모두 이유가 있었겠지.
아니 럼블이 피지컬이 좋은 것 같은데?
일단은 나 그 라인전이 약간
개념이 없어.
그 있잖아. AI전 하면은 AI전 스킬 잡고 뒤로 빠졌다가 돌아와. 빠지고 다시 돌아와. AI가 이렇게 한단 말이야.
아니 근데 나는 이해 안 가는 게 올라프 위치 알고 있던 거 아니야? 와드로 봤잖아. 와드로 봤는데
와드를 깔았다는 게 어느 정도 뭔가 센스는 있는데 올라프를 처음 본 사람 아닌가 태어나서.
나르도 보니까 예상은 했어. 보니까.
박은 거 보니까.
마지막 한타는 좀 이제 같이 그냥 휩쓸린 것 같고.
휩쓸렸다고요? 마지막 때 궁극기 보셨어요?
저기서 큐를 어디다 던졌어야 돼, 유성아?
또 안 빼가지 왜 던져? 여기서 깔리는데 뭔가 아쉬우니까 나르가 들어가서 아 우리 팀 잡아주십시오 하고서 뒤로 보내잖아. 이거 한타가 좀 뭔가 불리해 보이기도 하고.
근데 이거 보고는 모르겠어.
나도 이거 두 개 보고 몰라. 왜냐면 이거는 위에 동네에서도 충분히 이럴 수가 있어요. 이거 함정일지도 몰라. 이거 챌린저입니다.
이게 챌린저라고?
아니야.
근데 그래도 나는 교전에서 뭔가 하려고 했던 건 느껴져.
나르가 아니면?
아니 그냥 전체적으로 그러니까 적 팀도 우리 팀도 럼블 이퀄라이저 좀 잘 까는 거 보니까 뭐 한 플랫?
저는 그래도 골풀 사이.
골풀.
이 영상은 마스터 샤이님의
마스터의 라인전.
나르가 누구라고요?
샤이님.
아니 나 진짜 이해 안 되는 거야. 아니 설명을 해봐. 뭐야 이거?
오, 아니, 오.
본인 올라프로 올라간 거 아니에요?
올라프로 올라갔지.
이거 뭡니까?
아니, 상태가 좀 안 좋았어.
잠깐.
아니.
그래서 나한테 물어본 거구나.
용 잘 먹네.
오. 잘 썼는데?
게임을 왜 이기고 있는 거지? 이거 이 두 개만 가지고는 모르겠는데요. 저거 마지막 궁극기는 어떻게 보면 얻어 걸린 것 같고.
아니 저거는 그냥 버튼 누를 줄 알면은
버튼까지 나왔어.
근데 지금 19분에 그 포인트 이거 981원인 거부터가
말이 안 된다.
근데 그래도 또 아이템 센스는 있는 게 라일라이를 갔어요. 라일라이 장점이 이제 세라핀 E 한 방에 바로 속박 걸리는 게 장점이란 말이야.
아, 나 근데 왜 이렇게 아무무 보니까 왜 이렇게 좀 익숙한 종류가 나지? 왜 이렇게 클테면 같지? 아무무가? 다음 분해를 맞히는데 또 맞춰놓고 바로 빠지거든, 플레이스 타고. 이런 거 보면은 제 티어는요, 다이아로 할게요. 다이아로.
다이아면은 오른쪽 저렇게 5원딜 조합 나왔을 때 이미 같이 나요.
스타 정글이 나올 리가 없어, 스타 정글이.
난 닿지 않나던데?
아니 근데 그렇게 치면 여기도 이상한 게 여기 오레이피야.
그러네.
근데 어떻게 이겼어? 어떻게 이긴 거야?
지금 여기 오레이피야. 여기가 더 쓰레기야.
우루프 모드 이런 건가?
이거 아니 뭐 내전하는 건가? 내전하는 건가?
전 브론즈로 봅니다.
브론즈는 아닌 것 같은데.
브론즈는 아닌 것 같은데.
왜냐면 용합해서 스킬 연계가 된다는 것부터가 의외로 높을 수도 있다. 이거는 내가 봤을 때 제작진의 함정입니다. 이거 다이아 이상입니다.
오케이.
이게 다이아. 좋아. 저는 좀 예상을 해보기에 트리스타나가 닷지를 유도를 했는데 실패했습니다. 약간 이런 거를 유도를 할 수 있는 게임은 최소 플래티넘.
정답은 아이언입니다.
닷지를 누군가 해야 된다니까.
근데 아이언은 안 하지.
아이언 같긴 했어.
제보자가 수빈님이에요.
수빈 아나운서님이요?
네.
세라핀 사인국 너무 좋았던 것 같기도 하고.
잠깐만 자체만으로는 챌린저였어.
그건 기깔나게 맞추더라고.
하나는 정말 진짜 잘한다.
이거 티어 높은 것 같은데?
티어 높은 것 같은데? 일단 비에고 움직임이 좋았어.
근데 이거 약간 챌린저 느낌 같은데? 나는?
이거 앰비션 아니야?
그럼 브론즈.
딱 어디로 올지 알고 딱. 근데 이거 좀 높은 것 같아.
나 이거 어디서 본 것 같아. 잠깐만,
이거 높아. 이거 높은 것
나
같아.
이거 어디서 봤는데?
꿈에서 봤어?
나 유튜브에 나 이거 맨 마지막 장면 어디서 봤는데. 근데 이게 진짜 비에고가 보면은 게임 센스가 되게 좋거든. 가면서 이렇게 탈론 저 보호막 한번 빼주고 여기 들어가서 카사리나
여기까지 잘했어. 근데 여기까지는 티어 정말 높다 생각했거든? 근데 그 다음 비에고 공이 좀 에바였어. 거기서 좀 티어가 그렇게 높지만은 않겠다?
약간 빈틈이 보인다?
빈틈의 실이 좀 많이 보였다? 그러니까 옛날엔 잘했는데 요즘은 나이 먹어서 옛날 짬밥으로 하는 그런 느낌이 되게 많이 났어요. 그래서 좀 살짝 피지컬적인 부분은 아쉬운 부분이 있었다. 그래서 다이아 바플 구간? 근데 다이아면 다이아 하위권이에요 무조건.
다딱이다?
나 이거 좀 고민되는데 챌린저라고 했는데 이게 만약에 찬용이 형이던가 동진이던가 나오면 프레임을 보면은 일단은 마스터 금화 이상으로 될 것 같다.
요 정도 느낌이 다이아 게임 이상에서는 충분히 볼 수 있다고 생각하는 그림이어가지고 마스터 이상으로 쳐볼게요. 마스터.
페르소님.
저요? 저도 한 마스터 보겠습니다. 약간 찬용이 형 느낌 나는 것 같은데.
정답은 다이아고 동진님입니다.
근데 미사가 저거 잘 보긴 했어.
이거 얻어올린 거 아니야 그냥?
아니야 이거 의식하고 했어. 아닌데 내가 그래서
칼로가 빨리 나와가지고 깜짝이야 하면서 켜 써보겠지.
아니 보면은
이거 그거네.
밀어낸다.
깔려다가 와디 깔려다가 큐 잘못 눌렸네.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I hope you're enjoying Doc Tongue's. Absolutely love it. Good old Rapid Star, Helios, Shy, and Captain Jack. They're chilling in their scrubs. If you were confused as to why they're wearing scrubs, it's because it kind of reminds me of, like, you remember the Dolly magazine, Dolly Doctor? You know, they're like doctors of your League of Legends experience. I think maybe that's an Australian magazine
imagine it,
for
but
teenage
I'm
girls.
not familiar with it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's definitely a lot of fun. Let's get into the POG for this game and give Canyon his award that he so very much deserves for doing a bajillion damage on Talia.
I wouldn't even say it's about the damage he did. I mean, he did do 34.5% of his team's damage on a scaling mid, scaling AP, where he also, of course, did go for the futures market and was able to get that damage early. But it's plays like this one and the subsequent one he makes on Drake, where he grabs his 3rd and 4th kills of the game, that really sold it for me, because without those plays, Damwon Kia just gets snowballed against so hard from the lead that was given. Hanwha Life had in the bottom side. This was the play where they collapsed on the Showmaker, and Canyon just here, he ulted in, hoping to try to deny Drake.
He's just got so much damage, Wolf.
And I think that was a mistake from Hanwha Life Esports, but the capitalization from Canyon there was massive, and that was a big turning point. That's the last highlight, but the last one I think we really need to show is he jumps up to 3rd place with Aiming, Owner, Showmaker, and Zeus. There's a lot of 400s here this season.
400 club is pretty large, as Prince and Chovy possibly under threat if Canyon or Showmaker can pick up another POG this series. Another couple of games to potentially earn it for at least one of them. 11 out of 13, couple of cheeky Lissandra votes.
The media was like, nah, man, Showmaker beat that bottom place so hard where he went over the wall, he had his flash.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he played a good game. Like, his Ring of Frost at the end was probably what media saw when the game was over. They were like, wow, that was really cool.
Yeah.
And it was a good Ring of Frost.
Yeah, I don't know whether it really sells it to me. But anyway, we're going to have a look at the polar bear. This is why there's 13 votes, you know, because that way, majority rules, and we don't need to worry about it being unanimous. As, yep, player of the split last season was indeed Canyon. And so let's see whether he can make a repeat. I mean, I feel like he's getting used to being player of the split. I don't know how many times he's picked it up, but it is a lot. And I'd almost hazard a guess that it's the majority of the time that he's been in the LCK, he's actually been player of the split, which is pretty silly. Hanwha are going to once again choose the blue side, and we're going to see if a run back is going to occur.
That's the hope for Hanwha fans, and especially that one particular Hanwha fan who really wants that win tonight. But they had a good start with the Kalista draft, and I expect that if Damwon Kia allow them to draft similarly, they'll probably just go for another run of it on blue side once again. It's the greatest of all time. Even at age 60, it's Caster John casting LCK. I don't know if that's actually how old he really is. I don't think he's even close to that, but...
No, I don't think he's 60 yet. But that would make me very happy, because that means that I've got a few years left in me in order to keep going. But I think it's just a meme that he's old.
Yeah, because maybe
in comparison to most other people here.
Or implying that he will also be doing it when he's 60, which he probably will.
Yeah, I hope so too. I'm looking to try and challenge him, you know? Just as soon as he retires, I'll be like, oh no, now I'm on the clock. I'll be ruined. Well, Twisted Fate once again going to be banned, and as we take a step back through memory lane, it was Twisted Fate, Corki, and Lucian banned on the blue side, and then Wukong, Azir, Zeri banned on red. We'll see whether that continues.
Love to see Damwon Kia just toss in a Kalista ban here and remove that option from play, but they're going to stick, at least so far, with what they started with, was taking away Onfleek's Wukong. Onfleek was by far the best player on Hanwha Life's side last game.
Oh yeah, he needs an honorable POG mention, honestly. Like, I'd almost want to give him 100 points, just for how well he played in that game.
See what else Damwon Kia is going to take away. We have the Corki Azir traded once again. Lucian is gone. Will it just be Zeri one more time and Hanwha Life going for Kalista? Because if it's the same draft as before, I still think it's good for Hanwha Life Esports. They used it well last game too, and Duckdom and Kellen didn't have the greatest start to the game, nor did Duckdom unfortunately have the greatest mid or late, but see if that's going to be the choice, because there's some consideration here to potentially banning the Kalista instead from being 8, looks like.
Nope, I think you have to ban Zeri. I think it's almost 100%. And so, therefore, it will continue to be exactly the same.
So it's going to be the same draft. Now it's going to be Senna again, Senna Kench.
Well, Kench Talia, if you're going to pick them in order.
Yeah, of course. Well, in terms of what the duo will be.
I would prefer to see a Jinx Kench. I think it's,
that's what I was saying last game. I think that Kalista Amumu is so strong into the Senna lane that can be very difficult to win. As we saw last game, it was not won by Duckdom or Kellum. There was that trade back kill, and there was some small mistakes from Samdi, but a Gnar priority instead here. I like that.
And Gnar Talia as well. That's an interesting one.
Okay, so Hanwha Life now.
Well, now it can be Kalista Kench if you would like to, but I don't think it's the most powerful of lanes. Damwon Kia also cannot pick their entire bottom lane, unless they're going to do some weird Talia lane that I don't know anything about. Kalista Renata will be picked up for the extra power in the lane, and I don't even know whether I like it that much. Maybe just valuing the Amumu plus Gnar follow-up, and therefore, now that the Gnar isn't an option, not wanting to go for it as much. But Renata certainly still has a lot of power in that area. Makes it hard to pick a lot of different things into that lane.
It's going to be very strong, and it eliminates a lot of potential picks here for Damwon Kia, especially in terms of scaling.
The Zen.
The Xin Zhao going to come through. It's an on-fleek favorite. And it is very high prio in this draft. Didn't necessarily have to see it here, but I think this is a way to give power to an already strong lane while also hiding what the rest of the composition is going to be.
Yep.
And pick some comfort here. Because Damwon Kia, if you lock in your solo laner right now, then you give so much counter opportunity. But if you lock in support here, then you're tipping your hand as to what you're going to be playing. And Tahm Kench into Kalista Renata is very weak in almost every scenario. Now, the Seraphine is still open. I think that's something to take a look at here for Hanwha Life Esports, because Seraphine is one of the only champions I think that will allow you.
But they picked the Tahm Kench instead of the Senna. If they picked Senna, then yeah, I'd be like, oh yeah, maybe there's a Seraphine angle, but...
I mean, I think there still could be. Well, seeing,
I mean, yeah, you can just play her bot lane, I guess.
You could also just play her mid lane.
Oh, true.
And play something else with the Tahm Kench like Jinx, another scaling AD carry. But let's see what they want to do. They take away the Ashe, because the Ashe Kalista angle here is... common response, although it hasn't worked out so far for Ashe Tahm Kench into the Kalista Renata. Just don't want to deal with it.
Yep.
The Gangplank is gone. The Gwen is gone here now, taking away champions from Dudu. His Gnar has also obviously been heavily prioritized, so Hanwha Life are not going to be able to play around that this time. I'd love to see a Jinx ban here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, I'd assume that that's what's coming next, right? Unless it's Aphelios because it's Stock Dom.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. The Aphelios can fight back as well pretty decently into Kalista Renata, whereas the Jinx is just going to sit back. They'll take away the Lissandra here, interestingly now. So that means that Karis could pick the Ahri, and they could try a similar style of draft once again. That's assuming it's not picked away. Here's the Jinx we wanted to see, or I especially really wanted to see, with the Tahm Kench, extra survivability there with him, and the long range that Hanwha Life at the moment do not have. Yeah. They'll switch to the Aphelios that you were suggesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Doc Dom special, right? He was very, very comfortable on the Aphelios, and we've seen Aphelios' stock rise here in the LCK, aiming especially, finding so much value on the pick.
I think the Aphelios is also better in the laning part of this. Will not suffer as much from the Kalista Renata.
Oh no, the classic counter pick. Can't hyper proc if you can't see.
I do worry about an Ahri pick here, again, for the same lack of scaling for Hanwha Life that we saw last game. And when you have not only the Aphelios, but also the scaling Talia, which was proven to be insane last game around. And that was with a deficit for Damwon Kia. If they get ahead this time, I mean, just imagine where Canyon could go with this. Because he had such a lead in the jungle, then started getting kills, and the game ballooned.
Well, this is a pretty obvious Sejuani pick. It's sort of the last pick that does okay in Gnar that was available. Nogri, of course, really popularized it. He actually made the pick seem good into Gnar to me. I didn't actually believe it for quite some time. And then I saw, you know, you land Winter's Wrath, you stack up that Permafrost, then you get a free ulti, and honestly, if he's in midi Gnar, he kind of just dies.
Is this just a Victor angle here for...
No, it's Yone, 100%. Oh, or it's Talia mid.
Okay. Like this a little bit more, can harass in the mid lane. You'll have a lot of power punishing. I love this pick because now you can actually punish the Kalista Renata with this early game Trundle. Xin Zhao can duel this to a certain extent, but the Trundle will win out. And Aphelios' damage is so high, if you end up in a 3v3, Aphelios can absolutely fight back. Tahm Kench great in this type of situation. Talia in the early game for Showmaker, you know, will be able to have some power against this Ahri. Then can make the same sort of impact we've seen as Showmaker has done on Twisted Fate and other global mids with the Talia ultimate post level 6.
Yeah.
This is a really great draft for Damwon Kia, and I really like the pivot here for Trundle. Because at first I was like, okay, this game could look very similar to last game, and Hanwha Life, even though I think the draft is inferior, if they get that same sort of momentum, things change. But the Trundle really puts a wrench into that bottom 2v2.
It does. It does mean that their damage is slightly more lacking this time around, so we'll just see how Damwon Kia are going to play around it. Of course, here in the LCK, Gnar is basically considered as like an extra big damage dealer, but in team fights, it doesn't necessarily work out that way. As Hanwha, very similar draft to last time around with Renata for added power in the laning phase, and Dudu not on his Gnar. Once again, going to be moving away from it, and he has looked a little bit worse on picks that haven't been called Gnar, and we'll see how he does on the Sejuani this time around.
The Talia here will scale very well, just like it did in the previous game, this time in different ways with a lot of lane farm and harassment there against the Ahri. We'll see if Showmaker can play as well as Canyon did in Game 1.
No, exactly right. And we'll see whether Canyon has that same bottom side focus. Trundle great into Kalista, but it has to be, we'll have to see how it goes. Okay, that's a little bit unfair. There are a lot of Diamond Kia fans. Hanwha Life Esports lacking a bit of representation. I hope you guys got your cheers in the chat for Hanwha because they need all the support they can get. They were so close to picking up a win in game number 1, and this is game 2. This is where Hanwha Life Esports thrive. This is their space, you know? This is the safety zone.
They have brought majority of their games to game 3. I think only 2 of the ones they've played so far did not go that far. Is taking a look at this early game, remember what happened earlier today, what happened earlier this week, and at the end of last week, where you have the Kalista Renata lane, or Kalista Amumu lane pushing, and then the Trundle comes over behind and gets a kill. We've also seen it with Lucian Nami lanes, where you push and then the Trundle comes up behind. This ward here is going to be very valuable, and we'll see if Canyon actually gets that opportunity, or if either on Fleek comes down to make it a 3v3, or if Samdi and Vista, when level 3 is hit, show some respect, back off in the lane, and try to play around advantages elsewhere, wait for the Trundle to pass by, and then continue to push the lane. Because if you're extremely greedy here as Hanwha Life, you will get punished. It's happened so many times in the LCK that I'm relatively sick of it at this point. Like you can, you know.
I can hear your frustration. I definitely can.
Draft for prio, but then, you know, make sure that you know that the enemy jungler is also aware that this is a very elementary thing that your bottom 2v2 is looking for.
Well, it is just going to be a standard bottom side clear here for Canyon so far. I thought maybe he'd go blue to red and then try to go for a gank. They did have a ward in the Pixel Brush towards the bottom side that he could have theoretically gone through, but going to play it safe by the water right now. And Dr. and Kellen probably going to be pretty comfy. Of course, Time Kench Felios, we all know and have experienced this one many times. As Karis gone down very low here in this mid lane, lands the Orb of Deception to even up the trade between himself and Showmaker, but both of these mid laners limit testing for now as they chug through their potions.
Really valuable ward there on the bottom side of the map that was seen, of course, earlier by Damwon, and you know, Canyon is pathing up, so the level 3 gank here for Trundle not going to happen, but for on Fleek, on the other hand, they don't know how close Canyon is, but they're going to look for this. Charm.
Yeah, immediately the Charm is going to get cleansed as the flash forward with the Wind Becomes Lightning is going to be flashed there by Showmaker, but he has to cleanse and flash in order to get himself out, and Karis holds on to his flash himself.
We'll have a lot more pressure in this lane, and because Showmaker, of course, does not have teleport, and now no summoners, will have to take the long walk back, so Karis can just hold this wave towards his side of the lane. And things are looking really fantastic for the early start here in the mid matchup for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, and you can see Canyon just continuing his full clear, not worrying about any sort of early gank or any early pressure or anything like that. Is ahead as far as the farm is concerned and does have his flash when On Fleek doesn't. But it means that Diamond's lanes are in a little bit of peril.
Showmaker just lost a whole wave. We'll be able to catch this next one here. As he does let it bounce back.
Yep.
And down here on the bottom side of things, Vista and Samdi showing a decent amount of respect here. They have that ward, of course, now on the top side to see exactly where Canyon is, so when they are able to know where the Trundle is, then you could try to look for a little bit of advantages. Just never want to be pushing up to the turret when the Trundle is unknown. Those the pings as well. See the top left on the Trundle. Okay, there he is. He's just recently been over this side of the jungle, you know, so we know where he is. There's constantly communicating, tracking the Trundle's movements.
Yeah. He's now moving down this bottom side. Q with the Severin going to be thrown out there as he does pick himself up a Gravitum. Docdom now with some different guns on Fleek in the area, but you can see the Trundle moving on down as well. There is a Gromp that's respawned, and that's probably what's luring Canyon into this zone. And as you can see, On Fleek is going to be back. He does go back home as the wave crashes onto Hanwha Life Esports' turret, and they will be able to even out this farm very, very nicely.
I love how carefully and safely Hanwha Life's bot duo has played, and the whole team has made such a great effort to track this Trundle and make sure that they're never overstepping their bounds. And as a result, the Trundle, which has been such a dominant early game pick in the LCK, hasn't found any gank opportunities until now.
Oh dear, Vista is real dead. They thought Docdom had gone home, but that is not the case, and Kellen will pick up the kill.
Caster curse, I guess. Canyon comes down, takes the Gromp, and then stays here, and after the back timing of On Fleek, he's got an opportunity.
Well, Dudu thinking that he wants this as Noguri hits Meganar. Wallop is going to connect
Flash.
there. There's the flash. Noguri just needs one auto, and that's the solo kill. He ults in celebration after he picks up level 6 from the wave.
Wow. Great solo kill here from Nuguri. Really nice flash there. Dudu getting stunned at maximum range there, and then he just punishes him. So a kill bottom side, going over to Kellen. And top side, Nuguri gets a solo, turning the momentum of this game massively here in Dom1's favor. As we will now, of course, show Canyon's Trundle stats. We were really keeping it under wraps till he got that first kill. And now we're going to show he's nearly at 75. On fleek.
Yeah, Showmaker baited by the cannon, but he gets a beautiful shove. Showmaker is going to still get taken down, though, as Vista comes in. Fantastic handshake's going to come through there as Canyon throws down the pillar, and that will at least save the Catfish. The good answering kill here, as Showmaker is struggling here in the mid lane.
He is really behind now, as we will see a teleport from him with Unsealed Spellbook that he finally gets a teleport with.
Good cleanse here from Samdi as he flashes on top of Dokdam. Dokdam gets into the brush here as the Rend is still stacked up. It's a lot closer than we thought, but Dokdam is still going to be able to come out on top. Severum giving him some control of the lane.
It's not what my Dom1 Kia games look like, but, you know, it's very exciting here in the early game.
Yeah.
Lots of action, lots of trades. Dom1 Kia will actually trade up now after these kills to a 3-1 lead. And, yeah, Showmaker did get killed there, lost a lot of CS in the lane, but because he has Unsealed, was able to sacrifice his flash for just a moment there to teleport back to lane. Now he's got his cleanse back up again. So he's recovering very well, despite the early summoners that had to be committed to. As, yeah, this is going to be the big flash forward. Gets the stun. And, like, right now, Dudu is overstepping his bounds here, hoping that his combo is going to do enough damage. But the Narbar is still there, and he gets stunned here at max range, so it's just a flash follow-up.
Yeah. And I think he got him. Yeah, he just thought that the buttons were going to be on cooldown for long enough for him to get in there with a combo and then move away, as Showmaker baited by the cannon in this moment here. It was a good shove, but not enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, really nice idea here from Kellen, and Canyon was somewhat nearby, but they were just outnumbered. Of course, luckily he has Unsealed, so he was able to teleport back to lane. Meanwhile, down here, like you said, the Rens really stack up, but Dokdam is so calm here, forces a flash, then flashes out of vision, and just gets a few extra autos. Notice how much damage the Ren does. Still not enough. Just a miscalculation, unfortunately, for Samdi, and that really hurts your momentum in the bottom side of the map.
Yep, the Infernum Q working out very well there as well, and that's something that you're normally afraid of in the later stages, but was enough to give him that bit of extra burst damage. Take down Samdi. Was a slight item gap though, so Samdi just feeling like he could have outskilled the situation. Red-white guns now though, so I don't think they're going to be fighting Dokdam in close range.
Not for a little while here. The Herald is being taken. Meanwhile, they're looking for an engage.
Yeah. Now, Kellen's going to be handshook out of here as the Predator has come through. Canyon flashes over the hostile takeover to get the jump onto Samdi, but he is still just able to use his martial pose, and he gets himself out.
So this is a lot utilized here for Dom1 Kia. Failed to get the kill. Will be able to get bottom side control. Will force Dokdam's plates here, but it is going to be a Rift Herald that goes over to the other side. Canyon had to flash to look for that play, didn't get the kill, but still can deny CS. So it's still a winning play even if the kill doesn't go into their column, because now Samdi and Vista really just struggling to get experience and farm here under this turret. Plates will go down.
Yeah.
Ari's here.
Yeah, Kellen's moving on over as well. Another great handshake to come through as the Abyssal Dive comes down. It's looking to interrupt Karas, who takes so much damage. And now Dokdam with the Caloribus finds the snipe. Man, I've missed this guy's Aphelios. He is super good at this champion.
Just very rarely get to see it, and because Karas comes down here, Showmaker's going to get a plate here as well, and Dom1 Kia will get the first Drake of the game, it looks like. Canyon's like, well, might need some honey fruit to secure that, but we'll get it. As OnFleek saves the plate mid, but it's not going to save the farm, nor will it save this bottom turret plate that goes over to Aphelios. So OnFleek picks up a Herald in exchange here. But once again, some mechanical plays in these bottom 2v2s and 3v3s, winning out for Dom1 Kia. And where the money is on an Aphelios, and it is on the Aphelios. It's Dokdam who has all this cash. As the handshake comes through, Karas is here, has to ult twice, then 3 times again, and ults his 3rd time into a knock-up, unfortunately. And then Dokdam has the snipe, as you mentioned. Very cleanly done.
Moonlight Vigil was used as well, did a fair bit of damage there as there's just Noguri posing here, doesn't find the boulder toss as the Winter's Wrath is also going to go wide, doesn't find that house either. So just going to back away. We got an exchange of ults, but Dudu now without his Ignite, so misses a lot of his lane control as Noguri does have Flash coming off cooldown very soon.
Just dodging these flays coming out and doing so much damage with his autos. Dokdam is left on an island here. Karas also rotating down. There's a heavy commitment to get this crash into the turret. It will be successful, but unfortunately they don't have enough control over this game right now to try to force a dive. So we'll just back away. Damwon Kia still sitting firmly in control of the farming game right now in terms of all the money they've picked up here. Aphelios ahead in CS, has those 2 kills and assists under his belt. Showmaker going to grab a plate. So yeah, you got your Rift Herald play, but they got way more everywhere else.
No, absolutely right. Dudu here towards his top side, just going to clear out the wave. And yes, he's going to be valuable, but have to remind everyone, like Subjugate is on the other side. It's going to mean that Canyon, the more kills and assists that he picks up this game, he is going to be closer and closer to a true tank as we get towards the end, if he can get that Subjugate onto Dudu. So the frontline value that we often talk about with a tank up there towards the top side is just lesser and lesser in value when you do have to take into account that subjugation that can come through from the Trundle.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what Showmaker builds here, but I imagine it will just be Ludens again for him, and we're going to see all that extra burst damage. He'll get a Void Staff later on, and he'll just be able to help break through this front line. We'll be able to challenge, of course, Karis in terms of poking, right? Karis can pick, but if he misses his charm, Showmaker is happy to just Q him and take away half of his health bar later on in the game, which if it happens in a neutral situation, Karis will just not be relevant in the subsequent fight over an objective, as Nuguri is just so good at dodging these. He's played both sides of this matchup so successfully this season, and even though Dudu has played Nuguri's side of it so much, he's still just not able to punish him here.
Yeah, handshake here onto Kellen. Canyon not going to be found, though, with that one, as that is a great pillar placement, setting up for Showmaker to move on through here. Seismic Shove doesn't find the target, though, as the Devour has to be used onto Canyon. Big shields, but they are going down low as Dopdom comes through with the Q. The bailout comes down, but it's not going to be enough as Kellen, once again diving through. Samdi is going to be able to lock down 1 kill, but that is all they'll find, and it's a double kill, and man, I can feel the years, Wolf. They are building up.
I mean, I think we've just skipped a few decades in this last play.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
4-0-2 now on Dopdom, who's already 2-0-1. He's doubled his KDA here. And Showmaker just going to come over here and get some more control of the mid lane. Hanwha Life Esports forced so hard in this fight.
That's Crescendum as well, Wolf. That's more plates for the Aphelios.
I mean, he is going to just take them away. But he also had, in that fight, red and white, which he still has here, as you can see. And he was able to do so much damage. And why, as Hanwha Life Esports, are you forcing this fight so incredibly hard? The answer is because your comp doesn't scale as well. That's first turret, 610. He has 6,900. He's 2,300 ahead of his lane opponent. Will he get out? No summoners.
Yeah, he's doing his best, but I don't think he's going to survive. Canyon will move on in here, and he's doing so much to Vista, but it will be the Ren that secures it. So you can imagine he's pretty happy with the situation, as Noguri once again posing as he does get himself away with the flash. He's having a very good time, is Noguri, in this lane. I don't know whether he's making a lot of the best calls, but they are the aggressive ones.
They're very fun. We like to watch it, Atlas. That's the correct answer. Look, we like that Nuguri is back, and we would like to keep him, so...
Yes, yes. We are enjoying it very immensely, and everything is good. Yes, 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 yes.
You stop clapping first.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, Canyon's going to
back.
move in. He'll save us from that particular moment.
Okay,
as,
Talia.
yeah. Showmaker's going to come down as well. They're desperate to save this one, as On Fleek is desperate to be under a turret. And he will die.
I mean, Hanwha Life Esports have just made so many forced plays.
Yeah.
They've all gone wrong. His teleport is committed here for Nuguri. He's on the backside of this. There's no turret here.
Here's the value of taking that turret so early, and they didn't even see him walk in there, as Nuguri's going to get even more value. There is the boomerang to land, and also he does have the house to come through. He throws out the... Okay, that was the wrong move. As the Seismic Shove comes through, Karis is going to join the Pillar of Filth, but he will survive, and Dudu is getting some value there on the top side. I thought that was going to go differently there in the bottom inner turret dive, but Karis is going to look for a charm, gets it onto the Tom Kench.
No, Nuguri played perfectly. You stop clapping first. That was very aggressive and almost amazing for Nuguri, but he commits his teleport, does end up dying, and will give over a turret here to Dudu in the 1-for-1 trade. So not the greatest, really nice turnaround for Samdi, all the extra damage coming through. Hanwha Life Esports getting some extra cash from this, but every time Damwon Kia trades like this, it's okay because they've made better trades the last 2 or 3 times, so they still are significantly ahead of Showmaker.
Yeah, just going to deny it back here. On Fleek is taking the Rift Herald, though, so
they have a lot of topside control because of that play from Nuguri, so this is just going to be an easy group up. So at least there was one attempt to make a cross-side play there. He is denied. So we're going back very far here to look at this setup, as this is once again Hanwha Esports forcing a push for a play so hard and then getting punished for it. Is On Fleek, again, trying his damnedest to make something happen on the trade back, but Showmaker just does so much damage in this extended trade, and so is Dr. I love this bailout attempt to actually get that kill onto Showmaker, but he's so tanky. You just can't kill this guy.
It was that so bailout, close, yeah.
You get that bailout, the fight looks totally different, or could look different, but Dr. is just doing the most value. This is Nuggery's power play, clap, 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 clap. It was very sick. It's a big meme in this game. As, yeah, get the kill on the Vista. However, chasing this far, you know, it did not really close the distance enough here, as Nuggery's Gnar transformation is so late that doesn't have the house, is taking so many turret shots, and it's Karas who sets this one up.
Yeah, it might have been the greedy play there, where you go for the wallop transformation and then you catch the Ahri overextending, who expects you to be throwing a house instead of walloping.
That's what we expected.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, take the gamble, see whether it works, and they're still ahead, so what you gonna do? But it was a very weird situation. Anyway, Dr. Red-White, once again, hanging on to the mid lane here. As you can see, Damwon Kia are ahead in every single lane, but mainly on the bottom side. Gale Force complete, Collector is done as well, and Dr. is a very happy Aphelios. Canyon moves in, does have that pillar to annoy Samdi, of course. It is Kallista's worst enemy.
Hanwha just need to make sure not to try to force anything here. Just let the charge go through. You want more, but you can't have it right now because you don't know where Tilly is. Now you do. She's shown on the bottom, but for a moment there, she could have been anywhere where you don't have vision around the river and could have just trapped the entirety of this team on the wrong side of the rift, and then Aphelios is going to pop an ultimate, and that's the end of the story. So I like that this time Hanwha says, okay, charge, and we walk away. Hopefully next time now that this turret is injured, we can pick something up. As look at the damage in this game so far. The Aphelios massively ahead of anyone else on Hanwha Life Esports.
Yep, but Nuggery has been, just punch and bristle over and over again. Dudu has taken a fair bit of harassment there on the top side of the map, as you would expect, and therefore his number is very large.
The most relevant damage,
yes, I would agree with you, is Doc Dums.
Oh, but I'm glad that you explained why Nuggery's was higher. It's not because he's having the sickest DPS Gnar game ever. He's just
it was like when Lethality Varus was a thing for so long, and you're like, whoa, big damages. But it's because he's been sitting back in base, basically, throwing out piercing arrows.
Yeah. I miss Varus. I'd like Varus to come back to the meta at some point. You know, he was picked a lot for 2v2 cryo control, and
I like when his attack speed on hit build is strong. I really enjoy that. Some of my favorite games are when it was Ruler, like being able to like stutter step and position, like his kiting is just super beautiful to watch on the Varus. And when it is the attack speed variety, I feel like it is a little bit more skill expression.
I just want more strong side 2v2 AD carries, not just the Kalista Lucian. You know, I want a little bit more powers. Canyon is isolated.
Yeah, he is going to flash the Glacial Prison, but that does mean that he doesn't have the flash available for the next fight.
What, Showmaker's getting some push down here, bottom side. Minute and a half until minute and a half until the Drake will spawn here, which will be sole point for Damwon Kia, which is Hextech Soul this game. We haven't talked about it too much, but it is arguably the most impactful that you could have in a comp like this. For both sides, too. For Hanwha Life Esports, it becomes incredibly strong for the Ahri. To then slow people and then follow-up damage could be there for the Kalista. As everybody's slowed, Kallista's range becomes less of a problem.
Not to mention the Rift as well for getting these flanks that Hanwha Life Esports comp really likes. But Nuggery on the Gnar similarly wants to pick up some of these flanks. In fact, everyone going to be doing so. So a lot of value.
They do not want to give this up, but they don't have the vision control to set up for a pick. And in the longer fight, they're going to have serious problems here against this Fed Aphelios, which is the main problem on the Rift here that they face. Is if Duckdom cannot be picked, and he has Cleanse and Flash, if you can't kill this guy, then you probably shouldn't be trying to fight him at all.
Well, Karas is going to get thrown back into the wall, actually sandwiched in amongst that Pillar of Filth, has to ult to get himself to safety.
Such a sick combo there from Canyon and Showmaker, just slapping him into a wall and forcing him back. He will have to teleport into the fight, so that's a summoner down, and they have the numbers advantage as the Drake spawns here in 10 seconds. Pings going down here. Looks like Hanwha Life Esports just realized with that single play, they are absolutely not going to even try. You can't get a pick with Karas. Can't fight. Karas is the one who's actually trapped and almost picked. Yeah, we're just going to let this one go. And that's really unfortunate, but what are you going to do here? The Aphelios is 2-fed. You don't scale well, and if you don't have control over that zone, where there are now, like, what, how many? 5 controllers here?
No, it's insane.
You just don't have an angle. You don't have an option, and so many of these games where you fall behind as Kalista Ahri, The pick that doesn't give you that much damage, only pick potential. Just so frustrating to play out now if you're Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it's the thing that's made it so difficult, right? Is this is a composition that does want to excel in the early to mid game, and Hanwha Life have just been denied any access to that. And I actually think that, you know, this Talia and Trundle combo have worked out so well. For the very early game, that pillar, extraordinary value into the Kalista if you can get those early ganks. That's absolutely what happened there towards the bottom side. That's meant that Dokdam is way too strong and Samd can't exert any of the pressure that he had in the last game. Plus, Showmaker's Talia working alongside that pillar, so extraordinarily good. And it just really shows that the drafting of Damwon Kia sometimes can look a little bit iffy. But other times, it looks great.
I mean, there's, over here in this top side fight, there's not a whole lot of vision here for Damwon Kia. They've got to be careful. Renata has ult.
Yeah, I like how you're focusing on that while there's just buttons being pressed by top laners that don't really mean too much. Pillar of Filth goes down, but Canyon gets his handshake. That is going to be the Devour on cooldown now, as the hostile takeover does basically nothing. Teleport's going to be used by everyone as now Showmaker wants to find the seismic shove. Canyon going down relatively low, but he's far more tanky than he has any right to be right now, and everyone is just dying. Dokdam does way too much damage, and Showmaker exactly the same. Now Damwon should be able to go to the Baron and look for that one. In the meantime, On Fleek has bailed from the whole situation.
The dramatic pan over of the Jinjali. Well, I got Quirks at least now! As Damwon Kia has so much damage to take out this Baron so quickly. There's no one to contest but On Fleek. Where is he?
Yeah, thank you for the vision toggle, but On Fleek is in that brush up there towards the top side with his no intention.
Chose life.
No, he selfishly
He selfishly chose life. He's not pulling a dread here. The game's not that over. But the setup here for Pick is so insane. But there's a Devour, and Kellen gets the shield over. Then they move left, which is more dangerous, knowing that the ult is coming through from Renata. They survive. Kelvin is so tanky here. He's charmed again, flashes away, and Vista bails himself out because he knows this fight is over. And the two carries in this fight, almost completely untouched. The focus entirely was on Tahm Kench, whose positioning was perfect. Got that real bailout, the true bailout, which was the Devour save.
Yeah.
And
Dokdam had red-white, Wolf.
Yeah, and he's had it at every relevant time. His gun management is really good. It's something that we expect from the LCK's strongest Aphelios player.
That title, I feel like, was actually taken away from him last season. Gumushi had some fantastic games on the Aphelios, but we all remember from last year especially, Dokdam on Nocturne Red Force was just way too good on the 200 years. Of course, he was very, very powerful back then, but still demonstrating that mastery does not go away.
It certainly does not, and 3 items now complete for him, and they have this Baron buff for still over a minute and a half. This is going to be a completely opened base, and if the Hanwha Life make a single mistake defending it, the game ends even this early on. 23 minutes, just waiting for the next wave.
Well, Vigil, Samd is just, he's just out of this. He just can't be in this fight.
Take a trip to the fountain.
Yeah, exactly. On Fleek down to 50% as well as Showmaker throwing out those threaded volleys. He's standing on a ward. Doesn't really seem to matter, as even with the information, Hanwha Life Esports don't necessarily know what to do with it, as Nogari does have Mega Gnar available. He's just protecting this Siege minion, as the other one being protected on the bottom side. The Charm is going to draw it further forward, but On Fleek is going to take the majority of his health bar and damage, and that turret will fall down. The War of Attrition being won here by Damwon, and now it's the domino effect, as the mid lane one is also going to topple. This Baron has been oppressive here from Damwon. Hanwha haven't lost anyone yet. Are they going to throw out the prison is the question, as Dokdam is looking to find Karis. There is a Devour available for this Aphelios, who just Gale forces himself to safety. Now Dudu is running for the hills. Hostile takeover is fantastic, but the seismic shove is even better. Samd tries to be a hero, but Kellen, he's going to go golden, and the Kalista just pops like a balloon.
You make one mistake on the defense, and Damwon Kia will end the game. Dokdam dies, but he brought so much of the attention here And look, Damwon Kia, they're looking for another pick here.
Well, Nagari's going to throw out a Nah. The Charm was looking for the target as Showmaker goes golden. Now Kellen, he's like, I guess the fight isn't over yet. I don't know. Dudu is going to be taken down. On Fleek is playing with the base gates, and Showmaker is like, no, I would prefer it if you didn't do that. The hop over the wall here as Nagari will find the last boomerang.
It's going to buy a lot of time here for some respawns to come through, as this control ward is just so silly.
Horror bristle.
Canyon also up, and he's like, yeah, you guys are like playing with these weird trades and trickling into the base.
I'm just going to take
win.
a Drake,
I'm just trying to win, so I'm going to go get Hex Tech. And if Elio's dying here is why Damwon Kia actually couldn't quite end the game. But Duckdom here is just devoured. Paras has to trade his stopwatch for this. Look at the shield he has, and every resource that Hanwha Life has near Duckdom is committed. Vista commits the ult here. On Fleek is still trying to collapse Samdi, gets the Ren to kill him. But they lose basically almost 3 players, 2, and 90% of On Fleek die to kill Duckdom, and so the follow-up is just immense here as Damwon Kia reset some death timers, walk away with 2 inhibitors dead, as this is the really sick re-engage here from Kellen, and they'll take Dudu out.
Yeah.
Oh, poor On Fleek, man. He's just trying to do his best this whole time. He's just been abused.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao pick hasn't really worked out. I think his Viego is absolutely fantastic, but the Xin has not really been it so far this game. Is Canyon going to tidy up some vision here in the jungle. As Doctor has the red-white guns. Set up yet again.
He has his cleanse and flash down, so even though he does a ton of damage, he's somewhat vulnerable.
Ooh, Nagari. Not going to face check. Hanwha Life Esports doing their best.
Okay, good angle.
Fnatic impression as Nagari takes probably the best way out of here, but still, he's going to be stunned up, loses the majority of his health. It's a big nah as the hostile takeover is not going to work, and Kellen, of course, is here to save the day.
And now they're just going to group up for the last inhibitor turret and push through. Thank you very much for putting us on the right side of the map for getting the last part of your base. 100% completion is the goal here for Damwon Kia.
Yep, you take out the textbook, and the idea is kill structures and then the Nexus Wolf. And you got to make sure you kill all of them. As the Charm is going to barely go wide, Vista loses most of his health bar. And Hanwha just now having to deal with mainly the PvE aspect of League of Legends with all these waves of super creeps heading towards their base. Pillar of Filth goes down again as there is the Spirit Rush forward. Karis has to go golden. The Moonlight Vigil onto everyone as there's not quite enough stasis available here. Nagari's just spending time underneath turrets and he'll find a wallop, not quite onto the Sejuani, but she'll still die as the Tahm Kench is somehow in the enemy fountain having a chat with Boris. But these Nexus turrets will go down. Showmaker is walling off some other direction. And, yep, Canyon is going to... Yeah, that handshake, that hurt a lot. However, he will still be able to take down the Nexus. And a 2-0 here for Damwon Kia to close out the night.
Sick plays from Aphelios this game, getting 4 kills early. The game was completely opened up. And even though Showmaker had a very rocky early game in the laning phase, his late game engages in conjunction with the Trundle pillars were so great. That pick onto Kars where, yeah, he didn't die, but that attempted pick onto him when he was to the left of the Drake pit where they just shoved him into the wall with a pillar and the seismic shove.
Yeah.
He has to leave and they just give up the soul point. It's moments like that where you could see the synergy here for Damwon Kia never went away. Yeah, the roster completely changed. They got a new top laner, several new top laners. Now Nuguri is the newest version. Duckdom and Kellen took some time to build synergy. But when this team has a composition, even if it's not meta, as you said earlier, it's a little bit unique, and sometimes we're worried about these drafts. They know what their win condition is, especially in the second half of these games, which has always been true of Damwon, even in international events in their dominant run in 2020, 2021, where they made it to finals, other finals. They've always known, even when behind, how to win games. And we saw in both of these games small advantages for Hanwha Life Esports, but they were unable to capitalize. The game both times turned on its head like an hourglass, and time was ticking against these less scaling comps for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it was a real problem. I think another thing that Damwon Kia did show us here in this draft as well, that they're not afraid to flex. We saw the Talia played by both Showmaker and Canyon today. Both of them were great, but also realizing when in the draft to execute on these flexes is definitely the main way to demonstrate that you know how you want to win these games. And that was kind of the perfect example of how to utilize flex picks on the red side in order to find victory. And I think a lot of the times with blue side being so powerful and all this sort of stuff was because we didn't have a lot of those flexible options in the meta. And it's really cool to see at least Talia come back as one of those thoughts. And you can imagine that Live Sandbox, as they've been playing a bit of it as well, would also be thinking the same way.
Canyon, I think he still has 11 jungle champions played. I don't think he played a new one today because I think he had played both the Talia and Trundle before. But it might have been his first Trundle game. I don't think so. Either way, he has a massive pool, and I like that Damwon Kia are willing to flex it because he also played Belveth earlier this week. So
yeah, he did.
Yeah, so
that is the second for both Trundle and Talia.
Yeah, so the Belveth was his additional champion this week, but like Damwon Kia, I think that one thing we should say, and I will say here, is this game wasn't as clean as Damwon Kia fans from the past have come to expect from the roster that did win a Worlds title, that did go to 2 international finals back-to-back. But at the same time, they take the 2-0 just the same. I do think this series being as close as it was, I mean, not in terms of the game score, but the early game, does make people wonder, though, is Damwon Kia going to return to that 3rd spot? It's going to be a very competitive run. DRX already beat them. Their match against Live Sandbox coming up. I mean, it's a possibility Damwon Kia lose that, and I think it's going to have to be a little bit tighter next time around.
Yeah. Dr. I'm finding so much value here towards the later stages of the game as we listen. It's not the crazy celebrations. I hear from Damwon Kia in the comments.
He asked where something was. I don't know what he asked.
뒤에 돌았냐?
I asked Sage20, where are you at?
Where's
Renata? Where's Renata? Renata, where you at?
Yeah. So you wanted to go and kill her. That she was outside of the base, I guess.
Yeah, that's what he was looking for. That's pretty funny.
That explains it.
Well, look, the gold graph started off with like a 200 deficit at times, but then Damwon Kia finally got the proper triangle you're looking for with a steady graph to continue the progression. And look, we saw a 40,000 damage game from Canyon on the Talia. We saw a 20,000 damage game from Showmaker on the Champion. They obviously have been scrimming a lot and preparing well for this series.
Yep, and it was that gentleman with a lot of years stealing away a lot of the damage this time around. I think Dr. Aphelios was absolutely fantastic this game, as per usual. I think we can probably check out the standings and see what this does mean, because unfortunately for Damwon, they're unable to actually catch up to DRX or Live Sandbox with a victory here. As you can see, Damwon Kia have played an extra game. DRX are playing tomorrow. If DRX are able to win, then they will be able to stay ahead of Damwon Kia, and they will get 3rd as well.
If it's a 2-0, they get 3rd alone. If it's a 2-1, they get 3rd tied with Live Sandbox.
Well, technically, head-to-head, they lose, right? And so therefore they're 4th? Or do we not do head-to-heads?
I don't think we do that until the end, but
yeah, okay.
Either way, Damwon Kia here with a win for Gen.G will take back the 4th place regardless of score. So they already have the better game score. So if Gen.G win that one, they'll move up to 4th tomorrow. So their fate is not sealed for the week until that match tomorrow. But again, even with this win here, Damwon Kia being in 5th place, and there's still a lot of questions about whether they are the best of those 3 teams in 3, 4th, and 5th. It's just not. The expectation is, yeah, they should be, but the proof isn't there yet, so we need a little bit more time. And that's what's so exciting about this season, because the right side of the bracket, we've had a little bit of upsets around Kwangdong and KT. It's been a little bit depressing towards the bottom right, but in terms of the left side here, usually we just have Gen.G, T1, Damwon Kia, that's the LCK, but now it's like, okay, like, Damwon Kia really has to earn this, you know, and that's what's, for me, have been the most exciting and unusual story, the unexpected story of summer.
Yeah, I think as like Kwangdong Freaks as well have been very interesting, especially their win yesterday over KT. I think was very heartening for them. But I think the most, my favorite story so far in the summer season has to be Live Sandbox and their meteoric rise, and it's continued to be the case. Looking absolutely fantastic. As let's have a look at Damwon Kia's schedule here, as their final match of the 1st round robin will be against Kwangdong Freaks. That'll be on Thursday next week. And I think that should mean that Damwon Kia will come out of the 1st round robin pretty happy with their position, assuming they can actually take down Kwangdong Freaks convincingly.
Yeah, because Kwangdong had that upset win against KT, but also against T1, so there's always the chance. And then their nemesis, Frederick Prion, we don't expect them to lose that one. So the expectation is they should win these 3 in a row and end up with an 8-3 before they end up having their next challenge in DRX. So Damwon Kia's spot in the standings probably pretty safe. On the other side, for Hanwha Life Esports, if we take a look at their schedule, which ends, of course, with that rematch with Damwon Kia, Hanwha Life Esports' schedule gets a little bit more interesting because they're not in a great spot, and they have all the big and
my
hard ones.
God, yeah, this is that's and they still haven't faced off against T1 this season as well. Only picking up that one win against Fred Brion. It's Humble Life Esports and Fred Brion that really have been the main struggles of this season. And then you've got Nongshim that's just been able to beat only these two. And so it's like,
If you replace KT Rolster with DRX, they would have the entire west side of the bracket.
Yeah, it'd be just like the whole, it's like, wait, are we looking at the standings again?
Yeah.
Like, what's happening here? This is all a bit confusing. But yeah, and KT is no pushover either for Harmor Life in any case. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough road here for Harmor Life Esports, but they have beaten T1s in the past. Let's check out player of the game for this one. I think it will be Docdom. Yep, there he goes. 901 DPM, definitely pretty impressive, as he did 32% of his team's damage. And this is the Docdom that we wanted to see joining Damwon Kia, right? Like, this was the Nongshim Red Force Docdom that we thought, oh man, this guy is the best.
Dominant Aphelios setups. And a lot of this game, too, was Kellen and Canyon helping out. This was a really important 1v1 win that he takes with his Q. Does a lot of extra damage there, survives the Rend. But for the rest of the game, he was so accelerated that he just did incredible amounts of damage. This is the one where he just comes in late, and he does press some buttons here. Red and white, and they're fighting him.
It's the good old Severum Q into I'm going to ult and you'll probably die.
I'm going to flash after people and kill them because I am the hyper carry. Docdom has been very inconsistent this season, but he's in the 400 club here because at his peaks, he is very high.
Yeah, and you can see Docdom, Canyon, and Showmaker, all three of them now in the 400 club. We were expecting that perhaps Showmaker or Canyon could get up to that 500 that Prince and Chovy are holding on to by themselves. But not today, and now Docdom will have an opportunity to get there in Damwon Kia's next match, which will be next week. And yeah, everyone just completely drunk on the 200 years of vintage here after that Aphelios performance. It was absolutely fantastic.
It was great from him. He was empowered. He was set up for success. I still think his Aphelios is at its peak, the best we have in the LCK right now. But it's a more niche pick these days, becoming more meta. I'm happy to see Aphelios and Jinx more than games are decided in the bottom 3v3. But
Yep. Well, let's head over to G-Sun because there is an interview afoot.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the POG interview, joined by Docdom Canyon from Damwon Kia. Congratulations. How do you feel picking up the 5th win of the split? Today we won 2-0, so it feels great. And I hope we have to improve our performance. I guess you're happy with the clean 2-0 victory and the game score. And Docdom, you were 13 out of 13 POG in the last game. How do you feel about this series? I think it was A-okay, but I died a lot, so that's a bummer, to be honest. In game number 1, the game number 1 was just continuing to go back and forth. There was gold lead reverse happening 4 times in that single game. So what was the major kind of shot call in that game? We were actually losing the early game, so I wanted to remind my teammates that we can have better late game, but I'm not sure about the shot call because I forgot. Yeah, Docdom, Hana Life Esports once again had their hands on their favorite Kalista Amumu comp. How was playing against it? I think we were able to have the lane as we wanted, and then we died. So the lane got much difficult. In Canyon, Talia, in game number 2, was rotated towards mid lane. It was a flex pick, and your Talia so far was actually undefeated this summer split. So tell me about your thought on that pick, and also why did you guys decide to put that on the mid lane game 2? I personally think that currently in the jungle meta, you can just play whatever pick you want to play, you know. I think that we have a lot of options for the jungle role, and also I wanted to kind of lock in jungle pick for the R5 because I wanted to kind of bring the champion that makes the opponent annoyed the most. Whose idea was it? I mean, we were just, communicating back and forth, and then, we were talking about where Talia should go, which lane, and also what is good into their comp, and we kind of realized Trundle looks really good into Hana Life's comp, and also Showmaker is also good at Talia. And that last pick, Trundle, was so effective, and you decided to take Predator, which was nerfed recently. Trundle is more of a supportive kind of a pick. You have to play around your team, so I thought Predator would be a great kind of choice to kind of round out that play style. And Dokdam, Hana Life Esports, back-to-back, first picked Kalista on the blue side, and then Damwon Kia's answer changed from Senna to Aphelios. Tell me about it. So when we are discussing the draft last night, we were like, I think we can just play Aphelios and win, and we wanted to give it a go in game 2. And we could hear you guys talking about the Aphelios pick in the voice comm as well. I mean, I was really surprised that it was your first Aphelios of the split. I thought Aphelios was not this strong right now, and then I realized that other teams are actually using it, so I wanted to also try that. Are we gonna see more of Dokdam Aphelios in the future? Yeah, as long as the given situation is good for Aphelios pick for me. Now, we are nearing the end of the first round robin. And with this additional victory, you guys are still in the race for the top standings in the LCK Summer. I hope we can prepare the best for the upcoming matches and win all the remaining ones. What about you, Dokdam? What do you want to focus on in order to improve the performance, and also what's in your head right now about Damwon Kia's performance? We fell to the stronger teams so many times, so right now our goal is beating the top teams, and I think we really have to work harder. Your next opponent is Kwangdong Freaks, a team that always try a lot of newness. How we're going to prepare for that strategy? I think Kwangdong has a lot of strength, so I think we really have to prepare hard for that match. What about you, Dokdam? I think, yeah, they're indeed trying a lot of new stuff. So we really have to pay attention to that. But as long as we play as we usually do, we're going to win. Thank you very much for this interview, Dokdam Kenyan, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview for translation. It was so great to hear from both Dokdam and Canyon. Dokdam finally realizing that his best champion in the LCK is still good, is definitely a great thing. Let's have a look at which games we have coming up tomorrow, as they were spoiled a little bit in the background there. It will be pretty big one in DRX taking on Gen G. DRX were able to take down Damwon Kia earlier in the week. And we'll see whether their biggest test is going to be one that they can overcome as well.
And then the second series of the night, our number 2 team who dethroned the at least defeated the number 1 team just below in game score right now, up against our team that hasn't taken a single series. So it could be a second series that is extremely dominant, or maybe that power spike of top team versus Frederick Brion, the power of friendship could conquer all. I'm not betting my money on that one. But maybe tomorrow you guys will see a miracle happen.
Let's just say, if you really need channel points and you can believe in a miracle, then maybe that's the gambit for you. We'll see whether it's going to work out. But for now, we are done. So thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
I be